alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided the sweep yesterday. They beat the Blue Jays 9-5. Ryan Nelson went 5 2/3, only gave up 1 hit and 1 earned run. The D-backs were backed by Eugenio Suarez and Pavin Smith, who each homered and drove in a combined 7 runs. Hopefully this is more of what's to come, as the Diamondbacks will be in the Mile High City tonight and start a 3-game series with the Colorado Rockies. Zach Gallen will get the ball for the Snakes' first pitch. Will be at 5:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Senate last night voted and approved HB 2704, the tax recapture bill that will fund renovations at Chase Field. The bill will head back to the Arizona House of Representatives. For more on that story, head to arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Mercury continue to stay hot. They beat the WNBA's best, New York Liberty, 89-81 last night for their 4th straight win. And we're headed to a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. The Indiana Pacers poured it on the Thunder last night, 108-91. The Pacers had 6 players in double figures, led by Obi Toppin with 20 points off the bench, and the series will shift to OKC for a winner-take-all game on Sunday night. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Looking for a career that's more than a job? The Window Depot has positions available in customer service, design, and warehouse ops. Apply online at thewindowdepot.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sepulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
After many hurdles and obstacles, Friday has arrived. Good morning, everybody. Wake up, everybody. We got a lot to talk about. Now, very often, Vinny, I begin the show with things that I see on the LED board in the lobby.
You do.
Some are good, some are ridiculous.
Some are very educational.
Some are very, very educational. This was, today is a new one for me. Very, very revealing. Studies show that it is a myth that you cannot go swimming in a pool after eating.
Really?
Mind blown.
How many times did you hear that as a kid?
Mind blown. I remember, Danny, you got 2 more minutes. You've only been out 28 minutes.
So they actually did a study on this.
Get back over here, you dumb kid.
And every mom from 1950 to now is they got nothing to stand on anymore.
You just ate, you got to sit for a half an hour. Clock's ticking. It's all a myth.
Yeah.
It was never true.
Did you ever break the rule though?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But
I always felt like crap.
Yeah, but listen, I broke the rule and went in like after 26 minutes and I thought, am I going to die? Am I being a rebel? Isn't
that crazy, the stuff that pops up in childhood? You just jarred a memory. There is nothing that makes me more, I've mentioned this on the air before, makes me more irrationally angry than when I get the hiccups because I can't get rid of them. I remember having the hiccups as a kid around bedtime. My parents were out of town, so I was being watched by my sisters, and they messed with me incessantly.
Oh.
And they told me, you can't go to sleep with the hiccups, you'll die.
Oh, no. Were they messing or did they believe it?
No, they were messing with me.
Okay, gotcha.
But they didn't let me know that, so guess who stayed up all night with the hiccups?
No. No.
And then you
Sisterly
think,
love.
Sammy can't relate to this because Sammy's the young buck. But the fact that we never wore seatbelts, that it never occurred to people that you better buckle up. It's probably a good thing.
Yeah, that blows my mind. Like my mom and dad, my mom was one of 9, and they would just get in the car and just go from point A to point B.
It's true. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I look back on from childhood, and the way we did things. You have fond memories. That was just stupid. That never made sense. But seatbelts used to be so uncomfortable too. Remember them?
Oh yeah.
It was a bummer if you had to put your seatbelt on.
My parents were. My dad was particularly a chain smoker. My mom smoked, but wasn't a chain smoker. They would just one cigarette after another with the windows of the car closed up in wintertime, and they're the kids in the back seat.
And you're climbing around in the back.
You're climbing around in the back seat.
Maybe climbing up to the front seat.
Maybe having a smoke with them. It's like, did it never occur to our parents some of the stuff they were doing?
So this is what we come to today. Buckle up, definitely. But if you have a bite to eat, jump in the pool. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Nothing matters anymore.
And have a smoke inside. Right?
Right, exactly. All right, Bailey, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
We will have a Game 7 of the NBA Finals. It's because the Indiana Pacers roughed up the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-91 in Game 6 at Gainbridge Fieldhouse in a game that wasn't really even that close. Pacers held the Thunder to 35 combined points in the second and third quarters. They led by as many as 31 early in the fourth. They cruised to the victory. Tyrese Halliburton, whose playing status was up in the air until hours before the game because of a calf strain, did play, scored 14 points, handed out 5 assists in the win. Obi Toppin led a balanced Indiana attack with 20 points off the bench. Andrew Nembhard showed up too, 17 points for him. We will have our first NBA Finals Game 7 since 2016, the memorable matchup between the Cleveland Cavaliers pulling the upset over the Golden State Warriors. Game 7 Sunday at Oklahoma City's Paycom Center.
Hey, Tyrese Halliburton looked good last night.
Yeah, I don't think he should have played.
Selfish.
What hero ball.
Hero ball.
Man, what a jerk.
Yeah.
The Houston Rockets and head coach Ime Udoka have agreed on a long-term contract extension that will make him one of the highest-paid coaches in the NBA. No official word on what Udoka will be paid, but it's believed to be at least $10 million per season, or as what we call the Monty Williams neighborhood. He was making $13 million.
Come on, man.
Udoka led the Rockets to a 52-30 record in their first playoff appearance since 2020 this season. And he might have Kevin Durant to work with next year. KD Watch continues. We'll keep you updated on all the latest there today as well. The Arizona Senate voted late last night to approve House Bill 2704, a tax recapture bill that will fund renovations at Chase Field in downtown Phoenix. The measure passed by a vote of 19-11.
Little closer than I'd want that to be.
Yeah. Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall said in a statement, quote, "This is obviously another major step after receiving approval of HB 2704 in the Senate. This has been a long yet collaborative and productive process, and I'd say signs are pointing towards a positive solution. The amended legislation will head back to the Arizona House of Representatives before it can land on the governor's desk, and then it's up to Governor Hobbs to either sign it into law or veto it. The House has adjourned until Monday. 3-day weekend for the House, baby. Whoop, whoop. D-backs salvaged the final game of a 3-game series in Toronto. They beat the Blue Jays 9-5 at Rogers Center. Gino Suarez homered and doubled, knocked in 4 runs in his first 2 at-bats. Pavin Smith also homered and drove in 3. While Ryan Nelson, very steady on the mound. He went 5 2/3 innings, allowed just 1 run on 1 hit. D-backs roughed up Toronto starter Kevin Gausman for 7 runs on 7 hits and just 4 1/3 innings. Diamondbacks snap a 3-game losing streak. They move back to 500 again at 37-37. Their 9-game road trip continues tonight at Coors Field in Denver against the Rockies, who are, believe it or not, actually playing better baseball. Before yesterday's 4-3 11-inning loss to the Nationals, the Rockies had reeled off 4 in a row, yet they still only have 17 wins on the season. Zach Gallen on the mound today for the Snakes against Colorado left-hander Austin Gomber. First pitch 5:40. You can catch all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Skylar Bickley going to be in attendance today in Colorado.
Really?
She's there for a friend wedding, and a bunch of them are going to go watch the D-backs.
I'm sure she's ecstatic about this development.
Absolutely.
Big baseball fan. That's Skylar Bickley. Hey, Skylar Bickley is here from Peoria.
Well, let's see. Maybe we'll get a rousing win, and maybe she'll be the good luck charm. You know how superstitious baseball players are.
This will turn her into a baseball fan.
Could be, right?
Before yesterday's game, the D-backs placed catcher Gabby Moreno on the 10-day injured list with a hand contusion. They selected the contract of Aramis Garcia from AAA Reno. Moreno originally hurt the hand 2 weeks ago in a Friday night loss to the Reds and has played in only 3 games since. The roster move is retroactive to June 16th, but Moreno left the D-backs and flew back to Phoenix to get further testing. This is not good.
No.
By the way, 38 games in Reno this season, 10 home runs, an OPS of 923. In the NFL, veteran linebacker C.J. Mosley announced his retirement on his 33rd birthday. He spent his entire 10-year career with the Ravens and the Jets, 5 Pro Bowls. He was released by the Jets in March. Mercury extended their winning streak to 4 in a row with an impressive 89-81 road win over the defending league champion New York Liberty in Brooklyn. Monique Akoa-Makani led the way with 21 points. Alyssa Thomas, 18 points, 15 boards, 7 assists. And the Mercury won without Kalia Copper, who's still getting back to playing shape after a knee injury. Brianna Stewart had 35. Nice try, Bree, in the loss for the Liberty. Mercury's road trip continues Saturday morning in Chicago against the Sky. And Scotty Scheffler and Austin Eckroat, both 8 under 62s in the first round of the Travelers Championship in Cromwell, Connecticut. They are the co-leaders. Heading into today's action, Rory McIlroy heads into Friday tied for second place with Keegan Bradley and the destructive Wyndham Clark.
I'm glad you brought him up. I want to get into Wyndham Clark at some point today. Can you believe a golfer would destroy lockers at a sacred place like Oakmont?
He's had a little bit of a history of the temper issue.
Yes.
What a temper on that guy.
Man is ugly.
With a name like Wyndham, I'd be mad too.
We'll get into it. We got to run. We got to roll.
There you go. There's your splash for Friday, June 20th. Coming up next, we're headed to a Game 7 in the NBA Finals, but Game 6 poses the question, what the heck was that, OKC? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. That's your ball game. Diamondbacks prevent the sweep, and they win the finale by a final score of 9-5. The offense really shined in this one, and Ryan Nelson turned in a dominant starting pitching performance.
Next for the D-backs, 3 games at the Rockies, with Game 1 live from Denver at 5 this afternoon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here. The weekend is about here, and if your backyard is kind of cringy, if it prevents you from having company over the weekend, don't fret. It happens to most everybody. And my friends at Turf Monsters, they have your solution. Turf Monsters has great range. They are a one-stop shop that builds everything but pools, everything from barbecue pits to patios to putting greens. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you a beautiful green, sparkling lawn that really pops without the water bills, without the mess. Whatever you're looking for, Turf Monsters landscapers have been serving the valley since 2018, and they take immense pride in their finished product, their professionalism, and the satisfaction of their customers. Talked to Mike Freeland, the owner of Turf Monsters, recently, and he said his company loves nothing more than exceeding expectations. Go check out their work online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Rick. Is there a chance the Suns wait until the NBA draft to trade Kevin Durant? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
18-point deficit, OKC. 45 seconds to go. Pass stolen by Halliburton. How about Tyrese Halliburton? No look. And Siakam with the jam. Halliburton delivering in Game 6. 20-point lead, Indiana.
Another turnover, 2 more points off the turnovers.
Yeah, that made it a 20-point lead. Pascal Siakam made it a 22-point lead at halftime. He hit a turnaround jumper with 1 second to go on the clock. Thorough domination by the Indiana Pacers last night in a game that started out, looked like it was going to be a boat race the other way. OKC gets up 8 points.
Yeah.
Indiana can't throw the ball in the basket.
Yeah.
And then they go on this run and never look back. And
Right.
Tyrese Halliburton, credit to him. I thought he looked normal. If you didn't know that he had a calf strain, would you suspect anything?
No, I thought he
played
looked very
last night?
fast. I thought he played fast. I think he looked like he played confident. That no-look pass to the Pascal Siakam dunk that basically broke the Thunder at the end of the first half was fantastic. Yeah, that was quite a performance by the Pacers and quite a no-show from the Thunder. We discussed this. We wondered exactly what type of team the Thunder were going to be, and I think we all assumed that they were going to really treat that opportunity with great care and great aggression and great seriousness, and they did what they did against Denver. They just sleptwalked through a game.
Yeah, that's a closeout game.
It's a closeout game.
With the carrot being your first ever NBA championship for a young team like that to finish it off. And they played horribly.
Yeah.
And looked like they didn't really care that much either.
It was bizarre.
Here's Mark Daignault, their head coach.
I'll look at it. I mean, obviously it was a very poor performance by us, but there's 2 teams out there. I want to give Indiana credit for the way they defended, the way they competed in the game, the way they played all the way around. They had a lot to do with it. And there was stuff that I thought we could have controlled that could have been better. So we have to own that. We'll look at it. We'll learn from it. Like we always do, and then we got to obviously be much better going into Game 7.
Look, and Oklahoma City has been very beatable on the road in this postseason. They're 5-5 now away from OKC in the playoffs. That's the last road game they're going to play. But that game was such a whooping that it makes you wonder about the psychology going into Game 7.
Well, it would certainly give the Pacers confidence.
Absolutely.
At the very least. The Pacers should be a confident team going into Oklahoma City. Now, will that translate? I don't know. But not many people really forecast what we saw last night. As we discussed pre-show, the line on that game was Oklahoma favored by 5.5 points on the road in a Game 6.
Well, so I think the uncertainty about Halliburton certainly influenced that number. But
yeah, that had a lot to do with it.
But still, they didn't look like they belonged on the same court with Indiana. And even just like the mental things. You mentioned it, the steal and the no-look pass to Siakam. And then that was followed by just bad decision-making. Chet Holmgren takes a shot with 14.6 seconds left in the quarter. They could have milked a lot more clock. The Pacers get another shot. Then to begin the second half, it's the NBA in the year 2025. A 22-point lead is not a death sentence.
No.
And they came out flatter in the third quarter than they looked in the first half. They didn't score for over 5 minutes.
I know. That was unbelievable to me.
Yeah.
Watching that display of lack of shot making to begin the third quarter was it was basically almost 5 minutes of clock.
5:03 is when they got that first Hartenstein bucket.
They just, like I said, that Siakam dunk off of that Halliburton steal and that beautiful no-look cross-court pass that he pulled off, it really looked like it just rattled that team like holy, right?
Yep. They
had a potential 2-for-1 at the end of the first half, and they were walking the ball up the court. They did not look like they were locked in at all. It's a sign of a team that is tremendous, but also a team that is still figuring stuff out, the team that's got some immaturity to them, and that partly scares me that they can be that good as they've been while still figuring things out.
Young teams like this don't go this far. I mean, they had a graphic up last night that it was the 77 Portland Trailblazers?
Yeah.
Are the only younger team ever to make the finals.
You remember that team, don't you, Vinny? Bill Walton, Lionel Hollins.
Bobby Gross.
Bobby Gross. That's a pull right there.
Oh, what was that guy's name? Was it Twardzik?
Dave Twardzik. Yeah.
And on the flip side for the Pacers, I mean, you couldn't have drawn it up better from a holistic team standpoint.
No.
Six guys, double figures. You got to sit Halliburton in the fourth.
That's exactly where I was going because the game was so out of hand. I mean, it was midway through the third, and I'm thinking, what is he still doing in there? And Carlisle sat him. He only had to play 22 minutes and 52 seconds of that game. That's about the perfect prescription moving forward. Doesn't guarantee anything from Game 7, but if I'm Indiana, I'm feeling great.
Yeah.
About as good as you can feel going on the road on a Game 7 for all the marbles.
Yep.
And we talked about what Carlisle was going to do, the plan he was going to have, what the Pacers were going to look like. And credit to him, but credit to the Pacers for going out there and executing exactly what Carlisle had in plan. And TJ McConnell, guys, how are we? The dude... If you had never watched an NBA game ever in your life and you turned on the 6-minute spell when TJ was going, you would have thought number 9 in yellow was one of the best players on the planet.
The greatest player in the world.
He's had a phenomenal postseason.
He really has been. He really has.
It's unbelievable. I kept thinking in my head, how does he keep doing this? It seems like night in and night out, and the Thunder have no answer for it. If I'm Mark Dagnall and he's doing that, you have to just in the timeout be like, someone do something.
The thing about TJ McConnell that I really, really love is I don't watch a lot of Pacers basketball. I'm very aware of his career, obviously, but you don't get a lot of him on the daily in watching the NBA, is how decisive he is with the basketball. He never gets caught, indecisive. He pokes, he prods, then he moves it somewhere.
Yeah. And the thing that stands out to me is, I mean, he's getting offensive rebounds over 7-footers.
I know.
Just because he's in the right place and has all the right fundamentals.
Uh-huh.
I would love to see what his conversion rate on 50-50 balls on the floor are. Because, again,
probably pretty high.
He went to the floor last night, and there was no reason he should have got the basketball away. I think it was Hartenstein on that play, too. Ripped it right away from him, started the break the other way. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander last night, not good.
No.
7 of 15 from the floor, 21 points, was a -17. 8 turnovers in the game. 21 turnovers, for Oklahoma City that led to 19 points. Shea joins a very prestigious list of players who have had 8 or more turnovers in a finals game. He's the first guy to do it since Luka last year. LeBron has done it twice. Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Manu Ginobili, Kenyon Martin, Hakeem Olajuwon, 3 from Magic Johnson, and Gus Williams. 8 turnovers in a finals game.
Wow.
And the disappearing act that when that game started and Oklahoma City's rolling early, and you're thinking, wow, Chet Holmgren looks really active. He had 2 baskets in like the first 4 minutes. That was it.
And he smoked an alley-oop.
That was it.
Yeah.
It's
going to be good.
Wretched performance.
This is going to be good. It's the first time we've had a Game 7 in an NBA Finals in quite some time.
9 years.
And you know this, when you're talking about Game 7s in NBA Finals, this is way above a Game 7 in the postseason. This is Game 7 at the pinnacle, and Tyrese Halliburton, for a handful of guys, their lives will be irreparably changed after Sunday, for better and or worse.
Yeah, because you're labeled one way or the other.
Yes, you are.
On a Game 7, more so than any other game.
Yes, you are.
You are right. Can't wait for it, though. It's been a good series. Last night kind of stunk, but hey, we get the drama of a Game 7. Coming up next, Diamondbacks bats finally showed up in Toronto. They salvaged one north of the border. We'll get into it in D-Backs Daily straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Are the Suns doing any damage to their reputation as an organization by sending a star like Kevin Durant to a place he doesn't want to go? To prime the pump for the next star who comes to play for them. Would a potential star who wants to come to the Suns go, yeah, but man, they did Kevin Durant dirty a couple of years ago. He gave him a list of the places he wanted to go, and they sent him to Minnesota. They sent him to Toronto.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so do me a favor, if you're bouncing around the valley this weekend, head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance, see how they can take your fandom to the very next level. Now, you might be asking, come on, Bick, why wouldn't I just go to my local big box store? It's a good question, because there's an assumption in the electronics industry that prices have to be lower at those big box stores, and that's because people walk into those stores, see a TV at a very low price, and think, wow, I have to shop here. What they don't know is that television is hot garbage and will rob you of quality and experience. One of many reasons you shop at Walt's. Walt's will give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selections, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. If you want to see that, that is in their theater room. It's pretty spectacular, and you will not pay a premium for that experience or all that expertise, because Walt's also offers unbeatable prices, and to prove it, if you found a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Walt's and they will match it. They'll also give you same-day delivery, 7 days a week, and you will enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, when you're there, drop my name. You get 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty for free. Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hey,
it's Wolf for Tim Hovig's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Baysonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided the sweep yesterday. They beat the Blue Jays 9-5. Ryan Nelson went 5 2/3, only gave up 1 hit and 1 earned run. The D-backs were backed by Eugenio Suarez and Pavin Smith, who both homered and drove in a combined 7 runs. Hopefully this win is more of what's to come, as the Diamondbacks will be in the Mile High City tonight and start a 3-game series with the Rockies, and Zach Gallen will get the ball. First pitch will be at 5:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury continued to stay hot last night. They beat the WNBA's best, New York Liberty, 89-81 last night for their 4th straight win. And we are headed to a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. The Indiana Pacers poured it on the Thunder last night, 108-91. The Pacers had 6 players in double figures, led by Obi Toppin with 20 off the bench, and the series shifts to OKC for a winner-take-all game on Sunday night. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs trying to get 1 win in Toronto after dropping the first 2 north of the border, and they do it with Ryan Nelson on the mound against Toronto right-hander Kevin Gausman. After a scoreless first inning, Josh Naylor led off the top of the second with a single to center field, and that brought up Eugenio Suarez.
As the 0-1 swung on that, is hit high and fairly deep out to right center field. Going back is Barger, still going back, looking up. It is gone. Opposite field home run for Suarez. That's number 22. He's got 60 RBIs on the season, and more importantly, a 2-0 Diamondback lead.
Yeah, Chris Garagiola on the call, 22nd, as he said, for Suarez. 395 feet to right center. That's a short one for Gino.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
400 plus. Toronto would get on the board in the bottom of the second inning. Alejandro Kirk leading things off against Nelson.
Swung on, hit towards deep right center. Long run for Thomas, looking up. That ball is off the railing. Is it a home run? Kirk has trotted the bases, and now we get the signal. Yes, a leadoff home run by Kirk. It is number 6 for him on the season, and the Jays get 1 right back.
He has an interesting build, that Alejandro Kirk, doesn't he?
Yeah, you can say that again.
Like Spanky Lavalier.
Wow.
He jumped on a 95-mile-per-hour first.
I covered that guy. Mike Lavalier? Yeah.
A 95-mile-per-hour first pitch four-seamer, and it left the yard. Cut Arizona's lead to 1. Nelson would walk Springer, but then get Jimenez, Clement, and Robertson in order to end the second, still leading. More Diamondbacks offense in the third. 1 out, Ketel Marte singled, then Pavin Smith drew a walk. Josh Naylor followed by popping up to short for the second out. Suarez's turn again, and once again, he would deliver.
2 on for Suarez. and he swings and drills it deep left center field. That is going to get over the head of Robertson and off the wall. Gattel will score. Pavin rounding third right behind him. And Suarez, a 2-run double, gives Arizona a 4-1 lead.
Yeah, 2 at-bats for Suarez, 4 runs knocked in. D-backs increased the lead to 3. Nelson was in command. He set down 9 straight Blue Jays hitters from the 2nd through the 4th. D-backs would tack on in the 5th with 1 out. Marte reached on an infield single. That brought up Pavin Smith.
As Pavin swings at the first pitch, drills it. Deep right center, looking up, Clase. It is out of here. Pavin Smith leans into it for his 6th home run of the season. And the D-backs now in front 6-1.
Yeah, Smith hammered a Gosman fastball 415 feet to center. 5-run lead at that point. Later in the inning, Randall Grichuk's sac fly would score Naylor to make it 7-1. Nelson's streak would end at 9 straight retired when he hit Andres Jimenez, who's really good at getting hit by pitches, by the way. That led off the 5th, but he would get Ernie Clement to ground into a 5-4-3 double play and then struck out Will Robertson to end the 5th. More D-back offense in the 6th with rookie Paxton Schultz on the mound. Jose Herrera led off with a walk. Perdomo followed with a single with runners on first and second and nobody out. Ketel Marte!
And now the pitch. Swung on, hit towards the left field corner, falling fast, and that is going to get past Robertson and 1 hop off the left field wall. Herrera rounds third and scores. Perdomo to second. RBI double by Ketel. The D-backs now in front 8-1.
Yeah, 7-run lead. Pavin Smith then had a sac fly that Jonathan Clase made a great sliding catch on, although there was some debate about it. Long review. Perdomo scored from third to make it 9-1. Nelson would get 2 outs in the 6th and left after allowing just the solo home run to Kirk in the 2nd. Toronto made it look respectable in the 7th and 8th. Kirk had a 2nd solo home run in the 7th. Clase went deep leading off the 8th, and Vlad Guerrero and Kirk each had hits that brought in runs, all against Anthony DeSclafani. But Shelby Miller would come in, pitch a stress-free 9th to ice the game for the Diamondbacks, who got back in the win column. Back to 500 at 37-37 on the year. Torey Lovello on the win.
It was quality at bat after quality at bat, staying behind the baseball. 5 walks, 9 hits, a lot of slug. It was a very efficient game. I can tell when the team is fighting and fighting to do things and not playing relaxed baseball. But today, I thought we scored some early runs. Gino clearly had the big blows, and that allowed us to get into that state where it was our turn to go out and do our thing.
Yeah, the margin for this team is so thin. You're moving on to Colorado, having lost the series. They were so close to winning the series. If you go back to that opener where Shelby Miller gave up the 2 home runs in the 9th, but that middle game being the stinker, and here we are again. Another ground. It's like ground floor feeling for the Diamondbacks because they're back at 37-37, back at 500 going into this series.
Yeah, a little bit of relief because it was a pretty emphatic performance yesterday. It was a no-doubter as much as DeSclafani tried to. And you know what I thought about? What if Gwen Stefani married DeSclafani and hyphenated her name?
Gwen
Stefani
DeSclafani.
DeSclafani.
Hey, you're going to have to talk to Blake Shelton.
Yeah, the things I think about.
What if her name wasn't Gwen, but it was Stephanie?
Yeah. Oh, I like that.
Stefani
DeSclafani. That'd be fantastic, right? So, Gino Suarez is at 20 home runs and 60 RBI on June 19th. There's only 4 players in Major League Baseball at that level and that plateau right now. Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh of Seattle, Pete Crow Armstrong, who's a stud in Chicago.
Yeah,
he's the only 5th D-backs hitter to reach that feat before July 1st.
Yeah.
So Gino certainly upheld his end of the bargain, and I don't know when his home run binge began last year. I know he had 24 from July on.
Yeah.
So if you do those composite stats from when he got hot last year to right now, this is an epic stretch this is a JD Martinez stretch of baseball.
I think that stretches at about 145 games approximately, and the numbers are just eye-popping.
Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah. So Gino is having that kind of season, which is why the Yankees want him so bad should the Diamondbacks be sellers at trade deadline. But, we keep getting assurances that's probably not going to happen. It's going to be up to the team to continue this. The only bad thing about the game, as I bring up DeSclafani, is that you had to burn Shelby Miller yesterday. That shouldn't have happened in a 9-1 game.
Well, can you question the earlier pitching maneuver? Because Ryan Nelson was really good and got these kudos from Torey Lovullo.
I think it all started with Ryan Nelson, who gave us a chance to get grounded, catch our breath. You're just trying to discover yourself after a tough loss yesterday. Quick turnaround, and he let us get our footing. It was a great job. A lot of carry, fastball. It said it was 25 rise, but I know that's not the case. But he had an electric fastball that was hopping. Their players were telling our players that it was tough to get on top of, and those are positive things that I can hear in the dugout from another player that tells me that Nelly's having a good day. So I think it was all off of the fastball, and then the secondary stuff was very efficient as well.
1 hit, 1 run, only 2 walks, 83 pitches in 5 2/3.
Yeah.
And we saw, you talked about it being emphatic, but yes. Do you trust this bullpen to get 10 outs?
No.
I don't.
No.
And when DeSclafani came in, the whole complexion of the game changed. And again, I know he's trying to find his footing, and the Diamondbacks are just trying to find guys to get through innings. But when is Ryan Nelson going to be able to go more than 83 pitches?
I would have thought he would have been there by now.
If he's in your rotation and he's rolling, let him roll.
Yeah, I would have thought he'd be stretched out enough by now. Apparently he's not. How many times this season have the Diamondbacks called on a reliever outside, and the guy comes into the game, and some casual fan in the Valley goes, I've never heard of that guy. It's probably happened 3 or 4 times this year.
Yeah.
You have to be reminded, and Gambo did a good job of pointing this out yesterday, how many dudes off the scrap heap they have thrown out there hoping to get another Jalen Beeks.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Jalen Beeks has been fantastic for the most part, but other than him and Shelby Miller,
yeah, no, listen,
that's grasping at this point.
That's exactly what it is.
I mean, our man Juan Murillo's been pretty good.
He's been great.
He has been. I'll give Juan some credit.
But there's been a handful of guys, a couple who've already been sent down, come up. Oh, no, sorry.
And you just hope Backus can continue just to pitch at the level in which he's already shown.
Yeah.
We've talked about him on the show, but he could be a real attribute.
He's a weapon.
Arm.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So it's I think they're close, but there's still, that bullpen is still a powder keg. And that's why I don't have much issue with Shelby coming into the game. You wish you wouldn't have, because it might cost him an appearance in this Colorado series. Hope you don't need it. But the other thing that occurred to me watching the game yesterday is the Diamondbacks continued to add on runs, 2 runs here, 2 runs there, 2 runs here. This lineup that can be incredibly potent and incredibly sleepy, they need to realize if this team is going to get anywhere, they can't go to bed in the middle of games anymore. They need to add. Bulletproof the bullpen by not falling asleep offensively. That's what they need to do.
By the way, this time last year, June 20th, 2024, Gino Suarez had 6 home runs.
Wow. And he finished with what, 34 last year? No, 30 last year. 30.
Yeah.
Wow.
Diamondbacks move on to Colorado. 3-game series against the Rockies. Coming up next, a reliever throwing a punch at a fan. Tempers flaring in L.A. We'll get you into some Major League Baseball chin music next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't remember a season where it's been almost so clear cut, right? Like what you just said, it's either going to happen or it isn't. But ultimately, it's going to come down to, is Kyler Murray going to play well in the second half of the season or not?
It is time for the Arizona Cardinals to go out in year 3 of this rebuild and use all of the talents, all of the acquisitions, whether it was through the draft and some of the free agents you have picked up. So now it's time to go out and win more games. To me, it starts with 10. I think that's the floor for this team.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Game changers, very, very important in the sporting world and all over the valley. That is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing. They are changing the game for people with loose or missing teeth, people with ill-fitting dentures, people with dental issues, people who do not like their smile, do not like to take pictures because they're embarrassed. They're doing that by offering amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. The amazing quality comes from the fact that the whole process is 100% digital, which means there's no guesswork, no human error. It means your new teeth, your new implants are going to turn out perfect. The great convenience, everything done under one roof, from lab work to surgery to follow-ups, and you are going to get the best prices you are going to find in the valley. And you don't have to settle for the standard all-on-4 dental implants. New Life Dental Implant Center actually uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support, and each new smile is crafted from solid zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts, with flexible financing that makes it all possible. Get that new smile by calling 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile, taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Bickley and Marotta, Cheer Music.
Yeah, some tempers flaring last night all over baseball, even before games yesterday, as it turns out. But there was a doubleheader yesterday between the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Detroit Tigers at Comerica Park in Detroit. And there was an incident with a fan and Dennis Santana, one of the relievers, in the bullpen for the Pirates. Apparently the fan crossed the line, said some things. Cameras caught Santana actually taking a leaping swing at the fan.
Yeah.
Threw a punch. He actually came in and pitched later in that game. Afterwards, he explained himself and said they crossed the line too many times. I regret what I did. I shouldn't have reacted that way, but it doesn't make what they did okay. And again, we get into this whole question, Vic, about fan behavior because later in that game, Tommy Pham, who plays for the Pirates, he had some fans ejected near home plate because the heckling was getting a little bit too much. The umpires gave the security personnel a lot of credit for de-escalating it. And Tommy Pham, we know that from his time here, the stuff that he deals with from fans on the road.
Right.
Again, it's a ticket. It's not a license. It's not a license to anything. These are people at work. And you can't just say anything you want to professional athletes because there's a barrier between you and them.
The Dennis Santana footage, if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend you check out the video. It looks like somebody taunting a tiger at the zoo, and the tiger comes and takes a running leap at you. But he can't quite get to you because you're up high and he's down in a pit.
The weird part about it, too, is the fan that he took the swing at was wearing it looked like a Roberto Clemente jersey. It was yellow and it had number 21 on the back. I don't know what jersey it was. It certainly wasn't Tigers colors.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it was Pittsburgh on Pittsburgh crime, if you will.
I don't know, but this stuff is alarming to me because these people who heckle and chirp at baseball players from a safe distance, this is an issue that I think is kind of tied to the declining civility in this country, to be quite honest with you. There was a time when I would go to games. First of all, I would never be somebody who would do that, to even lightly heckle a player. But there used to be a level of reverence that I'm here. I paid money to see you because you're very special at what you do. To make fun of players and to chirp at them at that level means you're doing it for something else. And I don't know what that is. I saw somebody post a video a few days ago, and maybe it was an old video that got recirculated. But he was at an NBA game, and a player came over and alerted security to him, and the security gave him one of those warning cards that they issue in the NBA now. And he was all proud that he got this warning card. And he's on video going, yeah, I was just chirping at him. And then guy ended up with this. It's like, why do you think it's your right to chirp at a professional basketball player, and what are you getting out of it?
Well, I mean, especially in basketball, every player will tell you, it comes with the territory, but to a point. There's a way to do it correctly, to support your team, to make things difficult on the opponent. But once it gets personal or abusive or offensive or things like that, then it crosses the line. And, Dennis Santana was explaining himself after the game. He said, quote, "You guys know me and I'm a calm demeanor type of person. I've never had any issues with any of the teams that I've played for. And I guess the guy crossed the line a few times. I would not like to go into it." But then he later reiterated, they crossed the line too many times. It doesn't justify my actions, but it was too much. I don't know if you've seen the guy there's a guy, I forget the account name on Instagram, but he's one of those playful hecklers. So he sits out in left field and he'll say things like to the opposing player. I think he's a Bay Area, like a Giants fan. Let's say Lourdes Gurriel was out there. He'd say stuff like, "Hey, Lourdes, I bet you put your toilet paper on so it rolls from the bottom, you bum." And everybody gets a big kick out of it. And actually, there's footage of him getting like thumbs up from players. Like, "Hey, I appreciate you having fun with it."
Or the guy in Seattle, the old dude in Seattle who sits right by the entrance. He holds up signs, and they're very mocking, but he doesn't take it anywhere else with it.
Yeah.
And it bothers some players, but some just go, okay, that's just what he does.
Yeah.
So I wonder what's I don't get it, man.
But you also, to Santana's point, you can't swing at fans either. There's people there that are
no,
take care of the situation.
No, absolutely not. But you could tell from the response of the fans, they're like, "Oh!" And it was almost like that was their desired result.
Yeah,
to get him to act out.
Ooh, I got you to lose it.
Gotcha.
Speaking of losing it, Dodgers Padres last night.
Ooh, what a transition!
Final game from a four-game series, and Fernando Tatis Jr. got plunked. 5-0 game late. I believe it was in the 9th inning. He gets plunked again. He had been plunked 3 times in that series, and he gets hit by pitches a lot by Dodgers pitchers. So Mike Schilt, the manager of the Padres, comes out of the dugout and absolutely loses his mind. Bench is clear. Then it gets escalated, in my opinion, by Dave Roberts, the manager of the Dodgers, who cameras caught him pointing at Schilt and trying to get at Schilt saying, "I'll beat your blank." Now, we just had a series. I mean, there was 8 total hit batsmen in that 4-game series. The Diamondbacks Blue Jays series, there were 10 hit batsmen. And nobody lost their cool. I mean, Andres Jimenez got hit 3 times.
Yeah.
I don't think it's anything personal against him because that's the only way he's getting on base these days is getting hit by a pitch.
Yeah.
But, man.
Well, it's 2 things. Number 1, that rivalry between the Padres and the Dodgers, I don't think it's ever been better. And number 2, I think that it's just the names that we're talking about. It's basically twice in that series, Fernando Tatis Jr. has been plunked, and then Shohei has gotten plunked in retaliation.
Well, Shohei got plunked in the bottom of the 9th inning, and the game was 5-2 at that point. And when he got hit, you could see the crowd kind of rising up, and the tensions were rising again. And I got to give Shohei a ton of credit. He took off his padding, and he was walking down to first base, and he motioned to the dugout, "Stay there." Waved them all back. "Don't come out.
Yeah.
It's okay."
Yeah. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you on that. And it's and you know me, I've been saying for years there's something very, very heinous about this. And baseball types tell me this is the equivalent of hockey fights, but worse. Because baseballs thrown at 100 miles per hour can do a lot of damage. There was an incident in Tampa where a dude in the dugout got smoked in the face with the foul ball, and they had to bring EMTs onto the field. So, and that was at 105 miles per hour. These pitchers are throwing close to 100. You can do real damage. In fact, the Padres are worried that Fernando Tatis Jr. might be injured. His hand might be really messed up.
Yeah.
And Manny Machado said there's going to be hell to pay if he is really hurt.
Yeah, he said they better pray the tests come back negative.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So I've never liked the retaliation pitching. It's too dangerous, especially when you're throwing at high-end players. But those in the game say you need it to be able to police the game.
You have to, but also there's the point of if your guy's getting plunked, this is going to bleed over to the next Padres-Dodgers series. Because Shohei waved everybody off. But that pitch from Suarez, that was incredibly purposeful. He hadn't hit a batter since 2022. He never hits left-handed batters.
No.
And that was high and tight
But
against the game's biggest star.
But he took the mound knowing I have to do this or my teammates are not going to respect me.
And then everybody will lie about it after. Oh, I just got away from
Got away from me. Right? Dude, you haven't hit a batter in 19 years. Grip was off.
Coming up next, the latest on the Kevin Durant trade front. I'm going to sound like a kid in the back seat of a road trip. Are we there yet? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
And on score!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. And understanding that end goal is to serve whoever it may be. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got. And knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
You can hire somebody to load a truck. It's different to get a team of people that give you a great experience. And that's what I got with Moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
NASCAR Prime is gearing up for the Tricky Triangle at Pocono.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for.
After 5 decades of racing tradition, it's clear that strategy is king at Pocono.
Finally, some separation between first, second, and third.
3 legendary turns, 3 unique approaches.
Wow, that's close.
Who will tame the triangle this year? Don't miss the Cup Series at Pocono, streaming Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text radio to 64,000. That's radio to 64,000.
With great deals coming this Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Shop great deals this Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided the sweep yesterday. They beat the Blue Jays 9-5. Ryan Nelson went 5 2/3, only gave up 1 hit and 1 earned run in the win. The D-backs were backed by Eugenio Suarez and Pavin Smith, who both homered and drove in a combined 7 runs. Hopefully this win is more of what's to come, as the Diamondbacks will be in the Mile High City tonight and start a 3-game series with the Rockies, and Zach Gallen will get the ball tonight. First pitch will be at 5:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Senate last night voted and approved HB 2704, the tax recapture bill that will fund renovations at Chase Field. The bill will head back to the Arizona House of Representatives. For more on that story, head to arizonasports.com. And we're headed to Game 7 in the NBA Finals. The Indiana Pacers took care of business against the Thunder last night, 108-91. The Pacers had 6 players in double figures, led by Obi Toppin with 20 points off the bench, and the series will shift to OKC for a winner-take-all game on Sunday night. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizons. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
The longer this drags out, the more we're going to be talking about it. Kevin Durant's one of the best players in the league still today. He's going to go down as, top 15, top 20
50,
player
40, 90.
of all time, top 10 player of all time.
Sir.
So, and his stats, I mean, this is what he's doing even at this age is remarkable. The Suns know if they're going to trade Kevin Durant, they clearly have a price threshold they want met. And I had one team tell me today, it's kind of a game of chicken at this point. From the Rockets to the Heat to the Minnesota Timberwolves, it's literally one or two pieces away, either which way, that can get a deal done. But at the end of the day, one of these teams has to meet that threshold to get something done. The NBA draft is about a week away, so could this go into the NBA draft? For sure. But I don't think the Suns wanted to. I don't think the other teams wanted to. You want to get those deals done. So my understanding is they're in active conversations with those three teams specifically on trying to get a deal done for Kevin Durant, having their price threshold met. I would also not be surprised if this has 3-4 team deal scenarios too. This is also something that could branch into much more than just being a one-for-one trade.
Shams Charania yesterday on the Pat McAfee show. There you go. Houston, Miami, Minnesota. Let's just call it like we see it, Dick. What are you waiting for, Minnesota? What's $120 million for a 39-year-old?
Right.
Over 2 years.
Just
do it.
Yeah, there's a belief now, and I think I'm in this category that Minnesota, that this is the sticking point with Minnesota, that they're willing to extend KD, but at a much lower rate than the max rate he's looking for. Whether it's 110, 120, I don't know exactly what the number is.
I think it's 122 is the number that it would be at the top level of it.
All right, okay.
So $61 million each.
Because I think Minnesota is looking, okay, we really want to keep this guy, and we really want to keep this guy, and I'm talking about Julius Randle and Naz Reid. So how do we keep KD? How do we do that? Well, we do it by maybe getting him at $35 million a year rather than $60 million a year. And KD isn't going to go for that.
No, I mean that's almost a $20 million pay cut per season.
But he's also going to be 39 at the back end of that deal.
Yeah, but this, like I identified yesterday, last chance to cash in.
Yeah, that's true, too.
Now, Kevin Durant might get another contract. He strikes me as a guy who wants to play until he's 45, whether or not his body will allow him or the rest of the league will allow him to do that. So he might get smaller deals after this one, but this is the last opportunity. And it's not even a guarantee, like you said, to get the big money.
The issue here, and we know this because we've been living this daily, is that the more this goes on and the more the KD talk becomes part of the national media narrative, the more the image of Matt Ishbia as a clueless new owner syndrome kind of guy begins to proliferate. At first, it was really Stephen A. Smith who was out there on that limb. Worst owner in NBA history, might end up that way. Now everybody is kind of rolling their eyes at the Phoenix Suns, and if that's the case, you've got to believe teams in the NBA are going to try to exploit that. So it really is, this going down to the wire doesn't surprise me at all, because the Suns have gone into this with a level of expectations of what they're going to get back for Kevin Durant, and they have not received that.
Not yet.
Not yet. There's a lot of people who are predicting that the Miami Heat are going to end up winning the sweepstakes.
Yep. Jake Fisher among them.
That's not with direct source to say the Heat are the leading contenders. I just think when all is said and done, when you look at this whole landscape, if you're trying to triangulate what the most likely outcome is, Golden State didn't seem to be Jimmy Butler's home at first, but you started to read the tea leaves and figure out, well, if Phoenix can't do this, if this team can't do that, maybe Golden State and Jimmy Butler are going to need each other. I think at the end of the day, right now, that's my best educated guess as to what the outcome is going to be for Kevin Durant. I think Miami still has the pieces and the willingness and are a team that KD would want to go to that could ultimately rule out and win this landscape and this sweepstakes for Kevin Durant.
And the sticking point there has been the inclusion or exclusion of Khalil Ware, their young center from Indiana. If that's not part of the deal, it becomes a lot less attractive, because then you're looking at deal for like Andrew Wiggins,
Terry Rozier, Duncan Robinson,
maybe Jaime Jaquez. Jr., who had a really bad second year.
Khalil Ware has to be part of the package
no doubt
to make this work, and that's what people are thinking, and what Jake Fisher's getting at, and I think I agree with this, is that if you're in Houston, you can convince yourselves KD might put us over the top, but we don't need him to make a run at this thing. Minnesota could come to the exact same conclusion. San Antonio, who knows where they're at on that spectrum, but Miami is the team that would go nowhere without making this trade. Right, because Bama Adebayo, Tyler Hero, and who's their third piece?
They have the Jovic kid.
Who am I forgetting?
Duncan Robinson, Khalil Ware.
Okay,
I don't really have a. Andrew Wiggins is basically their third guy.
That's
now.
who I was missing.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. So you can't make a case that the threesome of Andrew Wiggins, Tyler Hero, and Bam Adebayo are going to take you anywhere. But if you add Kevin Durant to that group, now you've got a playoff team.
Well, and the Heat have historically been able to not only talk themselves into star players, but then when paired with Eric Spoelstra, more often than not, tend to make it work. You've seen it with Jimmy Butler. You've seen it obviously with LeBron. And if Durant were to go there, and you're a Heat fan, you're like, okay, we have Durant, Hero, Bam, and you can, in a weaker East with no Tatum, and the East is still really good, but you can now talk yourself into being like a top 6 seed as opposed to where they're at now.
Maybe. I think that's more of a statement on the East than it would be the improvement of the Heat with Kevin Durant. Maybe I'm underselling what he's going to bring there if he does land there. But people are also using the Desmond Bane trade example as kind of this basis. Wow. And a lot of naive people thinking, look at everything Memphis got for Desmond Bane. The Suns are going to clean up on Kevin Durant. Not the case. We've talked about it. Here's John Hollinger on that subject.
The Suns aren't going to get a Bane level package, in my opinion, for Durant. And if they think that, we got a question on the playback yesterday about like the Suns potentially waiting. And the problem there is, why would they expect that the offers would get stronger? Because everyone knows what Kevin Durant is. There's of course an injury risk, and bringing him in midseason is tough. And because you get less Durant, and he can still extend in season, but it's hard for me to imagine the offers getting stronger. So if they're weak now, that isn't a signal to wait. That is a signal that offers are just weak.
Yeah, I still would love to see what happens to this whole market and this carousel, if you will, if Minnesota says, okay, 2 years, 162, done.
Yeah. Yeah, then I think it is done, to be honest with you.
I think it would be done, too.
I'm not sure they're going to get to that place, though.
Unless that would spur one of those other teams to say, you know what, Khalil Ware, you can have him.
Yeah, right. So I think that a lot of this stuff, and Miami also has got a little bit of draft capital. They've got a 20 this season. They've got a 2030 first-round pick they can trade. They got a 2032 first-round pick they can trade. Now, they're not going to give all of that stuff to the Suns, but you can maybe talk yourselves into a deal. If they throw Khalil Ware into that package, you could walk away from that going, okay, it's not terrible. It's not what we were looking for, but it's not awful.
Oh, Miami has a decent amount of first-round picks. They have the 2029, 2031, 2028, and 2027, and this year's. So if Durant gets traded to the Heat, I would hope that the Heat semi-overpaid for him. And it doesn't have to be a Desmond Bane type thing. But if you're doing business with the Heat, just know as a Suns fan, it's not going to look good for the next couple years.
No.
And that's one of the points also, is if there's a realization from a lot of people that the Suns aren't going to be good next year no matter what they do, right? Then it's people can make an argument that KD is the one that really has the most to lose here. If this thing doesn't get done, then there are people speculating that if the Suns run this thing right to the draft and realize there's nothing we like here, we're going to hold on to him and wait to trade him. Then does Kevin Durant make their lives miserable? Does Kevin Durant kind of get out of the super professional, respectful, quiet lane and get into Jimmy Butlerville?
Be interesting to see if KD has that in him.
That's the big thing. Does
when
he?
we talked about the Jimmy Butler situation, that was one of the conclusions I came to, is not a lot of guys can do that.
No, just
Jimmy
make
Butler's comfortable in that realm.
Yes, just make everybody's life around you living hell.
Coming up next, the sport of baseball seems to be in a very good place right now with momentum, but there's something looming in the future that could disturb that. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I was out of town, and my wife had a business meeting she had to go to, so we hired the next-door neighbor to be the babysitter. She had them out by the pool, and my daughter got hungry, so she took my daughter inside to get a sandwich and left Rex out by the pool by himself. And when she came back out, Rex was face down in the pool. She started screaming, the babysitter, and my next-door neighbor on the other side heard the screaming, came over, got Rex out of the pool. By the time 911 came, they tried to resuscitate him. He never did regain consciousness. These drowning incidents, they happen very quickly and they're silent. Keep constant eye-to-eye contact with the children around the pool. Many people think it can't happen to me, and it does. It can happen to anybody. It happened to me.
Fulton Homes remembers Rex and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-431-8958. That's 800-431-8958.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you gotta have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. The D-backs are 6-6 in their last 12 games. So what can we expect as they start a series against the Rockies today? We'll discuss with Tori Lavello at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports.
We continue here on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, taking you up until 10 o'clock. Diamondbacks, as you heard Gambo say there, moving on to Colorado. 3-game series against the Rockies. Big games for the D-backs. These are non-negotiable. Got to get these wins against the White Sox and the Rockies in these next two series. But I think generally speaking, and I know you feel this way because you were very very outspoken on it, how recent changes in baseball rules have kind of rekindled your love for the game.
Yeah.
And it certainly is that way for me. My relationship with baseball is in a stronger place than it's been in a very long time. And a lot of it has to do with that. A lot of it has to do with the 2023 World Series run for the Diamondbacks and the fact that they are a relevant major league team. Things are going well, but there's something looming in the future. In December of 2026 is the end of the CBA. And Tony Clark, who's the executive director of the Major League Baseball Players Association, said, unless I'm mistaken, the league has come out and said there's going to be a work stoppage. I don't think I'm speaking out of school in that regard. During the last round of bargaining, we had that conversation. And at the heart of it is spending. Team spending, teams on the upper end of spending, out of control, the deferred payments, and then you got the teams that aren't spending anything.
Yeah.
And you were listening to the radio broadcast for the Diamondbacks yesterday, and Chris Garagiola was kind of waxing on this subject. This is about 1:15 long.
It's good stuff.
It's very good stuff.
But we are heading towards a nasty lockout, it looks like, in a couple of years. The consensus seems to be that owners are going to be putting their foot down, demanding that the Players Association accept a salary cap. As Bichette weakly grounds it to second, reached for one way out of the zone, and Cattell throws him out. There's not a whole lot of things the Players Association said they will never, ever agree to, but the one thing at the very top of that list is they will never agree to a salary cap. So here you have forecasting owners ready to lock out the players, saying, we won't strike a deal until you accept a cap, and the players saying, well, that's one thing we'll never agree upon. And I don't know what that means. And it's not like there's ever a good time for a lockout, as Barger takes low. But the sport has never risen more in popularity since what you've described. The pitch clock has been a wonderful addition. The automated strike zone is really popular amongst fans. That seems to be coming next year. You've got the most famous athlete in the world playing baseball, arguably in his prime. This just feels like such a mistake.
It's hard to get past that.
No, listen, and it's great, but his point was, he finished off by saying basically, the lockout, the impending, and some would call it imminent lockout, it's still a ways away, but why wouldn't Major League Baseball use that time right now to prevent that nuclear meltdown that everyone says is coming? And the way he framed it, it hadn't occurred to me that this would be a disastrous time to do it, because the pitch clock has brought back a lot of casual fans to the sport. The Shohei factor is very, very real. In fact, it is so real, this blew my mind. The Los Angeles Dodgers reached 2 million in home attendance yesterday. We're not even in July yet.
That's a big number.
That's a big number. And
that used to be the high water mark for a season.
For a
teams.
season.
Yeah.
And so you factor that in, and then you factor in what excitement might come with automated balls and strikes, and I would assume a lot of people would really like that. And it would be a dreadful time to shut down the sport over this issue.
Well, Chris, he kind of started that by reminiscing about, being in Toronto in the glory days of the Blue Jays, 92, 93. They won back-to-back World Series. 94, the Montreal Expos were one of the top teams in baseball, and that was kind of like the golden age for Canadian baseball. But he brought it up. 94, the World Series never happened because the owners canceled it.
Yeah.
There was a year without a World Series.
Oh, yeah.
And his point was that was not obviously a death blow to the sport of baseball, but it also turned off so many fans. And he was also reminiscing about, hey, 1994, TV ratings were different. Baseball's place in the American sports landscape was different in 1994. Now, I still think the NFL was more popular at that point. It had edged ahead. But since 1994, this has become a football-crazed nation. And I think that decision to cancel a World Series, a time-honored American tradition like that, A lot of people threw their hands up, said they're never coming back.
They did.
And they never did.
And a lot of them never did. And that shutdown might have been the death knell for the Montreal Expos. That team was incredibly good that season. A young Pedro Martinez was the ace of that staff. I remember they had an outfield of Moises Alou, Marquise Grissom, and Larry Walker. Cliff Floyd was on that team.
Mm-hmm.
They were like 74-40 at the time, and pulled the plug on them.
Pulled the plug on the whole season.
So these two, the clash of the Titans here is going to be the fact that baseball, I mean, from a layman's perspective, it looks like this sport is screaming for a salary cap.
Yes, but I'm not there yet, though.
Okay.
I think the bigger problem right now, as we've seen in the last few years, yes, the separation between the haves and the have-nots has never been greater.
Mm-hmm.
But it's never been greater because of this ability for teams like the Los Angeles Dodgers to completely exploit the deferred payment system.
That's true.
And if it's not a salary cap, that is something in 2026 in the new CBA that needs to be addressed. $1.8 billion deferred. And I might sound a little bit hypocritical because the Diamondbacks deferred a lot of Corbin Burns' salary, but it's nowhere near what the Dodgers are doing, a team that has more money than anybody, but they're also deferring it and basically putting things on credit cards and paying them off over the next 20 years. That to me doesn't seem fair.
Yeah.
If you've got the money, spend it. That's the American way. But in baseball, it just makes the gap that much wider, and to me, that's unappealing. And we've seen, look, it's the owners that usually cave on these things. And they might say, hey, we need a salary cap. We're not budging. Players Association, is not going to budge on it. Somebody's always going to bend. But how much damage is done before the bending?
Well, that's it. I mean, and the point is you've got a lot of time now to really work and face these issues head on and not wait until you have these very, very perilous deadlines.
Well, and this is just from my perspective. The MLB has a ownership paying problem in that we've seen it here before. Ken Kendrick has been stout in the way he wants to spend his money, but he finally did. And this ball club is worth the money he's spending right now. I mean, we're 500, but the team and fans can rally behind the owner paying money to be relevant. Teams like the Pittsburgh Pirates, Jeff Passan's talked a lot about it. They have one of the best pitchers in baseball, and they're paying next to nothing to support a team behind him. And that's been a problem for, granted, they're smaller market teams, but owners refusing to spend money on their teams.
Yeah, well, that might be the next thing you mentioned, the Pirates. That might be the next thing that sways my opinion on this, is if, and there's talk, the trade deadline is 5 weeks away.
Mm-hmm.
There's talk that the Pirates might listen to deals for Paul Skeens, who's the best pitcher in baseball, and before he gets paid, but for a chance for them to restock their farm system.
Yeah. And
that would be a travesty.
Well, they're going to do it.
I know. It's just a matter of when.
And you could make an argument that for a small market team like Pittsburgh, it's a great time to really kind of load up your farm system and build your next really good team if you can pull it off. But just the fact that they have to, it tells you the system is broken.
But isn't that somebody you build around? What do they do then? They restock the farm system and they hit on 3 or 4 of those guys and they get good and they sell them off so they don't have to pay them either?
Well, that's what's happening. At the bottom of Major League Baseball, that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah. So we need contraction is what we need, not a salary cap.
All right.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Friday morning in the Reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. That's your ball game. Diamondbacks prevent the sweep, and they win the finale by a final score of 9-5. The offense really shined in this one, and Ryan Nelson turned in a dominant starting pitching performance.
Next for the D-backs, 3 games at the Rockies, with Game 1 live from Denver at 5 this afternoon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you that natural gas delivers good value and Southwest Gas provides safe and reliable energy service its customers can depend on. Natural gas bills are one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month, and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, and cooking meals. A typical new home can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. You can discover more about these prestigious recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence in our community by visiting swgas.com.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carol will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carol delivers. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner, and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought, because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided the sweep yesterday. They beat the Blue Jays 9-5. Ryan Nelson went 5 2/3, only gave up 1 hit and 1 earned run. The D-backs were backed by Eugenio Suarez and Pavin Smith, who each homered and drove in a combined 7 runs. Hopefully, this win is more of what's to come, as the Diamondbacks will be in the Mile High City tonight and start a 3-game series with the Colorado Rockies. Zach Gallen will get the ball, and first pitch will be at 5:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Senate late last night voted on and approved HB 2704, the tax recapture bill that will fund renovations at Chase Field. The bill will head back to the Arizona House of Representatives. For more on that developing story, head to arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Mercury continued to stay hot last night. They beat the WNBA's best, New York Liberty, 89-81 last night for their 4th straight win. And we're headed to Game 7 in the NBA Finals. The Indiana Pacers took care of the Oklahoma City Thunder last night, 108-91. The Pacers had 6 players in double figures, led by Obi Toppin with 20 points in the series. Shifts to OKC for a winner-take-all Game 7 on Sunday night. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:33, and we talk about it, the best 2 words in morning radio. Happy Friday, guys. This is the Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30, and we're going to start with the Durant saga. It continues, and it will likely head into the weekend unless something breaks, which would be awesome during our time on air. And with that, the draft looms Wednesday. Are the Suns going to make a deal before that? I don't know about you guys, but I would love to know if the Suns will have a top 10 pick by then. We need to work these guys out. We need to get the pick right if possible. So that's one thing. And also, ESPN's Shams Charania updated us on the latest in Durant yesterday.
The longer this drags out, the more we're going to be talking about it. Kevin Durant's one of the best players in the league still today. He's going to go down as, top 15, top 20
50,
player
40, 90.
of all time, top 10
years.
player of all
Yes,
time.
sir.
So,
Yes,
and his stats, this is what he's doing even at this age is remarkable. The Suns know if they're going to trade Kevin Durant, they clearly have a price threshold they want met. And I had one team tell me today, it's kind of a game of chicken at this point.
So is a game of chicken a game you trust the Suns to win?
Oh, good question. In a word, no. They don't have the experience to do it, but I think that some of this, I hope that they don't cave too early. There's a needle to thread here, and you want to get a deal done. Ideally, you could get a deal done today before, give it some time, then Game 7 of the NBA Finals, so there isn't the hyper focus on what the Suns got in return and all that kind of stuff, and you can put it all to bed. I don't see that happening. So then you've got what, Monday and Tuesday to get it done to Wednesday morning,
and then the draft is Wednesday.
Yeah.
To the original question, do I trust the Suns to win a game of chicken? And it doesn't mean they won't, but Bick's feeling is correct. There's no experience to lean on here. The experience that the Suns have had in big-time trades recently, everybody will point those to, hey, that's a Matt Ishbia production. They haven't gone very well for the Suns. If he is not pulling the strings, if this is Brian Gregory, this is his first trade being made as an NBA general manager with very little time spent in an NBA front office. So it doesn't mean it's not going to work out, but the faith has to be very, very low right now.
Yep.
There's no other way to look at it logically.
Yeah, and so you heard Shams say right now it feels like the Rockets, the Heat, or the Timberwolves. And I know we've talked endlessly about the packages each team could give back. So instead, I want to know what are the 1, 2, maybe 3 players or assets that mentioned in those 3 you would love back. So like, for example, I would love the Rockets' 10th overall pick. I think this draft's really good. I think that's a very valuable asset for the Suns. And then next, I think Rudy Gobert could make this team really good. Even if he is a win-now player, he's still a defensive player of the year. And then lastly, I would love Jabari Smith Jr. in a Suns uniform. So which 3 assets, guys, are on the top of your list in return?
Man, I think Khalil Ware is up on the list. I don't know if I have him in a pecking order or a ranking.
Okay.
I'm intrigued by the future of Reed Shepherd.
Yeah.
And I'll stay young. I'll put Rob Dillingham on that list as well.
Yeah,
I on the draft picks, I don't see the Rockets bending on the number 10 pick, honestly. Maybe I'm wrong.
My list is pretty similar to yours, Sammy. I like the idea of Rudy Gobert. If you're really trying to pull off the sort of refitting into a competitive team, I think that's a good way to go. I don't know why the Rockets are so hell-bent on keeping Jabari Smith out of this trade.
I know.
I do like him a lot, too.
And he needs a runway to actually, fail. I feel like in Houston he's been kind of put in a role. I think he can unlock a lot. But we'll have more on the Houston Rockets, actually. We'll have Adam Wexler, their play-by-play and analyst coming up at 8:30, actually. So we'll switch gears to the Diamondbacks. They're exactly 500 again. They beat the Blue Jays 9-5. And the big bat of Eugenio Suarez has come to life a lot earlier than normal. Normally he's a second-half guy. And Corbin Carroll, we've seen, he had a huge second half of the season, kind of spurred the Diamondbacks to kind of a late good record, even though they didn't make the playoffs. And maybe that's what this team needs, is someone towards the second half of the season to kind of come out of nowhere. Like Eugenio came, we know he's a second half player. Who can be that guy for the Diamondbacks where you're just waiting for him to pop off and it might turn into Diamondbacks success?
I'd really love to see another just breakout month and really hot stretch from Corbin Carroll. We saw it earlier in the season. He's kind of come back down to earth a little bit. He's still producing, but not at the level that I think he's capable of more consistently. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I was going to listen. I liked when Alec Thomas seemed to be morphing back into that two-way player that was so good in 2023 and sort of really developing. But I think what Vinny's saying is the more accurate. Corbin Carroll needs to get back in the MVP discussion into that realm.
Yeah,
because he was early and he's still good, but he's not that dominant force that he was earlier.
No.
Yeah, my guy is a guy that he's been kind of hot lately, but if Pavin Smith can get the bat as hot as it was to start the season, now all of a sudden this lineup is lethal, and you add another lefty bat to the middle of a lineup that frankly needs it. If Pavin Smith,
it's a good call.
If he can be the guy he was at the beginning of the season, the Diamondbacks can really kind of hit the ground running with him. We wrap it up. We have Game 7 of the NBA Finals Sunday, a huge 3-game series, even though it's against the Rockies in Coors Field. There's Durant, some golf, a major MLB slate. It is time for the bingo card. Two things. For those that are listening, we have yet to hit a bingo card. And I do think with Jared out, maybe, we can put our minds together and collectively hit one. So, Bick, start with you. Two things.
All right. I'm going to say that at the Travelers this weekend, Scotty Scheffler is going to beat Rory McIlroy, and Rory is going to lose his mind with frustration because something ain't right with Rory right now.
Okay.
And then I am going to pick the Indiana Pacers to pull off a stunning upset on the road.
Ooh. Wow. For me, one of the 3 games at Coors Field between the Diamondbacks and the Rockies will have a run total of over 20.
Wow.
I'm not sure which game, but it will happen. We already saw a wild one between those two teams at Chase Field. And I'm going to say 6 me-bounds for Angel Reese tomorrow morning against the Mercury.
Oh, I love me-bounds?
Me-bounds.
Love that.
I don't know if it was a spoof story or not, but I read somewhere she's trademarking that.
I don't love that. I'll keep it in the WNBA. Sure, why not? The Mercury get another win, extend their win streak to 5 games, and then I'll go out and say I think the Diamondbacks sweep this weekend against the. Bailey, do you have anything you think will happen this weekend? Normally Jarrett chimes in.
I'll say the Kevin Durant trade happens this weekend.
Yes.
Really?
And
where's he going, Bailey?
Breaking news. See, that's too much.
I'll give it a guess. I'll say the Rockets.
Okay.
And then, you know what? I kind of like the Pacers to win Game 7 as well, so I'll say that.
Okay, can we get a stat line from someone on the Pacers that we can put on the board? Who's the Finals MVP, Bailey?
I'll say Halliburton.
Okay, there we go. Our bingo card consists Scotty Scheffler winning the Travelers over Rory.
Who loses his mind.
A Pacers Game 7 win on the road, and Halliburton is your Finals MVP. An over 20-run game in the Diamondbacks-Rockies series. 6 or more rebounds from Angel Reese against the Mercury.
No, me-bounds.
Me-bounds.
Yes.
The Mercury get a dub and extend their win streak to 5, maybe the hottest team in the WNBA. And the Diamondbacks sweep and a Kevin Durant trade happens. There's a lot
That could go down this weekend.
There's a lot that could go down this weekend, and hopefully you've heard it here first on the bingo card.
Thank you, Sammy.
We're all rebooted. Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, we are on the precipice of a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. A look back at some of the more memorable NBA Finals Game 7s. Next, Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade.
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns Corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There are a lot of teams that are interested in getting Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley here, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, age, as in if your house is between 10 and 15 years old. And then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills in the form of the $666 monthly bill I incurred last summer. It was proof that my windows are shot, and that is why I am calling Advanced Window Products. This is a great company that is family-owned and locally operated. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They're also co-owned by former Utah great NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. You might remember him. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find in the state, and they can do all that because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They've got a factory here in the Valley, which means they build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Check this out. Buy 10 or more windows, you are getting $2,500 off. That's right, a $2,500 discount on the purchase of 10 or more windows. So do what I'm doing. Call today. Beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002. Online at advancedwindows.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Happy birthday, America! And my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. We're talking 25% off everything in-store and online now through June 26th. So here's the move, Basinonians. Go to BrooklynBedding.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the D-backs.
Get your tickets today at Dbacks.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Arizona Senate passes a Chase Field tax recapture bill, which now heads back to the House. Diamondbacks signed Anthony Goes, a reliever who used to play in the outfield. And Eugenio Suarez drives in 4 runs in a win over the Blue Jays. Those are your top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Iguodala to Curry, back to Iguodala, up for the layup. Oh, blocked by James. LeBron James with the rejection. Wow. His 3rd block of the game as we come up on a minute and a half remaining. Picked off by Iguodala.
Maybe the most famous defensive play in NBA history, Bick?
Certainly NBA Finals history.
Yep, that was the last Game 7 we saw back in 2016. The big block by LeBron James. Also, this big shot by Kyrie Irving.
Come up on a minute remaining. And they're putting Curry in the pick and roll, trying to get him on Irving. Irving and Curry, one-on-one. Irving puts it up. It's good! Kyrie Irving from downtown! 4th quarter.
Yeah, so that game is the most recent Game 7, but also I think a Game 7 that was filled with memorable moments. And that's what you look for in Game 7. And there's something interesting going on. People always talk about, oh, Game 7 is great. Recent playoff history has told us, Bick, that Game 7s have not been good.
No.
They're more often than not blowouts, completely one-sided affairs. But I went back to the Game 7s that have occurred in my lifetime, at least. They're close games.
Oh, listen,
fantastic.
There's a big dichotomy between Game 7s in regular playoff series in the NBA and the Game 7s we've had in the NBA Finals. Since 2005, I think we've had 4 Game 7s, and those 4 games, not only did the winning team never win by double digits, but the winning team never led by double digits in any point in those games.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Go ahead.
So basically what that speaks to is when you get to this level, Game 7 of the NBA Finals, you're going to get something special.
And not only have they been great since 2005, I went back to every Finals Game 7 in history, and they're more often than not fantastic.
Yeah, the last double-digit Game 7 in the NBA Finals happened in 1974. When the Celtics beat the Bucks 102-87. Every other one has been 9 points or less. Only one 9-point, and that was 84. The Celtics beat the Lakers by 9. So Cleveland beat Golden State by 4. In 2013, Miami beat San Antonio by 7. Lakers and Boston in 2010 was a 4-point game. Spurs and Pistons in 05 was a 7-point game. Rockets and Knicks in 94, the O.J. Simpson series, 6 points. Lakers over Detroit, 1988 by 3. That was one of the ones that stood out to me. Those series were just so good between the Lakers and the Pistons.
Oh, yeah.
But also, there hasn't been a team that scored 100 points in a Game 7 in the NBA Finals since that game.
Wow.
The Lakers beat the Pistons 108-105.
That's how tight and close to the vest they play in Game 7s.
Yes.
That's very, very interesting. I don't think there's any doubt that this Game 7, there's going to be immense pressure on the Oklahoma City Thunder. They had everything going for them coming into the series. They had all the talent, the depth, the defense. They had won 68 games. They've got the MVP. They had longer rest than the Pacers, 8 days compared to 5 days. They've been favored to win the West since the very beginning of the season, where the Pacers, some didn't even think they were going to make the play-in. If the Pacers win this game on the road, it will be framed as a massive upset, even though that's not necessarily the case. The Pacers statistically are the second best team since January in the NBA, only second to Oklahoma City. But this is what's exciting about this is we as basketball fans, we understand what's at stake here. This isn't going to be just great competitive drama. This is going to be a game that could very well change the careers of Tyrese Halliburton, Pascal Siakam, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Jalen Williams. Those 4 guys in particular. Then you got a guy like T.J. McConnell, who has set a record for the combination of points and steals and this and that for a bench player in the NBA Finals already. There are people who think T.J. McConnell might be flirting with NBA Finals MVP kind of stuff.
Could you imagine?
Yeah,
could you imagine that?
Like, for the Pacers, if they win, nobody knows who the Finals MVP is going to be. It'll probably come down to who plays best in Game 7.
Mm-hmm. Probably.
Which is crazy.
I would say it's Siakam if they win.
Yeah.
But without knowing, like to Sammy's point, what Game 7 looks like, we don't know.
And the other thing that Game 7 of an NBA Finals really taps into for me is that it's great as a sports fan ruminating and reflecting on a great game you just watched. There's nothing like the anticipation of what is to come in sports. Nothing better than being super hyped about something that is about to happen, and basketball fans know nothing bigger than this. Nothing. And this is coming after a summer when we watched the Olympics in Paris. Game 7 of the NBA Finals blows that away.
Mm-hmm.
Who I feel bad for are Thunder and Pacer fans.
Yeah, yes. Listen, I say that all the time. It's Game 7s, if you've got a team involved in the hunt, it is just, it's anxiety off the charts.
It's like a feeling like none other.
You realize you're 48 minutes away from a championship. Indiana has never been here before. Indiana has been in an NBA Finals recently. They only won 2 games in that series. They never got to a point where they were 1 win away from a championship.
Nope.
Oklahoma City, would they win 1 game in their Finals appearance?
Yeah, 5 games.
Yeah, against Miami?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So then you throw that in, that these 2 teams are within arm's length of everything.
Yeah. Another interesting thing, I looked back since 2019, just postseason Game 7s. So a lot of them we've mentioned have been like blowouts that aren't NBA Final games. 11 out of the 17 Game 7s in the postseason, the road teams have won. So 11 out of the 17 since 2019, road teams have won.
That's pretty interesting. Here's Rick Carlisle, the head coach of the Pacers, talking about playing Game 7 on the road.
1 game. I mean, this is what it's all about. I mean, this is what you dream about growing up, this kind of opportunity. It's a very difficult place to play. We know that. But, this is the opportunity to play in a game like this is a great honor and a great privilege.
And Vinny pointed this out as well earlier today, that Oklahoma City is a very, very young team. Their average age is like 25.6. It's the youngest NBA Finals team since the 77 Portland Trail Blazers. And generally teams in the NBA Finals are not this youthful.
No.
You cannot predict what you're going to get from them on Sunday.
No, but and if this historic trend, and it might just be coincidence because these games are not intertwined in any way other than the fact that they're all Game 7s, but if this historic trend continues of a close game, if that pops up, don't you kind of give the nod to Indiana because of their clutch time prowess? I mean, we don't know what Halliburton's going to look like.
No.
I thought he was fantastic last night. He only had to play 22 minutes. He should be rested, should be fresh. But they seem to thrive in those. They haven't had a Game 7 in this postseason. They had one last year. The Thunder have had a Game 7 this year, and they absolutely obliterated Denver in Game 7 of that series by 28 points. If it gets close, though, that's where that youth might come in. And there's been times, like last night, I think was a time where Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, yes, young player. He's also the MVP. I thought he looked more youthful than MVP-ish last night in a big spot.
I agree. And Jalen Williams, after his monstrous night a couple games ago, he AWOL last night.
He had 40 points in Game 5. He was a minus 40 in Game 6. That ever happened before? I don't think that's ever happened in NBA Finals.
I knew he was a minus.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was minus 40.
Hey, app users, update your Arizona Sports app now for the latest upgrades to your streaming videos, podcast, and news experience. Coming up next, talk about experience. You're going to get one with the Dan Bickley Blast straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today.
Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have 2 things for you, Basinonians. 1, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And 2, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Light up the summer with 2 great shows. August 13th, Grammy winner Kev Moe brings that smooth southern soul with special guest Sean Colvin. Then feel the fire with the fierce and fearless Samantha Fish September 13th. 2 unforgettable nights, 1 legendary stage, the Celebrity Theater. Tickets on sale now at celebritytheater.com. Feel the blues. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Hey, baseball fans, don't miss your chance to meet star third baseman Eugenio Suarez. Live at Rip Valley Sports Cards on 2nd Street in Roosevelt in downtown Phoenix. Next Saturday, June 28th. Bring your favorite gear, grab a photo, and get an autograph from Gino himself. Spots are limited, so lock yours in today at ripvalley.com/Gino. That's ripvalley.com/Gino. Meet slugger Eugenio Suarez live in person and get an autograph. Saturday, June 28th at Rip Valley Sports Cards in downtown Phoenix. Don't miss it.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided the sweep yesterday. They beat the Blue Jays 9-5. Ryan Nelson went 5 2/3, only gave up 1 hit and 1 earned run. And the D-backs were backed by Eugenio Suarez and Pavin Smith yesterday, who each homered and drove in a combined 7 runs. Hopefully this win is more of what's to come, as the Diamondbacks will be in the Mile High City tonight and start a 3-game series with the Rockies. Zach Gallen will be getting the ball, and first pitch will be at 5:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere for the Diamondbacks, the Arizona State Senate last night voted on and approved HB 2704, the tax recapture bill that will fund renovations at Chase Field. The bill will head back to the Arizona House of Representatives. For more on that story, head to arizonasports.com. And we're headed to a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. The Pacers took care of the Thunder last night, 108-91. Pacers had 6 players in double figures, led by Obi Toppin, with 20, and Game 7 of the Finals will be in OKC Sunday night. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The NBA season closes shop on Sunday. The draft is next Wednesday, which means the Suns are running out of tarmac to trade Kevin Durant before things get really weird and maybe very uncomfortable. In a perfect world, KD would be the first to budge because at age 37, I believe he has the most to lose. But it appears the Timberwolves do not want to extend him at the maximum rate, and that's a problem. In a perfect world, the Heat or the Rockets would give the Suns something close to fair. But here's the real horror of the situation. The image of the Phoenix Suns has never been lower. Under Robert Sarver's reign of error, there was an understanding that his issues were mostly miserly, based on penny pinching. But under Matt Ishbia, there is a growing feeling among national observers that he is cluelessly delusional and overly meddlesome. For instance, John Hollinger just called the saga a classic Phoenix bleep show and thinks the Suns believe they would get way more for KD, and now they don't know what to do. And if he feels that way, you know other NBA teams are trying to smoke out the Suns and take advantage of their inexperience. Many believe the Miami Heat will eventually strike the winning deal, but they're still 1 to 2 pieces away, and this game of chicken rolls into the weekend. And if the Suns hold firm and stand pat, if he is not traded before Wednesday's draft, then the KD saga will enter a new and dangerous phase, otherwise known as the Twilight Zone. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
The longer this drags out, the more we're going to be talking about it. Kevin Durant's one of the best players in the league still today. He's going to go down as, top 15, top 20
50,
player
40, 90.
of all time, top 10 player of all time.
Sir.
So,
yes,
and his stats, I mean, this is what he's doing even at this age is remarkable. The Suns know if they're going to trade Kevin Durant, they clearly have a price threshold they want met. And I had one team tell me today, it's kind of a game of chicken at this point.
A game of chicken. Are we talking about chicken like center line chicken? Or are we talking about you ever play
like
chicken in the pool?
Oh, I don't know what that is.
That's when somebody gets on somebody else's shoulder and you have like a chicken fight.
Oh yeah. Those are always fun.
I guess that's more chicken fight.
Yeah,
than
playing chicken is like it's a thing of it's like the movie scenes of one dude in a car driving straight at the other dude and the other dude's driving
Rebel
at him
without a cause.
Yeah, and somebody has to swerve away at the last minute and end up in the ditch.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then, out of shame, they leave town.
Yeah. Listen, Matt Ishbia, I'm stunned at how his image nationally and even locally has shifted so dramatically in a very, 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 very short time. And now the mockery and the ridicule continues. And if this thing goes past the NBA draft, those kind of voices are only going to get louder and louder and louder. I watched that whole John Hollinger, Nate Duncan podcast, and just the way, the facial expressions they make when talking about the Suns, the disdain, the contempt, the feeling that this team is just beyond delusional, thinking that they can actually win next year, that they can actually refit around Devin Booker by trading Kevin Durant for spare parts. Nate Duncan pointed out that he doesn't believe, aside from Devin Booker, once they trade Kevin Durant, that they'll have a top 30 player at any position. And they're saying this to illustrate this team is miles away from an NBA championship, and the only people who don't seem to know it are the people running the Suns. That's their viewpoint of it. And that's where this Kevin Durant trade at the very middle of it all is so important. I think the Suns know perceptually if they make a real kind of underwhelming deal, then a lot of people are going to be like, what the heck are you doing? And if you overplay your hand and you're stuck with Kevin Durant, and then maybe that gets really, really weird, maybe KD takes a page out of Jimmy Butler's playbook, maybe he doesn't. But this is a perilous time, and I got to be real honest with you. As a Phoenix Suns fan, this is really hard to watch.
It's certainly not the funnest time in team history. But let's go back to the trade deadline last February that just passed. The Suns squandered so much of their leverage for right now at that time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, by divvying up that draft pick.
Well, by trying to trade Kevin Durant at the deadline.
Well, that too.
I mean,
that too.
Reality now and the benefit of hindsight will tell you that season was not salvageable. Even if Jimmy Butler came in here with a cape on, it wasn't going to work. I'm confident in saying that. Mm-hmm. But they played their card there. And then it became known around the league, well, they're obviously trading Kevin Durant. Then they came out and said, when the season ended, they're going to work with Kevin Durant and his business people to try to accommodate his wishes in a trade. I mean, how many more ways can you squander your leverage? So, I've heard conflicting things on what the Suns expect back. Obviously, they want to get the most for a top 15 all-time player. Any team in that situation would want that. Mm-hmm. But I've also heard that they're kind of tempering their own expectations. Shooting for the moon and landing on a planet close to the moon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we'll see. We're going to get the Houston perspective from it. Adam Wexler, who's their game analyst on their television broadcast, also a talk show host in Houston. He's going to join us at 8:30.
Nice.
To me, the linchpin in all of this is still the Minnesota Timberwolves. If they decide, you know what, let's just do it. Let's extend him. Either that spurs a trade happening right away, or that also could, if there's a pause, could beef up the offers from the other teams that are hesitant to throw in a Jabari Smith Jr. or a Khalil Ware. Talking about Houston and Miami.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that would be ideal. If all of this comes down to Houston and Miami kind of, okay, we have to throw in that extra piece for them, or he's going to go to the other place. That is what they're going to have to convincingly accomplish somehow, some way. It's so painful. I was listening to Eddie Johnson yesterday on Sirius Radio, and he was talking about what the Lakers are doing and how great Jeannie Buss did by acquiring a $10 billion price tag, and she's got a deal that's going to keep her around for a little bit and not terribly long. And Eddie had made the point that Jerry Colangelo did the same with Robert Sarver, and Eddie's lament was he wishes that Robert would have let Jerry stick around longer, because if he would have, Joe Johnson wouldn't have been traded. And Eddie's point yesterday that he made was if Joe Johnson hadn't been traded, we would have already had our first championship. I bring that up to say that from that moment till now, the hits have not stopped for us as basketball fans. The disappointment, close calls, the traumatic episodes, it's a lot. It's really, really a lot. And when you look at it from that point, when you look, from 2005 to 2025, that's 20 years of quite a roller coaster ride. And you wonder why Suns fans are so out of their minds, PTSD on social media. This has been a rough go of it. And this Kevin Durant trade symbolizes another end of another failed era.
Yeah, when you illustrate it that way, the 20 years, it seems like 90.
It does. And then you think about the close calls, that great team that nearly upset the Lakers. You lose that on a Kobe airball? What? Could be really? And then you think about the 2-0 lead against the Bucks, and those are the high points. Those aren't even the low points. Yeah,
but they feel like the low points.
Well, it's just
what's lower than the other.
Yeah, yeah. Well, as you pointed out yesterday, it's very, very hard to win championships. It's the higher you climb, the steeper it gets, and the more you are likely to fall backwards and slide down the mountain.
Yeah,
and it's a rough business. It's part of what makes it so gratifying.
Yep. Coming up, D-backs finally get a win in Toronto and move on to Denver. But are they getting the Rockies at the wrong time? Talk about bad luck. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade,
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There is no shortage of suitors for Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW. One of our listeners, Martin Lopez, tweeted this out not that long ago. Yo, Dan Bickley, I went to Chapman BMW this past weekend and our boy Shane hooked me up. I'm now cruising and styling in my new X5 thanks to everybody at the dealership. My experience was top notch. This is what Chapman BMW is doing for a lot of our listeners. They're a family-run business for 58 years. They've got a great reputation for elite service and handling, great reputation for making luxury attainable, as in a new BMW, not as out of reach as you might think. From Ted Chapman all the way down, everything they do is elite. They've also got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you're going to find in the Valley. But you can also get the hookup on the ultimate driving machine because our guy Shane, GM Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations, he is your hookup. He is your friend in the business. He guarantees that every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get the best deal possible in the state of Arizona. Go take a test drive. Ask for him by name. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6 10,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, it's Rick. How big has Ryan Nelson been for the D-backs as of late? We get going at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Very nice, I get it. I hit that homer to get it going. Obviously, that was awesome, and that's what we need today. Try to win this game and have a happy flight back to Colorado, and but more important, like I say, get it going the team and get it have a good at bats against Gosma, one of the best. Everybody know that, but we did a really good job on the home plate today. Yeah.
Gino Suarez talking with Todd Walsh after yesterday's game in Toronto. D-backs bats finally broke out. 9-5 win. Gino had a big part in that with 4 RBIs in his first 2 at-bats. Todd Walsh is going to join us from Denver at 9:30 to preview that series. But let's preview it through our lens right now, Bick. Obviously, you lick your chops a little bit. No matter who you are in Major League Baseball, if you see 3 games with the Colorado Rockies on the schedule, you're like, okay, soft spot. Let's stack some wins here.
Yeah.
Impossibly, the Colorado Rockies are playing their best baseball.
Of course,
of the
because
year.
Of course they are.
They had won 4 straight before they lost yesterday at 11 innings to the Washington Nationals. No great shakes to win 4 in a row, but that team's got 17 wins. The Diamondbacks have already suffered one of those gut punch losses this year at Chase Field to Colorado. And I really don't want to be on the air on Monday morning talking about how did this team lose 2 out of 3 to the Colorado Rockies at Coors Field, but you don't know what to expect from day to day with this baseball team.
No, you really don't.
That's the problem.
No, listen, and again, this also taps into this phenomenon. One of the ungainly, unseemly phenomenons this year is how bad the Diamondbacks have been on Friday and Saturdays. I made that point about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, that one of the buzzkills about this team is there have been many weekends they've gone into with momentum, and you feel really good about it, and then they end up ruining your weekend by playing terribly on Friday, terribly on Saturday. I think if I got the stats right, it confuses me because when I read them last night, I think it was 4-8 on Fridays, 2-9 on Saturdays. Why would they have one more game on a Friday than a Saturday? Do they have a full rainout on a Saturday?
And it depends on what happens in that Cincinnati series since they finished up 2 games on a Saturday. The Friday game finished on a Saturday.
I see. Okay,
maybe that's it. I don't even know.
Maybe I don't know, but they haven't been good, and this is a weekend where perceptually not being able to handle the Rockies might go a long way in telling the owner what kind of team he's got at the deadline.
I mean, last weekend was good on Friday and Saturday. They won both of those games against San Diego. The week before, lost the Friday game in Cincinnati. The Saturday game was the 13-1 blowout. The week before that was the Washington series, lost on Friday, lost on Saturday. The week before that was the St. Louis series, lost on Friday, lost on Saturday. The week before that was the Colorado series, the aforementioned.
Yeah.
They won on Friday, but lost that 14-12.
That horrible game on Saturday.
Yeah.
So So last weekend was better, but then the team went to sleep on Sunday. So let's have a fully awake, fully engaged, locked in, desperate baseball team Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, right? Show us you can burn hot for 3 straight days against an inferior team at a time when you really need to gain elevation on the baseball season. There have been way too many. Few games over 500, boom, right back down. Few games over 500, boom, underwater. Fight back to 500. Everybody likes it. And then you fall back down. It's been like you said. It's not just been a roller coaster. It's been a wooden roller coaster.
Those are the words of Jason Benetti that I stole because I actually paused the TV and said, "That's
a great line.
That's even better.
That's a great line."
Because you might be scared of roller coasters, but if you're on a solid, like newly built roller coaster, you feel good.
You feel great.
If you're on an old creaky historic roller coaster. Nobody feels good about it.
They were not built for the health of your back. Put it that way. All right.
Zach Gallen goes tonight in the opener He has been in his last couple of starts. 6 2/3 innings, 4 runs, 6 hits, and a loss to Cincinnati. And then his last time out in the Padres series, 6 1/3 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs. They did win that game 8-7. His ERA still hovering above the 5 mark, which at this point in the season, you're starting to show what you are, and that's one of the worst starting ERAs in all of baseball.
Yeah, and the fear is that Zach Allen has lost confidence in his fastball because his fastball isn't what it once was, which is why he has been prone to nibbling, which is why it has led to walks and command issues, and that's generally, I'm not saying this applies to Zach, but that's generally the sign of a pitcher in decline. When the velocity goes down a couple of ticks and now your whole kind of arsenal falls apart a little bit. And then you get into that position late in your career as a pitcher where you got to recalibrate everything.
As expected, we talked about it yesterday. Corbin Carroll was not in the lineup after getting hit by a pitch in the Toronto game the night before. He's not on the injured list. The X-rays were negative. We'll see what his availability is. The bullpen remains a question. I thought you brought up a pretty solid point earlier that you're up 9-1 in a game. You really don't want to have to use your closer in any capacity, especially going into a series where it's Coors Field. Weird things happen. You might have to blow through your bullpen in 1 or 2 of these games to have to use Shelby Miller to mop up, even though it was a completely stress-free inning for Shelby Miller. But that lead got down to 4. Shouldn't have been there.
No.
Ideally you want somebody else closing that thing out. We'll see if that affects his availability. But these are non-negotiables for the Diamondbacks. These next 6 games, really, if you want to throw in that home series against Miami when they get back to Chase Field, this might be the most pivotal stretch of season for them.
Well, and even though we're still a ways away from the baseball trade deadline, I think you're right, because the perception of going up against this team and the White Sox and against the Marlins, you're talking about perceptually teams that you have to be better than. And if you can't prove it at a time of kind of desperation, then what does it really say about this team? And it's sad because I still look at this team, as I've said repeatedly, even with all their losses, I see a team that is badly underperforming. And they got to stop that, because if you underperform for that long, you're a bad team. There's a difference between playing bad and being bad. And the Diamondbacks are getting close to crossing that bridge into being seen as a bad team.
Yeah, but we've been talking about that all year long. Their manager, Torey Lovello, has been talking about it all year long. We're a much better team than what we're showing. Well, at some point, those two meet.
That's it.
And you become the team that you're showing.
That's
that you
so
are.
true. And then we talked earlier about relief pitchers the Diamondbacks have tried. J.P. Fireeisen, right? Christian Montes de Oca, Jeff Brigham, Kyle Backus is working, Taylor Scott, Anthony DeSclafani, Christian Mena, who was really good, Scott McGuff, Joe Mantiply. You think about all the guys that have failed in the bullpen, and now how the Diamondbacks are just throwing dudes out there and hoping for the best, hoping they can find another Jalen Beeks, hope they can find another surprise like Shelby Miller. It illustrates how this team is really, really scrambling on the back end. I said this before, I'll say it again. The last thing that I want the Diamondbacks to understand, the one thing I want them to understand going forward, is that they can't be a team that sits around the clubhouse lamenting and bemoaning their horrible bullpen and how they keep blowing games. This Diamondbacks offense can be very, very explosive. They need to stop falling asleep in the middle of games. They need to continue to put on pressure offensively, because that will take pressure off the bullpen.
Absolutely.
Don't put the bullpen in as many positions to blow leads by giving them insurmountable leads.
Yes, but even yesterday was an example of insurmountable lead that got a little.
Yeah.
I won't call it hairy, but it got a little fuzzy.
It got a little fuzzy.
A little
fuzzy. Yeah, it got a little fuzzy.
5:40 first pitch today from Coors, 5 o'clock pregame here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, what is the latest on the Rockets' position in a potential Kevin Durant trade? We'll get the latest from Adam Wexler, Rockets TV analyst and talk show host from Houston next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
this afternoon at 2:30. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
The hottest deals of the summer are being offered right now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler through Independence Day. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and it is true. Earnhardt Ford's general manager, John Nissen, his team, they are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford vehicle below employee price. How about like on their 2024 Ford F-150 STX models, Escape SUVs, amazing low rates, and big Ford bonus cash offers. You can add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers do end July 6, 2025. So hurry in to Earnhardt Ford in Chandler and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for. They're located at I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler. Or check them out online. Complete your entire buying process at EarnhardtFord.com. And that ain't no bull.
Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided a series sweep yesterday. They beat the Blue Jays 9-5. Ryan Nelson went 5 2/3, only gave up 1 hit and 1 run in the win. The D-backs were backed by Eugenio Suarez and Pavin Smith, who each homered and drove in a combined 7 runs. Hopefully this win is more of what's to come, as the Diamondbacks will be in the Mile High City tonight and start a 3-game series with the Colorado Rockies. Zach Gallen will get the ball for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 5:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury continue to stay hot. They beat the WNBA's best last night. The New York Liberty 89-81 for their fourth straight win. And we're headed to a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. The Indiana Pacers poured it on the Thunder last night, 108-91. The Pacers had 6 players in double figures, led by Obi Toppin with 20 points off the bench, and the series shifts to OKC for a winner-take-all Game 7 Sunday night. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure to call Parker.
Arizona sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
KD Watch continues. Will it continue up until the draft? We will find out. Here to talk about it from the Houston perspective, Rockets television analyst and co-host of the A-Team on Sports Talk 790 in Houston, Adam Wexler, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Adam, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, appreciate it. No problem.
How is KD Watch going in your neck of the woods? Or is it even a watch?
Tiresome. Oh, it's a watch. It's a daily occurrence. It's an hourly occurrence, and it's been going on probably a lot longer than just this off season. There was a pretty long, serious flirtation with him several years ago, and I think there were many people that were convinced he was going to become a Houston Rocket. And I think this go around, it's even more real because at least here, I have to assume there, it's safe to say he's played his last game as a Phoenix Sun. That's the only thing we know for sure. There is no way that they're going to hold on to him and wait for something else. And I think that's the problem for the Suns angle is the other teams know that. So from a Rockets perspective, from what I understand, it's more of a we'd love to have him, but we're not desperate to get him.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you about that because it appears we're still in a lot of negotiating / posturing. People have described it as a game of chicken. What is, from your estimation, how badly do the Rockets really want KD? Would they be really disappointed if they don't? Or is this one of those, well, we could do without this or we could do with this?
Yeah, I think there's people within the organization that truly believe we've done everything right thus far, and we love where we are, and we love the development of our young players, and we have such a good young core. We have so much depth. We're in a position where we are going to have to make some financial decisions. They were able to extend both of the players that were due for an extension this past offseason, although neither at the max with Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green. They're now looking at that next group. That twosome is Tari Eason and Jabari Smith Jr. A year after that, you're talking about Amen Thompson and it goes on and on with how much they have, but they know, like every NBA team, to a certain extent, unless your ownership group is willing to do what the Golden State Warriors did and just go incredibly deep into paying luxury taxes, you're going to have to make some decisions regardless. So do you go ahead and make that decision now and are willing to part with one of these core players in order to get somebody that you clearly need? They need somebody who is just a proficient offensive player. They've got plenty of talent, basketball talent. They play great team basketball. They're an elite defensive team. They're tremendous athletes, but offensive efficiency is certainly not what they've been built on. And adding a player like Durant has been at the top of that list for 15 years. It's clearly something that others in the organization view as it's kind of a missing piece. And for 1 to 3 years, could that missing piece take us, to the conference finals or beyond?
Adam Wexler, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line, as we break down KD Watch from both sides, Houston and Phoenix. In terms of both sides, Adam, we've seen all the reports, all the speculation, all the reported stumbling blocks in a deal. From the Houston perspective, if this deal were to go down, to your knowledge right now, what would it look like? What would the return look like coming back to the Suns?
I think the Rockets seem pretty dug in on saying you can have somebody, and that's it. You can have one somebody, whether it's Jalen Green, who obviously is not a fit really in Phoenix, or it's Jabari Smith Jr., who I would think would be a fantastic fit in that he is a similar type of basketball player fit-wise to Kevin Durant. Whether it's Tari Eason or maybe as you go further down the list, maybe there's an opportunity to get a second outside the rotation player, whether that's Reed Shepherd or Cam Whitmore. I think the Rockets are pretty convinced that they don't want to go further than that with the current roster. Now, how much does Phoenix become dead set on wanting these picks of theirs that the Rockets obviously have control over? And that's where I think The deal, if it were to get done, I think that's the one thing that the Rockets have to their advantage from what does Phoenix want. I really think the Rockets believe they can win with or without him, so they don't want to upset anything that prevents them from making a second move. This didn't work like we thought it was. What can we do now? And that's why I don't think they would give up too much for a short-term fix with Kevin Durant. I do think they've made several very interesting moves, though, over the last several months or even years beyond that. They obviously re-upped with Ime Udoka. We know he has a strong relationship with Kevin Durant. They are not going to lose Royale Ivey on their coaching staff. He's been an assistant here for a couple of seasons. He obviously has an incredibly close relationship with Durant. They just hired DJ Augustine to the front office staff. The two of them spent their freshman seasons together at the University of Texas and have remained very close. Steven Adams re-upped with the Rockets this offseason. Former teammate of his, big fan of his. There are a lot of little bits and pieces you want to add up and say it makes a whole lot of sense here. Those are among four big ones that no other team has.
Clearly, the perception of the Suns' current regime has taken a hit for a lot of different reasons recently. Do you think NBA teams are testing their inexperience, testing their willpower as we get closer to the draft?
No question about it. The other teams aren't desperate. Minnesota, Houston, San Antonio, I don't think any of them are desperate for Durant, and they're trying to enforce that to a new owner, a new GM, a team clearly looking to change the fortunes of their franchise that have headed in the wrong direction since they got to the top or close to the top a couple of years ago. If they're not willing to part with Devin Booker, and I think that appears evident to all the teams that have discussed things with them, then most teams don't believe that they have much direction because they're not going to be among the league's worst teams, but they're definitely going to be in the lottery, and they're not going to be competitive no matter what they do. They could actually have Phoenix could do a lot to change the fortunes of the West if they deal with a team in the West and actually land some players that matter to the other team. I don't think it's going to matter to Phoenix personally. I think Phoenix is kind of stuck if they're trying to rebuild around Booker and they add veterans, like maybe coming from Minnesota, but they could make Minnesota weakened. They could change the fortunes of the Spurs quite clearly. So I do think there is a lot to say about teams looking at Phoenix and not being concerned about what they're doing for them at all because they don't believe they're a factor for the next 3 to 5 years.
Adam Wexler, Rockets TV analyst, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. You mentioned it earlier in the conversation, and I know a lot of people listening nodded in agreement when you brought up the name Jalen Green as a potential return for the Suns. Not a positional fit. Because the Suns have dealt now with 2 straight seasons of positional overlap with Bradley Beal and Devin Booker, and we see how that's worked out. Even if it's not Phoenix, what do you make of the appetite for the Rockets maybe to move off Jalen Green this offseason somewhere? He had such a rough playoff series against Golden State, and I know he's a young, dynamic offensive player and their leading scorer, but is his stock down in Houston in your mind?
It definitely is down outside the organization. I don't think there's much question about that. And it's tough to argue against it when you watch what happened in the postseason. But, man, could things be different if the Rockets won that series, and obviously they were in a Game 7, having nothing to do with how Jalen performed in any of those games, what might have then taken place after that? Because I don't think any other team was going to defend the Rockets in the way that the Warriors attempted to. It worked. Obviously the Warriors advanced, but they just simply – they committed a lot to getting the ball out of his hands, committed a lot of personnel to defending him 30, 35 feet out. And it wasn't for a lack of aggression as much as it appeared that way. I think the Rockets were fine. Rockets coaching staff were fine with saying, great, bring your defense out front and we'll play 4-on-3 and we'll let you play Alperen Şengün in single coverage. And they thought they would be able to win that way. Clearly they were almost correct. But I think Green just was kind of first playoff series jitters. He flat out admitted it after the first game jitters that he played so poorly in, but then he came out and was, guns blazing in Game 2. And then he just kind of settled back into not being much of an offensive factor. Didn't make a ton of mistakes, just wasn't much of an offensive factor. I don't think the team has soured on him like that. They just gave him that extension that just now kicks in this season. They do see growth every single year. Last year, he was better than he was the year before. It's about the consistent shooting, the consistent offense that just hasn't been there. And it's year 5. He's been healthy for 4 years. He's been out there. He's been developing. But is there a next step? And I think there's real questions that there is or isn't. And that's why he's certainly being dangled, so to speak. But I think that the internal thought about Jalen Green is, again, that they're totally fine with continuing to move forward and believe there's a possibility that there is a next step to be made. And you go from your first playoff experience to your second playoff experience, and things could be dramatically different.
All right, Adam, what does your gut instinct say? Will KD eventually be a Rocket, or is he going to end up somewhere else?
Well, we actually did that earlier this week, a little segment called Gut Feelings. And my gut feeling was Kevin Durant was not going to be traded to the Houston Rockets.
Wow. Ooh. All right.
Well, that's all we got now is gut feelings.
That's really it.
We appreciate you sharing yours and all the other insight.
Good
Great stuff,
man.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Adam Wexler, Rockets television analyst, co-host of the A-Team on Sports Talk 790 in Houston, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the Thunder had a chance to close it out last night and put that fourth, and we'll get into a Game 7. What to expect in the NBA Finals next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Suns must do what's best for them because this is the kind of deal where you do it right and you give yourself a chance to make this not so painful. If you do this wrong, and it is going to hurt. This is going to hurt for years. It might hurt for years no matter what. They might not have a choice on how bad this is going to hurt. But if you do this right, you can shorten the hurt. I think the Suns, for now, have to worry about this is the biggest franchise-altering trade they're going to make in a long time.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I say it all the time. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain. And I say that because they helped me avoid knee surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. And I am going back to QC Kinetics next week to get my elbow dealt with. I've got a lot of damaged tissue in my right elbow causing me a lot of issues. QC Kinetics is going to help me there as well. QC Kinetics transforming tens of thousands of lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. What they do is they use state-of-the-art treatments to harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and the patient satisfaction reports are incredible, including Emmitt Smith, former Cowboys legend, raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him manage all the joint pain he incurred during his NFL career. Remember, this is a revolutionary approach that can get you long-term relief with no downtime. Go see if these cutting-edge treatments can work for you. Make the summer of 2025 the summer you reclaim your mobility, your independence, your ability to walk and run and play and live the way you want to. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi,
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Is it Kevin Durant Day? Can it finally be Kevin Durant Day? And if it's not today, then when is it going to be Kevin Durant Day? We'll discuss at straight up 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show.
18-point deficit, OKC. 45 seconds to go. Pass stolen by Halliburton. How about Tyrese Halliburton? No look. And Siakam with the jam. Halliburton delivering in Game 6. 20-point lead, Indiana.
Another turnover, 2 more points off the turnovers.
It's the finals. It's the finals. Like, you know, all of us got to give everything we have. You know, I give everything I have for this group in this locker room. So just trying to come out here and play the best of my ability. My guys have had my back all year, and especially tonight, and that means the world to me.
Yeah, 24 hours ago on this show, we're speculating on whether or not Tyrese Halliburton was going to play. We both felt like, he strikes us as a guy that's going to give it a go. Despite all the criticism, despite all the doubts, Bick, he did give it a go in the starting lineup. Played 22 minutes, impacted the game immensely. Not from a statistical standpoint. You could really feel him out there. And an easy win for the Indiana Pacers in Game 6 to force a Game 7.
He had a vibe about him last night.
Absolutely.
And that would scare the heck out of me if I was an Oklahoma City fan. Amazingly, and I think Sammy's going to vibe on this, if the Indiana Pacers upset the Thunder in Oklahoma City Sunday night, they will become the first team to win a championship without ever being favored by bettors to win the championship. They point out there have been other underdog teams that have won a title like the Raptors, but once those teams got a 3-1 lead in the series, the odds flipped in their favor. So what it's doing, it's painting a picture of a basketball team that keeps proving people wrong and a basketball team that people keep doubting when your eyes should tell you not to doubt them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and believe me, I know all too well about the Thunder being favored in every single game.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm sure you do.
Gee, why would that be?
So I would really hope and so that the Scott Foster thing is in the air. What I really don't want to see in Game 7 is I don't want to see flopping from Oklahoma City, and I don't want to see a tight whistle. I don't want that to be anywhere near the outcome of this basketball game.
I will say this, and I actually defended the Scott Foster factor in last Friday's game. A lot of people pointed to it, said he's the extender. Whatever. If you don't want a tight whistle, he shouldn't be the guy.
Yeah.
Because he does blow his whistle. The statistics prove it out.
Yes.
He calls more fouls than anybody else, especially on big stages. There's a lot of reviews. There's a lot of flow taken out of the game.
Uh-huh.
And if Oklahoma City loses on Game 7, don't think people are not going to bring that game up.
It's a good point. It's a really good point. The cool thing about this is we've gone, almost a decade without a Game 7 in the NBA Finals?
9 years, yeah.
That scarcity is going to make Sunday very, very special.
Well, and just in the history of Finals Game 7s, I went back and looked at the top performers of all these. We're due for someone to have, and it could be Shea. He's done it all year long, but we're due for a legendary performance. In 2016, LeBron with the block, Kyrie the shot, LeBron a triple-double. 2013, LeBron 37 and 12. 2010, Kobe went ballistic. 94, Hakeem was unbelievable. And the list goes on and on. There have been iconic moments by iconic players in Game 7 of NBA Finals.
Yeah, here's Tyrese Halliburton talking about Game 7.
Yeah, it's about the margins. Like, it's about taking care of the ball and rebounding. Those are the most important things. You got to control the controllables and let the cards fall where they may. It's a one-game series now, and, man, we believe. We got a lot of faith in this group. So take care of our bodies, get ready, and Game 7 NBA Finals, what more can you ask for?
One of the words that goes hand in hand with Game 7 in the NBA playoffs, especially in the NBA Finals, is pressure. And to me, Vic, if you were going to pie chart the pressure on the teams, I don't know if you have to make a slice. I think the pressure is almost solely on the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Totally.
They have home court advantage. They've got the MVP. They've been the overwhelming favorite. They won 68 games. This is their time. If they don't get it done, it's going to be viewed as a massive failure, which I would hate for that to diminish what Indiana has done, because I've been guilty of diminishing Indiana this whole postseason. Didn't want to believe they were that good. But, man, they just play hard and together. Both of these teams really do. I think it's been – last night was a clunker of a game. This has been a very good series.
Yeah. No, it has been, and I think the series has proven that these teams are a lot closer in talent and cohesiveness than a lot of people believe going in, and some people still don't believe. Like, for instance, to prove a point, last night before the game, they ran Gene Hackman's speech from Hoosiers, and the crowd went insane. But that's not what this is. This isn't.
Did Tyrese Halliburton put T.J. McConnell on his shoulders to measure the height of the rim?
And the T.J. McConnell factor, and I know it makes Sammy very, very happy. He's the first bench player in NBA history to have 60 or more points, 25 or more assists, and 15 or more rebounds in the NBA Finals. First in NBA history.
Hey, I'll start the
TJ McConnell.
I'll start the TJ for MVP campaign right here, right now.
And it might turn out that way.
It'd be
but
nuts.
But the Pacers, like I said, the vibe coming off Tyrese Halliburton last night was dangerous. He looked much more of a killer than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander did last night.
Well, yeah, and not necessarily just killing with buckets. It was getting players involved. The highlight we played, coming up with that steal and that pass, and that kind of pass leading to a dunk like that, getting the crowd ignited. That'll demoralize a team. And Oklahoma City, quite honestly, midway through the third quarter, looked absolutely demoralized.
Yep. And now, as you've pointed out, they are a very, very young team, the youngest NBA Finals team in many, many, many moons, which means they've obviously been prone to these wild swings of performances in the playoffs. Up until now, they've responded at the brink. They did so against the Nuggets very convincingly. But this might be a different animal. Just even defensively last night, the Thunder just looked so average and so disconnected defensively.
Well, and what I noticed, too, I was sitting there with my brother, to start the fourth quarter, the scrubs for the Thunder were already in. And they're obviously not scrubs, but the waving of the white flag was at the beginning of the fourth quarter. Normally, that kind of comes with you got to give the starters a couple runs.
6 minutes maybe to go.
Yeah. And then when it really gets out of hand, or if it still is, you kind of just put him in. Dagnall, he didn't mess around at all. There were the other Jalen Williams in there. Isaiah Joe's good, but he was running it all. And that was kind of telling. I don't know what it's going to come down to in Game 7, but that was an interesting point.
Well, on the flip side of it, too, I think it's one of the big storylines going into Game 7 is that Halliburton got to shake off the fears or any concern about the calf. He got a 22-minute run. He really impacted the game, and he didn't play until the last 18 minutes of action. He was on the bench.
That's inconceivable, and that is what, to me, that's just a real hashtag fail for Oklahoma City, that you couldn't even keep that game.
Press it.
Yes.
Yeah. That was the whole series might swing on that.
Because of that.
Yeah.
It's very, very true.
The first 5 minutes of the third quarter when Oklahoma City still had a chance to get in and was just, building a house with all the bricks that they were throwing up there.
How about it?
Game 7 Sunday. We'll have a full recap on Monday morning's edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Friday. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know, with the upgrades of the Arizona Cardinals, I'm telling you right now, they're going to be right there based on names. I could look at Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson, Josh Sweat, and I can Darius Robinson. I can look at these guys right now, say the Arizona Cardinals are going to compete for brutality.
Did any of us pick Darius Robinson for most broken face masks yesterday? Because I want to change my pick to Darius Robinson. He feels like he's going to be a wrecking ball this year.
No, but every time I think of wrecking ball, I think of, I came in like a wrecking ball.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is a fireman. His wife is in education. They had a 3% rate and 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. Switched over to a Life Changer Loan. They're now going to pay off their house, that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Proof again of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear, because you always have access to your equity. This is what people are getting from Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity. You do not change a dime of your spending habits. And if you're thinking, oh, come on, Bick, this sounds too good to be true. Well, like they say at Life Changer Loan, it's not magic. It's just math. But there are caveats. You've got to have the right set of financials. You've got to have a really good credit score. Highly recommend, if you're in the market to buy a home or refinance, call Life Changer Loan first, because if you are a good fit, you are absolutely going to love the results. Find out more at 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-489-5660. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-489-5660 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-489-5660 to see if you qualify. That's 800-489-5660.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes. You both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Light up the summer with two great shows.
August 13th, Grammy winner Kev Mo brings that smooth Southern soul with special guest Sean Colvin. Then feel the fire with the fierce and fearless Samantha Fish September 13th. 2 unforgettable nights, 1 legendary stage, the Celebrity Theater. Tickets on sale now at celebritytheater.com. Feel the blues. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided the sweep yesterday. They beat the Blue Jays 9-5. Ryan Nelson went 5 2/3, only gave up 1 hit and 1 earned run, and the D-backs were backed by Eugenio Suarez and Pavin Smith, who each homered, and they drove in a combined 7 runs in the victory. Hopefully this win is more of what's to come, as the Diamondbacks will be in the Mile High City tonight and start a 3-game series with the Colorado Rockies. Zach Gallen is getting the ball for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 5:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Senate late last night voted on and passed HB 2704, the tax recapture bill that will send renovations to Chase Field. The bill will head back to Arizona, the House of Representatives. For more on that story, head to arizonasports.com. And the Phoenix Mercury continued to stay hot last night. They beat the WNBA's best, New York Liberty, 89-81, and extended their win streak to 4 straight. And we're headed to a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. The Indiana Pacers poured it on the Thunder last night, 108-91. The Pacers had 6 players in double figures, led by Obi Toppin with 20 points off the bench, and the series will shift to OKC for a winner-take-all Game 7 on Sunday night. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is here. Time for some social studies. Take it away, Sammy.
Yeah, some social studies on a Friday. And you know where to find us. We're at Bickley_Murata on X if you want to chime in with your responses to our daily questions. We're on Instagram, Blue Sky, Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And we've got 3 questions we asked today, and we start with the Diamondbacks. The Snakes will head to Coors Field for a weekend filled of baseball, and we asked our followers, what are your expectations for a weekend at Coors Field and why?
I gave you one. There's going to be one wild, crazy game. Another 14-12 game coming.
Yeah.
I don't know who wins.
Ooh, okay. My expectations are, I want to see, obviously, I want them to win the series, but I would really like to see them sweep this series. I'm tired of this hovering over mediocrity. Mm-hmm. I really, really am, and I'm sure I'm not alone. So I want this baseball team to seize the moment for once.
Yeah, Steven Ruiz kept it real with us. He said they'll win the first 2 and then get walked off in a Game 3 after taking a multiple-run lead to the 9th. It's happened before. Chalk Riley kind of agrees with the insanity of the series. He said 30-plus combined runs over the 3-game series. And Tom Foss says a sweep. They're the better team. Coors Field is the easiest ballpark to hit dingers, triples, doubles. I expect Gino, Corbin, and Marte to help power the D-backs to victory. He said we need to score a lot of runs because of the bullpen is so thin, and he does make a good point. So first pitch in the Diamondbacks Rockies tonight at 5:40. Our second question, we do and will get a Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and so we asked a poll. We said, what do you expect on Sunday night of OKC and Indiana? Will it be an OKC domination? Will the Pacers kind of shock the world and win a Game 7? Will we just get an all-time great game? And the third option, they're still playing NBA basketball?
Yeah,
the Jarrett Carlin option.
Right, exactly.
I had to salute Jarrett for this one.
Okay, I've already predicted. Well, it's I don't know if I believe it, but I predicted for the bingo card that the Pacers are going to pull this off. But I think they're uniquely prepared to do it.
Okay.
And so that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for an epic just an epic sporting event on Sunday.
I feel the same way. I'm not per se expecting it to happen, but I am fully on board with watching the Pacers shock the world in Game 7. I think it'd be awesome.
Yeah, it would be fantastic.
Yeah. I'm on team. I just want an all-timer. It feels like we've talked a lot about Game 7s today and the greatness that they are in the finals. I want an all-timer. The vote is extremely close. 28.5% of the vote says OKC will dominate. 28.1% of the vote says the Pacers will shock the world. And then at 21% each, we'll get an all-time game, and 21% voted that they're still playing, ? And for some of the responses real quick, Daryl Lee says the Pacers win and the Thunder immediately call the Suns and throw the farm for Kevin Durant.
I wouldn't expect that.
Wouldn't expect that. Tom, again, says anything can happen. He says, I think the Pacers win 144-143 in 3 overtimes.
Whoa!
Hey, sign me up.
Yeah, that would be epic.
Sign me up for that. And then Jones says, OKC by 20. Series only lasted this long because Adam Silver made it happen through the trickery and deception. Because, the NBA is so rigged, right? Yeah, no Game 7s in NBA Finals.
Andrew said Scott Foster will be announced Sunday as the game's crew chief, and SGA will go 19 of 21 from the free throw line in an insufferable blowout, ruining what has otherwise been an enjoyable series. I really hope that doesn't happen.
I really hope that's not the case either. That would be worst case. Okay, our last question. We talked this morning about how Bick found out this morning that eating and getting in the pool, you don't need that 30-minute window.
You don't need the 30 minutes. It's a myth.
A myth. So we got a lot of responses to this question. It was as simple as, what is the biggest myth you were told as a kid? What were some myths you guys were told as a kid?
Well, I shared the one about the hiccups. Another one, I think everybody, don't sit, or if you cross your eyes, they'll get stuck like that. That was a good one.
Yeah. I think the myth is what we were taught about this country, my generation, Vinny's generation, when we were growing up in school.
Which was?
That America was the shining light on the hill, more sophisticated and advanced, that we were exceptional.
Fair. The biggest one, and it's still to this day I think about it, is the car light in your car. It has to be off or you'll get pulled over.
Somebody mentioned that too, and I laughed out loud because the person who mentioned it said, I still believe that, or I still hesitate to this day.
Funny.
Me too.
I got told that every time. Turn the light out when you're driving. It's illegal.
We got upwards of 60 responses here. We don't have all time to read all 60, but some of the ones I liked, Scott Passmore said that sitting too close to the TV would make you blind.
Oh, yeah.
I heard that for sure.
Oh, yes.
David said that I would get my Social Security money back at the end of the road. Arizona Doug mentioned the dome light in the car. CJ says, not sure about a myth, but TV shows really had me thinking quicksand was going to be a problem in my life.
That is a good one.
That is a great one.
That's great.
There were multiple quicksand ones. Doc Holloway says, a myth that I'll have to write in cursive as an adult. When was the last time you guys wrote in cursive?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Been a long time. And then
I did today.
Did you?
Jotted down these notes in semi-cursive.
See, I'm a mixture. When I'm writing, I'll have some cursive, like letters, and then regular. It's weird.
Yeah.
A person your age knows how to write cursive?
Oh, I'm a really good. I have good penmanship.
How about you? How about you, Bailey? Are you a cursive guy?
No, I sign my name in cursive. When I'm using a signature, but that's it.
And then last...
People print their signatures now?
Yeah, they do.
They do. Yeah, no, it's very, very true. They do.
It's crazy.
Wow.
And then the last one from C. Backer. He said, in the early 80s, I was told that computers, internet, and sports had no future together. Oh, I'm now mad again. Buddy, yeah. And a quick Mock My World update from yesterday.
Do we have to?
Oh, man, it is a 2-horse race. Some people said that Team Murata and Team Bailey just didn't show up.
Look, I didn't think I was going to win, but my goodness.
It's tight.
I tried.
It's tight at
Arizona's
the top.
best wow moment athletes was our topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Team Sabolka had Larry Fitzgerald, Steve Nash, David Johnson, Archie Bradley. Team Murata, Jake Plummer, Terrell Suggs, Amari Stoudemire, Eddie House. Team Bickley, Cam Scadaboo, Randy Johnson, Corbin Carroll, Kevin Johnson. And Team Bailey, Jalen Strong, Alec Thomas, D.A., and Luis Gonzalez. And the response, the vote, 40%. Team Sabolka, 41% Team Bickley. We're fighting for it at the top. And then 9% Team Bailey and 8% Team Murata.
Shameful.
Keep
Rigged.
going. Keep voting. We've
Rigged.
got about 43 minutes left in that vote. And happy Friday, everyone. You know where to find us at Bickley and Murata and at Bickley_Murata on X.
I was trying to break down why my vote total is so low. And I did pick 2 ASU athletes.
Okay.
But that didn't hurt you.
3 ASU athletes.
Well, yeah, I mean,
yeah.
True, I did. Maybe I was too heavy on the Sun Devils. But
I still can't believe none of us picked Kyler Murray.
I know.
That just blows my mind. All that guy is wow moments.
Both good and bad.
Yes.
Wow, where's that ball going?
He did what?
All right, thanks, Sammy. Social studies every day at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, I'm going to give you a phrase, a famous phrase, Bick.
Yeah.
And you tell me the golf figure that comes to mind. The man's a menace. No, we're not talking about Al Shervick.
We're talking about Caddyshack, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Temper tantrums, a thing in sports. We'll tell you more next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. You've seen his face on billboards, on Valley buses, on television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere in the Valley. It's a fun name and it's a fun brand. But if you are ever hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win, and they are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They are exactly the heavy-hitting firm you need when dealing with insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got full in-house trial teams, and all of that trial experience they have gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which means they don't only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in Arizona. And remember this, having the right attorney can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. So if you are hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have 2 things for you, Basinonians. 1, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And 2, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at Dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Rick. How big has Ryan Nelson been for the D-backs as of late? We get going at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
The man's a menace.
The man's a menace.
Cut that off. The dancing scene right there on the fairway.
Yeah.
Shaq will never not make me laugh.
Right.
The man's a menace. Who are we talking about? We're not talking about Rodney Dangerfield's character from Caddyshack.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about the newest golf bad boy, Wyndham Clark.
Oh, yeah.
He brought this up
guy?
early in the show.
Mm-hmm.
But Wyndham Clark had a good first round at the Travelers yesterday, but apparently lost his mind last week at Oakmont.
Yeah.
And did damage to a 100-year-old locker in the locker room.
This is reprehensible behavior from a professional golfer, and I didn't even like his apology yesterday. It was one of those, I deeply regret it, but I really want to move on. I really focusing on moving on. There's a lot I want to accomplish, and this to me is, this dude is bad news. The story broke open when a golf Twitter account, I forget who it was exactly, but he referenced Wyndham Clark as Blow Pig. And I looked into it, and that's the nickname for him because it's kind of like wind and ham, blow and pig.
Oh, okay.
It's the guys that no laying up.
Right.
Yeah.
That's it. The no laying up guys. So Blow Pig, as they derisively call him because of his really, really bad temper, he's more like Judge Smales when Judge Smales got so angry he threw the club 9 miles and it ended up hitting the woman who was sitting at the porch. Look, I'll pay for your lunch. And so I don't know what they're going to do.
Grips checked, sir.
Yeah, right. That's right. Yes, it's my fault, sir. It's really my fault. Oh, kids these days. Okay, Wyndham Clark, this is to do damage to the Oakmont locker room. It really speaks to this dude and his lack of emotional maturity that you would have that little respect for that club. And this is coming after he very dangerously threw his driver in frustration at the PGA Championship.
Yeah.
But this dude's bad news,
I'm
man.
looking at the picture from Oakmont, and it looks like there's two
of them.
2 lockers that have like the bottom panels.
Yes, kicked
in. And his response was, quote, "I've had a lot of highs and lows in my career, especially this year, some lows. I made a mistake that I deeply regret. I'm very sorry for what had happened, but I'd also like to move on. Not only for myself, but for Oakmont, the USGA, and the kind of focus on the rest of this year and the things that come up. I still want to try to make the Ryder Cup team." What can he damage there?
Right, exactly. Right?
It got us to thinking of some of the all-time temper tantrums.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if anything will ever top Antonio Brown's exit from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh, I got one. Back in the day, at the peak of John McEnroe petulance and brattiness, he got so mad he took his tennis racket and destroyed this flower bed of these decorative flowers, beautiful flowers that they had lined the side of the court with. He was like Bill Murray hitting flowers. It was it's all coming back to Caddyshack. Every one of these things. The John McEnroe flower bed, Antonio Brown. That was a legend.
That was just bizarre.
Just weirdness.
And like, it is funny that tennis players and golf players kind of do have these temper tantrum moments because it is an individualistic sport and it's like solely on them. But it does come back to them. A lot of the eyes are all on them when they do make a temper tantrum move. Like tennis players, at this point, it's kind of normal for a dude to go through a racket just in frustration.
Well, I sent you the video when the French was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Jarrett, for some reason, got a kick out of one of the players' names, Alexander Bublik. So I started watching this. I wanted to learn more about this guy.
Oh, this guy's insane.
He's
insane.
He's insane, but in great ways. Because sometimes he just does weird stuff on the court in the middle of a point because he doesn't want to be robotic. So he'll actually, like, if somebody hits a weak shot that barely goes over and there's elevation on it, he'll take the racket, turn it around, and return it with the handle of the racket.
Yeah, and
in the middle of big points.
People get very offended at that.
But in that video that I sent you, to Sammy's point, he got so frustrated with himself, he went through 3 straight rackets. He destroyed one, went to his bag, got another one, and the commentator's even saying, well, thankfully he's got a lot of rackets over there. Then he grabs the 3rd one, and the commentator's like, wait, he's running out of rackets. I've never seen that one before either. To go through 3 rackets?
Yeah, no, listen, Sammy's right. There's a certain psychology to being in an individual sport that can really make you snap in really unseemly ways. It does happen in team sports. It happened with the Phoenix Suns. There are people who cover the team. The legendary Robin Lopez shattering the glass door day when I think it was Jaron Collins who got deep under his skin. There was something that happened at practice that day, and Robin Lopez, the big goof, went out and just crashed and smashed this glass door. He had to pay for that door by himself.
Yes.
But there was that.
Do you remember the sound? Somebody was getting interviewed at that time, and you could hear the door shattering in the background.
Vinny was once a notorious racket thrower. In fact, there was one time way, way back in the day, I was playing in a very informal tennis tournament, and it was an outdoor tournament. I was playing this guy, and I knew this guy very, very well, and I was getting the better of him that day. And I went to the net and I volleyed, and I turned my back after winning the point, and he got so mad he flung his racket in my direction. He didn't mean to throw it at me, but it hit me right in the back of the head. After I got off the tennis court.
Me.
No, it wasn't you. I lost my mind. I started running after this kid. This kid started running away from me. We started interrupting other matches going on around us. We both got kicked out of the tournament. And I remember going, what did I do? They're like, you caused a scene. I'm like, he tried to kill me.
How have I never heard this story before?
Flung it, bam, right in the back of my head, Vinny.
Wow.
Well, and two, like, baseball, you see a ton of guys will just beat the crap out of, like, the water coolers, and they'll break bats, they'll destroy the dugouts. It also it's a very team sport, individualistic team sport. You see a lot of, this was more back in the day, coaches would lose their minds in the NBA of breaking clipboards. I think of Pat Riley when him coaching the Lakers, like, in anger, and just, like, that's how he set the tone.
Right.
That's how, like, kind of had to be back then, but that's where my mind goes as well.
Yeah. And that is part of why people love watching the U.S. Open so much is that golf comes so easily to those who do it well. At least they perceive it that way, that when they struggle like the rest of us do, it's deeply enriching to see these very, very skilled players snap, right? Because it's Vinny, it's easier to snap on a golf course than it is a tennis court. The level of frustration with the sport of golf can be deeply profound.
There's no doubt about it. But I would like to pull a Wyndham Clark. I'm very, very regretful of my behavior over the years, from the ages of about 17 to about 25, 26.
Yeah. So how bad was your racket throwing?
I didn't have a sponsorship. I would break my racket and then just not be able to play for a while.
Nobody was bringing you a new racket?
Did you ever check out demo rackets that you wanted to try out?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I would do that, and I actually cracked one of the demos.
Oh, no.
And it wasn't destroyed. It was like a hairline crack. And I returned it.
And they didn't notice?
They didn't notice. I think the statute of limitations is over.
Yes.
You ever broke a club or thrown a club into a lake or something like that?
No, I've wanted to. I've golfed with friends who have done that.
Yeah. I see it all the time, just on Twitter or whatever, and Hey, listen, I need new clubs more than the next person, but you won't see me breaking them.
Yeah, listen, I had a good buddy of mine who shanked the tee shot, and he got so mad. He flung his club so epically, it went about 30 yards in the air, crashed up against another dude's golf cart, and snapped the club in half. And he was so mad, and we could not stop. We almost wet ourselves laughing, which only made him even more enraged. Yeah.
Now I'm even thinking, I guess I burned hot.
Yeah.
These Sega Genesis controllers I broke over the years, too.
Who knew you were so competitive,
I used
Vinny?
to be. Now I'm just like, whatever. When the temperature exceeds 100 degrees in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. Coming up next, we'll get a preview of the Diamondbacks' pivotal series in Denver against the Rockies. Todd Walsh joins us straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. That's your ball game. Diamondbacks prevent the sweep, and they win the finale by a final score of 9-5. The offense really shined in this one, and Ryan Nelson turned in a dominant starting pitching performance.
Next for the D-backs, 3 games at the Rockies, with Game 1 live from Denver at 5 this afternoon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and there is only one thing more brutal than enduring summertime in Arizona. It's waking up one day in the middle of the summer and realizing, wow, the thermostat's on 85 degrees. Then you turn on your air conditioning unit, you check a couple hours later, and it's still 85 degrees, and you realize, oh no, my air conditioning system is broken. The next couple of days after that happen can get real tricky, folks, which is why now is a great time to give Parker & Sons a call. Let them get your air conditioning tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons will do a lot of great things for you. It'll prolong the life of your system. It'll help you save money on utility bills, up to $30 a month. But more than anything, it's going to give you that peace of mind to avoid that nightmarish scenario of that thermostat that just keeps rising and rising and rising during the middle of the summer. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Remember, all of their techs are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They've passed drug tests and background checks. They are the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This summer, beat the heat and hit the greens at Verado Golf Club. Enjoy special summer rates on both the Founders and Victory courses. And stay cool with ice-cold mango-scented towels served daily. And here's the best part. Kids play free. June 2nd through August 28th. One junior 17 and under plays free with a paying adult. Monday through Thursday anytime and Friday through Sunday after 9 a.m. Book your tee time today at VeradoGolfClub.com or call 623-388-3000. Verado Golf Club, where summer golf just got cooler.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-431-8958. That's 800-431-8958.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided the sweep yesterday. They beat the Blue Jays 9-5 behind Ryan Nelson's 5 2/3. He only gave up 1 hit and 1 earned run, and the D-backs were backed by Eugenio Suarez and Pavin Smith, who each homered and drove in a combined 7 runs. Hopefully this win is more of what's to come, as the Diamondbacks will be in the Mile High City tonight and start a 3-game series with the Rockies. Zach Gallen will be getting the ball for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 5:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury continued to stay hot last night. They beat the WNBA's best New York Liberty 89-81 and extended their win streak to 4 straight games. And we're headed to a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. The Indiana Pacers poured it on the Thunder last night, 108-91, and the Pacers had 6 players in double figures, led by Obi Toppin with 20 points off the bench. And the series now shifts to OKC for a winner-take-all Game 7 on Sunday night. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for better ways to help your business make some money using energy while saving some money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Hey, it's Gambo. The D-backs are 6-6 in their last 12 games. So what can we expect as they start a series against the Rockies today? We'll discuss with Tori Lavello at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, after 3 in Toronto, Diamondbacks traversing the entire continent from Canada to Colorado, back to Chicago, then Arizona. Stop number 2, Coors Field, 3 games starting tonight against the Rockies. Here to talk about it with us, Diamondbacks television broadcaster, the one, the only, Todd Walsh, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Good morning, Todd.
Todd.
And nowhere along that journey did we encounter quicksand.
No.
Can we talk quicksand for just
Please,
a second?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It was an issue.
It feels like it's part of the primal fear of my youth, like, not putting your hand on a hot stove, don't put the butter knife in the toaster to get the bread out, and stay away from quicksand. I don't know why. We've got to solve this. I'm serious. It's a part of my. I mean, when I heard that 15 minutes ago, I just thought, I'm afraid now. I don't want to go walk out in the marsh area, and I want to be able to come home. And I know you're not going to die in quicksand, but that's how it was presented.
It sure was.
It was presented like you weren't getting out.
Yeah, and it was presented like it was like it might be around any corner. If you're like in a forest or something, it might just.
Yes.
Yeah.
So my myth, if I could, by the way, is math. And I've held true to that my whole life. I dropped out of trigonometry or whatever it was in 11th grade and said, I'm never going to do this and use this in my life. The only math I need to know is how to figure out my ERA. That's it.
Yeah.
And I left. So math is my myth.
Love it.
Quicksand is up there.
Love it. All right, let's talk about this baseball team, because emotionally, as you know, for fans, this season has been exhausting. Where is the happy ending for this team? When and how can they get real elevation?
Wow. Right up till the trade deadline, so we know what's going on, right? That's what I think. And I heard you earlier, Dan, because I can never sleep in Denver, and I was so worried that I was going to sleep through your phone call to me today, so that was shot. But I heard your I heard the tone and tenor in your voice about the frustration, and I feel it. I live it. I'm in it. Sometimes far too deep, but I almost think there needs to be a reset on looking ahead, saying we've got to sweep this. We've got to win 2 out of 3. Everybody knows that you got to win series. I just feel like maybe this is just as simple as let's just worry about tonight. Because right before I got on, I'm like, wait, what's the rotation for this weekend? I like the rotation for this weekend here in Denver, even though you never know what's going to happen in Coors Field. But they got to 500, and that felt like that was the storyline after the game last night or yesterday afternoon. And I didn't feel that way because I just keep thinking every time something goes wrong, all of a sudden one loss turns into 3 or a series loss. And I know I'm playing amateur psychologist here, but the coaching staff doesn't even understand why there is this roller coaster ride of emotions and execution. They don't. And Jeff Bannister addressed the team before Game 1 in Toronto. And, this is a hardcore, just one of the toughest guys you'll ever see in baseball. There'll never be another guy like Jeff Bannister, I can tell you that. And when he talks, it's like E.F. Hutton, everybody listens. Mm-hmm. And apparently he told the team just a diatribe about what you're doing right. And I asked him, I'm like, well, why did you do that? And he said, because we're spending so much time telling them what they're doing wrong. And I said, well, what did you see in their eyes? And he said, well, I know what it looks like when a group of baseball players are looking at me and knowing that I'm blowing smoke. And they knew that I wasn't. So Game 1 happens, and everybody's in a crisis mode because of the way it ended, and I get it. But I wasn't as consumed with that loss because I felt that they played really well. You lose games in the bottom of the ninth. This team has a problem there. Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, can we just live in the moment? Just really try and live in the moment. So just win tonight. Just win an inning. I mean, I don't think it's that crisis yet. But then let's talk again on Sunday and see what happens. Does that make any sense?
No,
at all?
absolutely. No, it does. You're right. Demanding that this team does anything beyond one game. You're right. It's just so weird and indicative of the season because some of these losses feel so heavy and ominous.
Yes, I agree. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it, because then you walk in the room and you talk to these guys and you're wearing it and you feel it, and it's human nature, and everybody has that vibe. And I know everybody likes to laugh and take shots at Torey Lovullo, but he is an eternal optimist. And when I walked in there after Game 1, I mean, that was like a Mike Tyson knockout. It happened so fast. Yeah, I didn't even have my headphone plugged in to do the post-game show, and I turned around, the ball was over the fence, and but he doesn't. You don't feel that dark cloud when you walk in his room. Like, yes, he's PO'd. Of course he is. Yes, it's any loss hurts, but there was just something about the way they played. But I feel like they're hearing it and they're feeling it. Oh, we got to sweep. We got to do this. We got to do that. I can't live that way because it's just mind-numbing to do that.
Yep. Todd Walsh, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Corbin Carroll not in the lineup yesterday. Didn't expect him to be after he got hit in the hand, and I know that the x-rays were negative. What is the fear level on the condition of the hand for Corbin? And then on the same kind of subject, Todd, Gabby Moreno ending up on the 10-day injured list, and I know it's retroactive, so it'll be at least a week without him, but what is the fear level there?
I just couldn't believe it when I heard the ball hit his hand, and I heard him yell. There was an echo that it was carrying around the stadium, and I looked up and I'm like, oh my God, here we go again. And then he showed us his hand in the clubhouse after, and he was still in extraordinary pain. And then yesterday morning, when we had an hour of clubhouse availability, and I will say that 95% of that hour, he was walking around with a bat in his hand everywhere he went. He was trying so hard. Yeah. But it's just going to be tolerance of pain. I sure hope I don't get we're going to get a further evaluation.
How about that?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, but the one thing that I'll never forget about that moment was the reaction in the dugout when he went out to go on the field and then came off after the half inning, and he started talking to the trainer, and every single guy in that dugout was just falling all over themselves to listen. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a team go through the kind of adversity that this group has gone through, and then to see their best player standing there with a ball that hit him square in the hand. I think they caught a break, but it's going to be tolerance of pain. And it's for Moreno. I mean, as I said to Jose Herrera on the postgame show, are you ready? Because he's going to get the bulk of this. But, man, I mean, I just know how much more they can take.
Yeah.
But they're still in the conversation, and that's the trade deadline. That'll be the bellwether moment for me.
Yeah, listen, and I think that we've heard nothing but assurances that they want to add, that they don't want to subtract at trade deadline, even though I think there's a strong gravitational pull if this team is not performing well near the deadline to do so. I just want you to assess the state of the pitching rotation because I think it's so important going forward. Ryan Nelson, obviously, in a very good place. Merrill Kelly in a very good place. The other three dudes, I'm not sure of. Zach Gallen, Eduardo Rodriguez, Brandon Pfaadt. What's sketch out what you think of them right now and where they're at?
Well, they are what we have, right? That's how I'm looking at this. I also there's a little. I will try to answer that question. The other way I look at this is that there is a different feeling around this group now that you know that Martinez is not coming back. I don't think we're going to see Puck, right? So all of a sudden, roles are being more defined, and now the starting pitchers know what's behind them, if that makes sense. Because this 15-day injured list and then the second opinion thing, that chews up games, and it chews up a part of your head. And all of a sudden, games are gone and losses happen, and you don't know who gets the seventh, the eighth, who's the closer. Well, now you know, and now you know who the starters are. So I look at that and I say, okay. What's Zach Gallen going to do tonight? How far can he go? Will Torrey give him a longer leash? How will he respond to that? So I still see Pfaadt taking great steps. I actually thought Eduardo Rodriguez pitched better than I'd seen him in a while. I think he's taking steps. So I'm just erased Corbin Burns from my, he's not there.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. That's just not there. So this is the group. And I think there's something to that. There's a settling to that. And that's why I look at the mosaic of the next month going, all right, well, here they are. Let's see.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's all you can ask for.
Yeah.
Todd,
well, let's hope it's a good mosaic, Todd.
Yes, enjoy the thin air up in the Mile High Cities.
Thanks. Yeah,
so why can't you sleep in Denver? Is it the altitude keeps you awake?
Yeah, even in hockey for 1,000 years, man. I don't know. Hey, one word I want to throw at you before you go, Dan. I heard this hours ago. You guys had a great conversation about civility in sports. And if you didn't see what Josh Naylor did for his team, his best friend, Miles Straw, the other night,
great.
And literally going out to center field to check in on him. When you see all the other BS that's going on the field, remember that moment because that was humanity, and I've never seen anything like that.
I haven't either.
That was cool.
Great call.
Todd, thanks as always, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Look out for that quicksand. It could be around any corner, Dan. You're right.
Todd Walsh, Diamondbacks television broadcaster, joining us from Denver as they get ready for their series against the Colorado Rockies. Final thoughts straight ahead on this Friday. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The appealing part of it to me is the idea that you're going to trade him for three pieces. And let's say you get Jabari Smith in a first-round pick and Jalen Green, and then maybe you turn around and trade Jalen Green for two things or whatever. That's the appealing part of trading away Kevin Durant to me is maybe you get 3 or 4 or 5 pieces that you can have as parts of your team for the next 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Yes. And if you're talking about Rudy Gobert and Julius Randle, that seems to fit the idea that this is going to be a reload as opposed to a rebuild.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with $18.87 and 4.75% with $17.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Happy birthday, America! And my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about, oh yeah! We're talking 25% off everything in-store and online now through June 26th. So here's the move, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Oh, going back to the 80s, Beck.
Oh, yeah. It's 3 a.m., Vinny.
It's 2 a.m.
2 a.m., sorry. I messed that up.
It's 3 a.m. somewhere. Isn't that the saying?
Yeah.
You remember the band's name, right?
Yeah, this was...
Definitely a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, who are these guys again?
Golden Earring.
Golden Earring, of course. Yeah.
This stemming from a line in the Bickley Blast today. It wasn't the Blast, wasn't it? Twilight Zone?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wanted to play this.
Which is where the Kevin Durant trade saga will be if he is not traded by the NBA draft.
So we're days away.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a huge hit. You remember the
gigantic hit?
The video too, when the line, the bullet hits the bone, and the guy like gets
That's
shot,
right.
and throws himself back. They just keep replaying that footage over and over again. Golden Earring. Sammy, you've never heard this before, have you?
No idea.
Great song. Twilight Zone, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Today's Sanderson Ford poll question, and you can vote on it at arizonasports.com. D-backs next 9 games against the Rockies, White Sox, and Marlins. Dan Bickley, how many wins do you expect? All 9, 7-8, 5-6, or 4 and under?
7-8.
Seems like all of our poll questions are just like, tell me the future.
Yeah, right. Look in your crystal ball.
7-8 is the vote that will officially register. 5-6 leading right now, 44%. 34% are in the 7-8 range. 12% say only 4 or under. If it's 4 or under at the end of this stretch, our conversations on the Diamondbacks are going to sound much different. What can you get for Suarez, Gallen, Kelly, Naylor? Those are the discussions.
Yeah, that's where we'll be.
Only 10% say they're going to win all 9 games. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. Vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com. There's been so much talk about, and the Phoenix Suns are very much under the microscope right now. Even though the NBA Finals are going on, even though the Suns are bordering on a franchise shift, everybody's waiting for this Kevin Durant thing to take place. So they're really picking apart everything. We've mentioned the poking at Matt Ishbia, the reputation hits that the organization has taken, being in this situation. What are they going to do with Kevin Durant? So today on the Run It Back show on FanDuel TV, former NBA player Boogie Cousins was talking about it, and he's the latest of the NBA veterans saying it's not Kevin Durant's fault. It's just it was just dysfunctional. But here he shares some information that I hadn't heard before. I don't know if it's true, but let's spread it anyway.
Like I said, it was never meant for success. So even through all the chaos that happened in Phoenix, and it was a lot of things that happened. It was a lot of things that haven't been reported. I don't want to be the guy to report it, but I've definitely heard of some of the negative things in the locker room. There was a couple of fist fights. There was a lot going on that obviously carries over into the court. So, for him to be the so-called blame of the negative seasons they've had, I think it's completely unfair.
Hold on. Boogie, are you saying there were fist fights in the Suns locker room amongst the Suns?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Interesting.
So with that being said,
that's normal though.
Is it?
Yeah, that's
boys
normal.
Are so weird.
It gets magnified.
So that's Lou Williams jumping in, and Chandler Parsons is also on that show, and they're both kind of nodding in agreement that that's normal.
Right.
I guess it's normal for teams that don't have any, like, we talked about the lack of culture or the lack of connection, and obviously an underachieving team's going to go through that. But that was not evident to the eyeballs of anybody that was watching this team.
Kevin Durant,
and again, I don't know if it's true. I'm just saying what's been said.
Kevin Durant has already responded to it. Quote, I have to contest this 94-footer. This is some BS to throw on us. Yeah, we were trash this year. Ha, ha, ha. But we were never got close to this. Never. End quote. I believe KD on that.
Yeah.
In talking and listening to some of the players this year, you heard just the opposite. You heard them almost say the problem is guys here are too at ease with each other. Guys like each other too much. There's not enough creative friction, tension in the locker room based over these losses.
We had those conversations during the season when things were especially bad. We talked about it. It seems like this team actually got along together pretty well.
Yeah.
Which was not congruent to what they were putting out there on the court. Now, I think there might, and again, this is speculation, but we speculated about this, and the coach is no longer there. I just think there was never a connection between roster and coaching staff, most notably the head coach. I don't think there was any chemistry there whatsoever.
Which was very, very surprising because we thought that
that was evident to the naked eye.
That was evident. You're exactly right. And that we thought was going to be the slam dunk. That this team with this homegrown Holbrook, Arizona head coach who loves Al McCoy.
Dream job.
Yeah. Wow.
So, guys, we have a Game 7 on Sunday, and I don't know if you've seen. So, Netflix does the thing called the Starting Five.
Yeah.
And this year's season is Jaylen Brown, Kevin Durant, SGA, Tyrese Halliburton, and James Harden. So, they're getting all-inclusive footage of Game 7 finals with these two teams. It's going to be Netflix walked into the lottery right there.
Wow.
And Kevin Durant.
That'll be an interesting watch.
Yeah.
But good on Kevin Durant, definitively and quickly responding to that. But that just goes to show you when things are going wrong, how easy it is to shoot arrows from the outside.
Where do you grab that out of thin air?
Through the grapevine. I heard this.
Wow.
All right.
Brutal.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Yes.
Thanks to Adam Wexler, Todd Walsh for joining us. We're back on Monday. Wolf and Luke are up next.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of Get It Nowhere Else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive. Message and data rates may apply.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
Entrepreneurship, that was always the dream, right? The American dream. I guess I instilled that in my boys.
My name is Garrett Lee. I'm one of the owners at Moving Team 6. I would say my dad taught us dedication and discipline. If you have these attributes, you're going to be successful at no matter what you do.
I'm JT Lee. I'm owner of Moving Team 6 too. We want to make you successful. I heard this ad about Moving Team 6. They take care of our vets. That's what we want.
MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided the sweep yesterday. They beat the Blue Jays 9-5. Ryan Nelson went 5 2/3, only gave up 1 hit and 1 earned run. The D-backs were backed by Eugenio Suarez and Pavin Smith, who each homered and drove in a combined 7 runs. Hopefully this win is more of what's to come, as the Diamondbacks will be in the Mile High City tonight and start a 3-game series with the Colorado Rockies. Zach Gallen will be getting the ball for the Snakes, and first pitch will be at 5:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Senate late last night voted on and approved HB 2704, the tax recapture bill that will fund renovations at Chase Field. The bill will head back to the Arizona House of Representatives. For more on that story, head to arizonasports.com. And we're headed to a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. The Indiana Pacers poured it on last night as they beat the Thunder 108-91. The Pacers had 6 players in double figures, led by Obi Toppin with 20 points off the bench, and the series now shifts to OKC for a winner-take-all Game 7 on Sunday night. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Friday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke show. Wolf, what's going on?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. You know, ready for this, for better or worse, I guess, this KD trade to happen. It is Friday.
Oh, my goodness, I just have a feeling right now something's going to happen. Isn't that right, Basinonian? Something is going to break. Something's going to happen today in terms of Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns, and will he be a Phoenix Sun by the end of the day?
See, I'm starting to think it's going to happen this weekend if it happens before the draft. I don't know. I mean, maybe it'll happen in 6 months the way this is going, but can't you just see it after all this happening during the weekend? It could happen in the next 2 seconds, though.
If you asked me that Monday, I would say yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Tuesday, I was sure about it being Friday.
Okay.
Wednesday, Thursday, felt the same way. Of course, it's got to be Friday. Now, not so much. I really don't. I believe it's going to be the push point that is the NBA draft.
You think it's just going to happen before Wednesday? Is what you're saying. Okay. Here's Shams on with Pat McAfee yesterday with his latest update on everything.
The longer this drags out, the more we're going to be talking about it. Kevin Durant's one of the best players in the league still today. He's going to go down as, top 15, top 20
50,
player
40, 90.
of all time, top 10 player of all time.
Sir.
So,
yes,
and his stats, I mean, this is what he's doing even at this age is remarkable. The Suns know if they're going to trade Kevin Durant, they clearly have a price threshold they want met. And I had one team tell me today, it's kind of a game of chicken at this point. From the Rockets to the Heat to the Minnesota Timberwolves, it's literally 1 or 2 pieces away, either which way, that can get a deal done. But at the end of the day, one of these teams has to meet that threshold to get something done. The NBA draft is about a week away, so could this go into the NBA draft? For sure. But I don't think the Suns wanted to. I don't think the other teams wanted to. You want to get those deals done. So my understanding is they're in active conversations with those 3 teams specifically on trying to get a deal done for Kevin Durant, having their price threshold met. I would also not be surprised if this has 3-4 team deal scenarios too. This is also something that could branch into much more than just being a 1-for-1 trade.
Oh.
All right, well, get ready.
Can't wait for that. Boy, that's going to be good. But you just heard it right there, though. This is a game of chicken. That's what it is.
Yeah.
This is what it's all about for a general manager who is going to blink first.
I'm sure it's tougher for Brian Gregory. We've talked about this for a while. That not having nothing to do with his actual ability to do this job. We don't know what that is yet. But if I'm the GM for the Rockets or I'm the GM for the Spurs or some of these teams that are like, okay, we've made you our offer, take it or leave it. I don't know if you would be doing that if it was an established GM that has negotiated big deals before. You might be like, take it or leave it. Okay, why haven't the Suns called? Let's up the offer. But with Gregory, I have to think some of these teams think they can push the Suns around a little bit. We're going to have Brett Siegel from Clutch Points on at noon today. He has a story out that reflects a lot of what Shams just said in there, specifically about there being offers out there. And now it's just a matter of who's going to blink first. That seems to be what this is going to come down to, Wolf. And I'll just reiterate, the Suns don't have to make a deal anytime soon. They could just let this drag on. It'll drive all of us insane, but they could just let this drag. They don't have to blink first.
Yeah, please, Brian, don't listen to Luke. Don't listen to Luke. Please, make
But if
the
you're
deal
not getting
right
what you
now.
want, Brian, let it drag on, man.
I understand, man. Listen, there are push points. We talk about them all the time. Leverage points right now. The NBA draft coming up is the first one that I look at right now. The start of training camp. I would say the start of training camp is another push point. The start of the season, I think, is another push point. And then, of course, the 2025-2026 trade deadline is
jeez.
I know.
Can you imagine?
Don't get me started, okay? But I think this one right here, I'm wondering how the Suns have been posturing in regard to the Kevin Durant trade and whether or not this is it. We're getting this deal done before the 2025 NBA draft. This is what we have decided. This is what we're doing. I'm just telling you right now, Brian Gregory, talking to any other general manager, this is our push point. We are trading Kevin Durant before the 2025 draft.
I understand why they would want to do that. It makes a lot of sense.
Because they're creating that urgency.
You're creating that urgency. And also, I just understand why the Suns would like to get the trade done before the draft so that they can add picks in this year's draft. Totally makes sense. I'm just saying if these teams are really lowballing the Suns with the idea of, they'll just cave. It's a first-time GM and the draft's in 5-6 days. You don't have to. I mean, at a certain point, flip it back on Houston. And like you said, you're getting close to training camp and Rockets fans are like, hey, and Rockets ownership, I'm sure, would be like, remember we could have had Kevin Durant and we just wouldn't throw in Tari Eason or we wouldn't throw in Shepard or whoever.
Throw in Tari Eason, please.
I mean, throw in Jabari Smith, whoever. But
I'll take Jabari Smith first.
Yeah, but it sounds like they're willing to give up Jalen Green and a pick, but they're not willing to give up anything else. And it's just like, if you're Houston, do you need Reed Shepard or do you need Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
Like at a certain point, just get the deal done. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Here's more from Shams talking about the Spurs specifically.
For the Spurs, Victor Wembanyama, De'Aaron Fox, both in their 20s, in the prime of their career. My feel right now is that the Spurs, they have interest in Kevin Durant. They have talked to the Suns, to my understanding, about Kevin Durant, but there's a certain price threshold they'll go to for a guy like Kevin Durant, and if that price doesn't align with Phoenix's, then clearly there's just not going to be a deal. And if the Spurs are going to fully go all in, what they've done such a good job there, their general manager, Brian Wright, R.C. Buford, their CEO, they've stockpiled all their picks. They got De'Aaron Fox in a trade. They've got Stephon Castle, the reigning Rookie of the Year. They've got Victor Wembanyama. They've got different players that have value. We don't know yet which player could hit the market.
Yeah, we don't know, and that is the problem right now. I just don't feel the urgency for the San Antonio Spurs. I don't feel, from their perspective right now, the urgency that is out there. I think they have made an offer, and they're posturing right now like that's our offer.
Yeah.
Take it or leave it.
That's the team. I'm trying to look at all this logically. Like, from when I look at these potential trades, I'm trying to look, okay, does it make sense for both sides? I can understand the Spurs making their offer, being like, take it or leave it. Because if I'm the Spurs, I can at least understand it. Now, yeah, would I throw in one more thing to get the deal done? I would, but they don't need to, I don't believe, the way a Houston or some of these other teams really kind of does need to.
For me, that's what I keep coming back to. You have to follow the truth, brothers. This is what I keep saying. Follow the truth. The truth is the Houston Rockets need Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
To me, that's the truth. Now, I know you can sit there and say, what are you talking about, Wolf? They were the number 2 team in the Western Conference, a hyper-competitive conference. They don't need it. They just need to get better. That's what they need to do. One more year. Well, you know what? I'm glad you're convicted on that. But if you watch that, to me, Kevin Durant was the answer, I think, for the Houston Rockets at that point in time. And I know he's got a great relationship with Ime Udoka as well. And because of that, I think that's going to push it over the top in the end. The truth is they need the talents of Kevin Durant.
Houston, I would say, more than any other team, and I know there are people that feel this way about Miami and even New York still, but Houston, I think, more than any other team, better be really convicted in what you just said. We're going to just naturally get better to the point where we're going to overtake Oklahoma City, and we're going to stay ahead of San Antonio, which I don't think they will.
Takes a leap of faith.
Yeah, because otherwise you're going to look back in 3, 4, 5 years and be like, yeah, we were good every year, but we wouldn't part with Reed Shepherd for Kevin Durant. Like, wait, really?
You went with Reed Shepherd.
Well, or Tari. I want Jabari Smith. I mean, I think at a certain, because you're not realistically asking the Rockets to give up Şengün or Amin Thompson. You're not asking, and you're not asking them to give up Reed Shepherd and Tari Eason and Jabari Smith. You can keep most of these guys. So if you really don't feel like Kevin Durant is a good enough scorer for you, because that's what Houston needs, you're saying one of the greatest scorers in NBA history, maybe the greatest in terms of just pure scoring, isn't a good enough scorer for you, you better be really convicted everybody on your team's going to start averaging a few more points a game.
Indeed.
All right, when we come back, how big was it for the Diamondbacks yesterday to avoid getting swept in Toronto, and what does it do for them now going forward? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. That's your ball game. Diamondbacks prevent the sweep, and they win the finale by a final score of 9-5. The offense really shined in this one, and Ryan Nelson turned in a dominant starting pitching performance.
Next for the D-backs, 3 games at the Rockies, with Game 1 live from Denver at 5 this afternoon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford. I like to say that, Basinonians. We walk around the compound saying that every now and then. I got 2 things for you right now. Number 1, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. That's right. Whatever Ford employees pay for their Ford, you are actually going to pay for your Ford as well, whether it's new or pre-owned. Not only that, the selection right now is absolutely huge. That's right. Santan Ford, they've got over 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. They've got all the models that you could want, my brothers. They have the trim levels as well, different options, and every color that you can imagine. It's super simple right now. Employee pricing is going on, and if you are in the market for a newer pre-owned Ford, you need to head on over to Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do. That fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. Will Kevin Durant still be a member of the Suns? And who is the NBA champion? That and more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
You got secrets, yeah, and I've got a weakness for them. No, this ain't the time or place.
All right,
to show
Wolf and Luke here on a
your
Friday
face.
morning. We are obviously keeping an eye out for anything Kevin Durant related because all reports seem to indicate that it would probably happen this week. Now, that could include, I guess, Saturday or Sunday, but Wolf, there's a pretty good chance by the time we come back in here on Monday that Kevin Durant will be traded, and there's a very good, I would say at least a decent chance that could happen before 2 o'clock today. So we're keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, we're going to be all over this thing. I will say, though, once again, that the NBA draft is a push point, and I said, I wonder why they would move him before that. Remember?
Yeah, you did.
I was actually speculating
Take it right
about
up
that.
to like Tuesday evening,
why would
Wednesday
they do
morning.
that? Creating this urgency, of course. So we'll see just how much of a push point that 2025 NBA draft is going to be.
Now, as far as actual games taking place, though, the Arizona Diamondbacks completed, or avoided, I should say, the sweep. Didn't complete the sweep, avoided the sweep against the Toronto Blue Jays yesterday. Wolf, a lot of the things that I was looking for going into that game that we talked about on the show yesterday actually happened. Not by far from a perfect game, obviously. They gave up 3 runs in the 8th inning. But Ryan Nelson pitched well and went more than 5 innings.
Yes.
Didn't go like 8 innings. He went 5 2/3, but still, he gave you more than 5 innings.
Would you take that out of your number 5 guy?
Yes.
Yes,
100%.
every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
So he went deeper than 5 innings, gave them a chance to win. He actually picked up the win. The bats got going, 9 runs. And the 9th inning was uneventful. Shelby Miller just came in, got it done. Now, I know a lot of people are like, it sucks that Shelby Miller even had to pitch in a game where you were at one point up 9-1. I get it, but I'm not at that point where I'm able to have those luxuries watching the Diamondbacks right now. Just get through the game, uneventful 9th inning. That's what we saw.
The thing I liked the most about this, Luke, the way I feel about it, I think the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to have to score runs. They're going to have to score more runs than their opponent if they're going to win games. Ron Wolfley reporting. This is
my source.
That's exactly right. They're going to have to outscore their opponent. Now, I know that this is a team that we all look at and we think it was built on pitching and defense, and it was. We all know what has transpired because of the injuries right now. We also believe that the Diamondbacks are getting better as well. We know they're getting better defensively. Not a great first half to the season defensively for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Another error yesterday, too.
That was a big area of disappointment for me because it was their culture. It's what they were standing on. It's who they are. We all understand that. They were an excellent team last year. Having said that, yesterday's game to me, scoring the amount of runs they did, we're probably going to have to see a whole lot more of that going forward if they're going to win and get into the postseason.
They almost have to, I don't want to say switch their identity because unintentionally I think this has been their identity this season. I mean, for the most part this season they have won by just outscoring other teams, which I know that sounds like, well, yeah, you always have to outscore the other team.
Just so disappointing.
Yeah, but they sometimes have to put up 6, 7, 8, 9 runs to win games. And it's funny you bring it up there, Wolf, because we did ask Mike Hazen about this earlier this week. If you heard it when he was on with us on Wednesday, that's great. And if you didn't, here it is. Here was his response to that question.
I mean, I feel like we can do it. I don't think it's a great way to go out into a baseball game every single night. I think it's a lot to ask for the offense to do. I also think you have to close games when the offense gives you 4 to 5 runs to win the games. And everybody knows that. That's the way baseball runs. Baseball is built around pitching and defense. We have a good group of guys that we need to come together. Going back to the question about the trade deadline, I think our best bullpen is going to come with the solidification of the group that we have pitching better, honestly. And they have pitched better. And we've gotten some new guys up here that have done really well. And if they continue on that trajectory, we're going to be in a good spot.
So since that conversation, Wolf, which was just on Wednesday, the Diamondbacks have had a game where they scored 1 run and got smoked, and a game where they scored 9 runs and won easily.
Yeah.
Now, I know those are the two extremes, but it really does feel like with this team most nights, it's probably going to take 5 or more runs to win a game.
Yeah. How did you think Ryan Nelson pitched yesterday? I mean, I know you touched on it briefly, but how do you think he did? What is your expectation for Ryan Nelson?
What he did yesterday is fine. You know what I mean? Like if he could do that every time out, I thought he was good. He gave up 1 run over 5 2/3 innings. He wasn't like dominant, but he really should be your number 5 starter. If you get that sort of production from your number 5 starter more often than not, you should be in a good spot as long as everybody else is doing their job.
Ryan Nelson really encouraged me yesterday. He really did. We know the Blue Jays have got a good lineup, no doubt. They're hot, by the way. They're playing very, very well.
Yeah, I don't need to see Addison Barger again.
Oh, my goodness. Just stop it, Bo Bichette. Sit down and be quiet.
But at least I knew Bo Bichette was good coming into this season.
Right, Barger. And by the way, Barger might have the strongest arm I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Just absolutely devastating. Anyways.
He also reminds me of a create-a player in 2K. Not 2K, I'm sorry. MLB The Show.
I thought Ryan Nelson was a breath of fresh air. That's what I thought, watching him. He retired at one point, 9 straight. At one point, retired 9 straight in the game. He looked confident. He looked locked in. He looked like Ryan Nelson, a Ryan Nelson that belongs in a major league rotation. Is what it looked like yesterday.
As a starter this season, it's tough to go through and immediately identify these games because he was a reliever, then a starter, then a reliever, then a starter, and then a reliever, and then a starter again. He's made 6 starts. He's really only had the one bad one earlier this month against Cincinnati.
And it was bad.
It was terrible. But you're like, okay, wait, is this what he's going to pitch like now that he's a starter? Like he's locked into that role. His 2 starts since then against the Padres and the Blue Jays, he's gone 10 2/3 innings and given up 1 earned run. So Ryan Nelson, we know how good he was pitching as a starter prior to that against the Dodgers and the Pirates. He has responded to that Cincinnati game. And it is now that he's had 2 really good starts since then, it's worth pointing out pitchers give up a lot of runs when they're pitching in Cincinnati. That stadium's like the size of this studio. But if he had gone out and continued to struggle, then it just feels like an excuse. Since he has bounced back, I think it's worth throwing out there. There might be a reason he struggled against the Reds.
Yeah, it was encouraging to see Ryan Nelson pitch the way that he did. It was encouraging to see them get the start, the Diamondbacks get the start they needed. It was encouraging to see them score 9 runs as well and do as well as they did at the dish. It was very discouraging and a humble reminder, once again, watching the bullpen try to keep the Toronto Blue Jays off the board and how difficult that was.
Yeah. Here's Torey Lovello after the game.
It was quality at bat after quality at bat, staying behind the baseball, 5 walks, 9 hits, a lot of slug. It was a very efficient game. I can tell when the team is fighting and fighting to do things and not playing relaxed baseball. But today, I thought we scored some early runs. Gino clearly had the big blows, and that allowed us to get into that state where it was our turn to go out and do our thing.
You mentioned the bullpen. So Shelby Miller just cruised right through the 9th.
It was fantastic, man.
And I don't know if he needed that after the game earlier in the series, but
I needed that.
Yeah, I needed that.
I needed a no drama close. I needed that badly.
Well, you got that from him. And Juan Murillo, I know his ERA is still 4.58, and he only had recorded 1 out yesterday. That's all they asked him to do. But he has not given up a run now in 6 appearances in the month of June. And some of those situations he's come in have been a little higher leverage. So maybe something to keep an eye on there. I mean, again, his ERA is over 4.5, but in June, this is a guy who might be getting a little bit better. Anthony DeSclafani did not pitch well. His ERA is over 10 this season. So, I mean, it's I can't remember the last time we just had four relievers came in and all threw shutout innings for the Diamondbacks. But yesterday was about as clean as it feels like we're going to get right now.
Yeah, Shelby Miller as well. 1-2-3 inning. What a beautiful thing that was. He struck out 2. No drama, as we said. 13 strikes with 16 pitches.
Yeah.
Think about that. He was just attacking the strike zone. And by the way, the splitter, no, he wasn't throwing the splitter. He was throwing the four-seam over and over and over. He just challenged him.
Over and over.
Oh, I'm just saying.
You know you're going to get some Marshawn.
I love it, though. This was it.
Over and over and over and over. And over and over and over and over and over again.
16 pitches, 13 for strikes. He was just attacking the strike zone and challenging the Toronto Blue Jays to hit his fastball.
Would you say he came in like a wrecking ball? Just making sure. Just get that out of the way.
I would
early in the
not.
show.
No,
Good,
just
good.
please don't bring
that video
up
was
again.
everywhere yesterday. That was
was bad.
fantastic. All right, we come back. Let's talk some football. Football has been a good reprieve from all the KD trade drama lately. So when we come back, which under-the-radar players could potentially swing the Cardinals' season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
But came in like a wrecking ball.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade.
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Occurrences like inflation, new laws, interest rates, they can affect financial markets in the short term, but it doesn't make sense to keep changing the way you invest in response to the daily news. Oh, my goodness, especially over the last couple of months. Instead, Trajan Wealth will help you review your strategy and make sure that it's right for your goals, your risk tolerance, and your time horizon. Trajan Wealth will help you decide what to do. The simple truth is this: there's more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses, Basinonians. Trajan Wealth can help you design a strategy based on realistic options that align with your goals and circumstances. Call Trajan Wealth today, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks after all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX and CED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After avoiding the sweep yesterday against the Blue Jays, the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series with NL West foe Colorado tonight at Coors Field. First pitch is at 5:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury have now won 4 straight games after they took down the defending champion New York Liberty last night, 89-81. Alyssa Thomas had 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists for the Merc in the win. They return to the court tomorrow at the Chicago Sky. And there will be a Game 7 of the NBA Finals after the Indiana Pacers blew out the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-91 last night. Tip-off for Game 7 will be Sunday at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. The D-backs are 6-6 in their last 12 games. So what can we expect as they start a series against the Rockies today? We'll discuss with Tori Lovello at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports.
All right, Wolf, figured we'd talk a little football here. And obviously the Cardinals are not playing right now, although I don't know about you. I feel like I'm more ready for football season this year than I have been in a while. Like when we get to like late July, we get to August, like come on, we're all ready for football season. But there are times where you get, late May, early June, you're like, okay, I'm ready for it to be a month and a half away. Like we're still kind of working through other stuff. I'm ready for football, man. You can start the season tomorrow. I'm all in. Let's go.
Just the other night, as a matter of fact, woke up with the gripping of the sheets, basically. Gripping the sheets, of course, where I know that sometimes I'll have dreams about busting up a wedge. I'll have dreams about playing in a football game. I'll have dreams or recollections, maybe, while I'm sleeping in regard to the blood sport.
So you're really ready for football season.
When there is none, I say this every year, and it's the truth, Basinonians. The happiest day of the year in the Wolfley compound is when football season begins. But it is bittersweet because I say goodbye to my family. Mm-hmm. In the past, I have, for the last 20 years, basically said goodbye to the family and locked in on the game of football, which I love. Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful game it is. And, of course, this job as well. Now it's going to back off a little bit for me coming up, yet the love and the desire for the game, the passion for the game, it's not going away, bro.
No. And really, I think all that's going to change ideally is you're just not going to have to travel because we're going to be talking a lot of Cardinals on this show.
Man, and I'm ready to. The expectation is there for the 2025 Arizona Cardinals. This is what I love. The expectation is there. We're not talking about, are they going to win 7 games, 8 games? No, I'm sorry. They might win 7, 8, 9 games, but the expectation is there. This is a playoff team. Let's go, boys.
I think I'm sure some of it is the Cardinals and some of it is ASU. I mean, you have 2 teams in town now that have, I would say, have slightly different expectations, but they both have pretty high expectations depending who you talk to. I'm just ready just for any football too. Like I'll give me any college game, give me any NFL game. Yeah, let's go.
Yes. Who is that kid? Number 90. How many times I do that? Yell it out watching a college game. Who is that kid? Number 98. Who is he? And I boom, bang on the phone. Okay.
While we're talking, I'm gonna look up what the first college football game of the season is gonna be. But we figured we'd do this, Wolf. We you talk about the Cardinals and how they could make a run. We always end up back with Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. You always think Budda Baker's gonna be a huge part. Obviously, those individuals have to play a huge role. Otherwise, they're not gonna be a playoff team. But how about some guys that are maybe a little under the radar, who could potentially swing this season for the Cardinals? So I'm going to say we can't say Kyler. We can't say Marv.
You can't say James Conner.
Can't say Connor.
You can't say anybody who's really established.
Yeah, so I'm going to say you can't say Budda.
When I say established too, Luke, like Jalen Thompson to me is established.
Can't say him either?
Under the radar guy.
All right.
Yeah.
I've got my 3 guys, and none of them are on that list. I'm going to say you can't say Trey McBride or even Josh Sweat either.
Yes,
okay?
you cannot say that.
Okay.
Dalvin Tomlinson. Oh, he's under the radar.
I don't even think you can say Dalvin Tomlinson.
Yeah. Okay. He's been around for a long time. I think you understand who he is.
All right.
See, to me, under the radar is a guy that is in year 2. A guy that is in year 2
This changes everything.
No, that's okay. You have a different take on it. I'm just defining mine.
Okay.
A guy that's year 2 or year 3. Year 2 in this JG system who's flying under the radar to the rest of the country. To us, not so much.
Well, my picks fit in your category, but that's not how I was just approaching it of players that the rest of the country isn't thinking of when they think of the Cardinals. Okay.
Okay.
So can I give you my first one?
Absolutely.
Michael Wilson.
Michael Wilson. Oh, that's a good one. I didn't have that.
Is going into year 3. So there you go. If he becomes like a true bona fide, you can count on this guy every week as a legit number 2 receiver, which I do think he can do. And again, it's not all him. I mean, some of this falls on Kyler. I don't know that I'm necessarily predicting he will, because I don't know statistically what that looks like to people.
Right.
And some of it varies just by how the season goes. But if Michael Wilson is just a solid, consistent number 2 level receiver, and maybe some weeks he's even a number 1 for that week production wise, 548 receiving yards last year. If he could push that up near 800, I mean, is that crazy?
I don't think so.
If he could do that, I think that changes a lot for this offense.
Yes, I would agree with that. Okay, here's my first offering as to an under-the-radar player for the Arizona Cardinals, Garrett Williams. I'm going to say Garrett Williams.
I like it.
Listen, I know there are people out there, Pro Football Focus said, oh my goodness, he was the 4th highest-rated corner in the National Football League.
I'm stunned they already gave him that.
Stunned by that.
He's played a season and a half, basically.
I know. Garrett Williams, to me, is still, when you think about Garrett Williams nationally, nobody even knows who he is. That's
a good sign for a corner.
To me, Garrett Williams is he's classic under-the-radar player right now. Watching him develop the way that he has. Garrett Williams is this year, coming into this season, how good can you be, Garrett? How good can you be?
So that's
my expectation.
That's something right there, because we both, and this wasn't intentional, we obviously didn't plan this out, but we both took guys going into year 3 who at some point last summer told us how excited they were to go into year 2 healthy and really kind of take off. And they did. Garrett Williams really took off. Michael Wilson, both seasons, has right around 550 receiving yards, but Garrett Williams did take off. To me, those are both guys who could swing the Cardinals season, Wolf. I got another one, and I think this guy will swing their season one way or the other, okay?
Okay.
And this will fit your description of under the radar. Nobody nationally is talking about him, obviously. He's going into year 2. I think Isaiah Adams, one way or the other, is going to swing a lot of this season for the Cardinals. And it might not be obvious. You might not come out of the games because there's not stats for an offensive lineman.
If he comes out and plays really, really well at right guard for the Arizona, that's not – wow, he's on the radar now to me.
That would be obvious in the team's results. I don't know that people would go, especially if you're not watching the Cardinals closely. If you're national – I don't think people will look and say, oh, it's all Isaiah Adams. They're going to say, oh, Kyler's doing this, or James Conner's doing this, or Marv's doing this. But I think if Isaiah Adams takes the next step, the Cardinals' offense is going to be solid. And if he doesn't, that's a question you got to answer somewhere along that offensive line.
Yes, I know. Isaiah Adams is – I think Isaiah Adams, that's going to be great.
I'm just going to – I'll go ahead and say it. That's the best answer either one of us is going to give. Right there.
You've got to be on the radar before you can actually be under it, don't you? Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm giving you – first of all, you're just upset I took an offensive lineman before you.
No, I know. Yeah, that does stink. Okay, Max Melton. How about Max Melton right now? Is he under the radar? Yeah. I would say he was on the radar, blipping on the radar last season based on what he did. He did play a lot for the Cardinals last year.
Yeah.
So he's on the radar to me, blipping. But at some point in time, I don't think anybody nationally is looking at Max Melton going, that guy's getting ready to bust out. And I think that's exactly what he's doing. I think he's a little under the radar. I know Garrett Williams and Max Melton are corners. This is what fascinates me, Base Underneath. I cannot wait to see how that corner room develops, especially when you throw in Will Johnson. Oh, those are 3 young guys that could totally change the trajectory of the Arizona Cardinals season.
Yeah, I mean, you could have said Star Thomas too, honestly. That whole corner. And yeah, like you said, Will Johnson as well. Max Melton's a good one. That might actually, that's right there with Isaiah Adams, I think. Because Max Melton could just be, I mean, he could end up being really good.
He played more.
Yeah.
Too.
All right, we come back over to baseball. Do the Diamondbacks have to sweep the Rockies this weekend? Like, make up for what happened last time against the Rockies. We're going to ask Jody Jackson, Dbacks broadcaster, is going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's crazy, the number of comebacks, the number of blown leads, the number of things that you just
on both sides.
On both sides.
On both sides.
It's been on both sides of the equation.
It's a pendulum. It's here, and then it's there. And then it's here, and it's there. We're going to come back and win in thrilling fashion, then we're going to blow a lead, and we're going to lose. I don't know if it evens out in the long run or not, but they've got you on the edge of your seat almost all games.
They do.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. Happy birthday, America! And my brothers at Brooklyn Betting, they want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about. We are the Woo Fan Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. We're talking 25% off everything in store and online now through June 26th. June 26th, Basin audience. So here's the move. You go to brooklynbetting.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations. Tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Betting. I told you, we love. Last night it was awesome sleeping on the Brooklyn Betting, the Sedona hybrid mattress. It's awesome for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com for more information. That's brooklynbetting.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
This one is long gone to left field.
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, we are back. Diamondbacks are heading to Colorado. Well, they hopefully are already in Colorado, getting ready to take on the Rockies to start a 3-game series tonight. Maybe a little revenge series, Wolf. I mean, they did win the previous series, but they only took 2 of 3, and that's not enough against the Rockies. Right. Jody Jackson is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Jody, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Yeah, no, just enjoyed that win yesterday. Now Colorado is always a little wild. There's no question about that. So, yeah. It's my birthday week, by the way, and I was just laughing. My birthday tomorrow, I was laughing because you guys – so obviously I have kids too, maybe that feeds into it, but I subscribe to all these, fast casual restaurants, and they give me a free – I have all these emails with like a free dessert or a free this or that.
Nice. You got to catch that in.
I think I might, I'm off. I'm not on the road. Maybe I'll just spend my weekend collecting free stuff around the Valley. So if you see me out and I'm eating like my, 20th dessert, that's what I got planned.
It would be
Jody, happy
irresponsible
birthday.
to not do it. Happy birthday,
happy
Jody.
birthday, Jody.
Yeah, it's early. It's tomorrow. It's always on the summer solstice, right? The longest day of the year.
Oh, wow.
So we could all celebrate. I mean, who doesn't want the longest day at 115 degrees? So it's always really great.
It was smart of you. I know you had no say, but to cash in your birthday on the longest day of the year. So Jody has the longest birthday of the year.
I guarantee it was a long day for your mom, right?
I know, right?
Jody, let's. I want to go back to that last series against the Blue Jays for a second, and I'm sure you've heard this stat or a version of the stat we were talking about yesterday. Our own Alex Weiner kind of crunched the numbers, and the Diamondbacks in 11 games coming off a blown save loss this season are just 3-8, and they don't score much. They score basically 2 runs a game, and we saw that on Wednesday, and then it's highlighted by the fact that the next day, yesterday, they just casually put up 9. So do you read anything into – we've seen this team show resiliency all season, but the day after a blown save loss, they seem to have a hangover.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see that. You can't argue with some of those numbers. But I do think, and even though that is a pretty big sample size, sadly there is a fairly large sample of blown save losses for this team. But I think it is too, sometimes it feeds into matchups, things like that. And I think what we saw in that Blue Jay series again was, they haven't been as good against left-handed pitching, and Lauer was pretty good, and Gausman, they just got to Gausman, which was great to see. He's been a really solid pitcher for a long time. So, it was for early on there, you're just thinking this is another Gino Suarez to the rescue type of moment. How many times have we seen that this year? But number one, I think we can all agree, let's just have less blown save losses. If that's the obvious one we're all hoping for. But yeah, to be honest though, I think this team, and you guys have talked about it too on the radio. I mean, this team has been fairly resilient. It doesn't always show up that very next day, but I do give them credit given all the adversity going on this year. At 500, I think we all feel like that sort of stinks, and yet it's 3 games out of a wild card. So I think they just have to keep going. And even if that means having a hangover once in a while, just as long as it doesn't stretch out to the next game or the next game, you know what I mean? So, yeah. They got to – and we all know this stretch coming up. If they continue to keep their focus and win the small things along with the large things, right, they can win a lot of games here over the next 9 or so.
So, Jody, the Diamondbacks, of course, have played 74 games, and they've hit 2 home runs or more in 32 of those games. They are 21-11 when hitting 2 home runs in a game. They're 21-11, which is a .656 win percentage.
Wow.
And they're 16-26 when hitting 1 or fewer home runs, or none, obviously, which is .380. Do you think this team, could it possibly be they're too dependent on the home run?
Well, I think they are pretty dependent on the home run, and I think they were. Anytime you have a Gino Suarez in your lineup, Ketel Marte, and what we know, look at Corbin Carroll, what he's doing, you are going to be able to rely on that. You are going to generate via the home run. I think what we've seen lately is, as some other guys have cooled off, they aren't as good at generating runs. When Perdomo's not getting on base as much, or when some of the other strong catalysts in this lineup are not getting on as much, they're not generating. But I think they can do it both ways. It's just, it is one of those things that it looks like they're home run dependent, but on the other hand, you can look at it like, well, they're hitting them, and you're going to take that too, right? You're going to take that with it. I do know lineup-wise, Troy Lovello said early this morning on an MLB Network radio interview that Corbin Carroll he's not expecting him to be in the lineup today. He wants him to have a full day of work before heading back into the lineup. So you'd love to have him for all 3 of these, but it looks like he's probably going to miss tonight. They rode Gino Suarez last year, July, August, September, and they're kind of doing that again. It's not just Gino, but I think they are a bit dependent on it, and yet they take that every time. And I think that but if they continue that approach that they have, which is 1 through 9, seeing pitches or looking for, a lot of times, sometimes it is swinging first pitch, but a good approach at the plate, I think they're okay. I'm not worried about this team too much offensively in general.
Jody, it's interesting because you mentioned Corbin Carroll right there. He is going to miss today, right? He's not going to be in the lineup today. I think they dodged a bullet right there, don't you?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It looked like it hurt when it happened, but him getting hit by that pitch more on the meat of the hand than the bone, though, is good news. But, with Gabby, it's gosh, can we just dodge a bullet and that be the end of the conversation? That would be great. I think with Corbin, yes, but with Gabby, I want to go back to that because it is a little strange. He got hit, and then he came back, and he hit a homer. He looked like he had that strength in the hands, and then somehow I'm thinking he must have re-aggravated it or something because now we know he's on the IL. So it stinks to not have him in the lineup, but, you just got to – this lineup now, we've had a little bit of injury. For the most part, the offense has been healthy, which is great. But, they can get back to full strength soon. I don't think Gabby's going to be on there too long.
Talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, Zach Gallen gets the start tonight. He was the starter in that that infamous game against the Rockies, the first series when they played, with the game they lost 14-12, and he did give up 4 home runs and 6 earned runs in that game. It's not like his numbers since then have been great. He's given up, 18 runs over the 5 starts since then. What do you see from Zach, and do you think that, what are we looking for to see that he's turned a corner?
Yeah, I think just fastball command and overall command of his pitches. And, yeah, you're right. It's still been a little spotty. It has been better. I was encouraged by some of the starts in between that. But you're right. That was May 17th. And I'll tell you guys, you know how we do the pregame out on the set. I barely got up from my chair after what felt like the anthem, but clearly it was a couple of minutes after. And he had given up the home run to Jordan Beck.
Yeah.
And then on the very next pitch, gave up a home run to Hunter Goodman. Or not the very next pitch, I should say, but 2 pitches that I believe were the first pitch to that batter that were just fastballs that were at the top of the zone, but in the middle of the top of the zone. So, he just has to execute those pitches better. Now, this is the guy that last year I watched him throw more than 40 curveballs at Coors Field where the ball isn't supposed to break. Great. He's a guy that rarely do you see pitchers sort of dominate at Coors Field, and I've seen him do it in past years. I think he learned a hard lesson in that game where when you place the ball, and, the first 2 homers were on fastballs that were third of the zone but middle, but still in the zone, and then a slider that landed right in the middle was to Tovar, which Tovar's on the IL right now. But I will say this, again, you learn that lesson. Hopefully he's not, and this is the scary thing with Zach, because you see him kind of nibbling or scared out of the zone. You don't want to see that. But when he's on the attack and commanding the ball, he's in good shape, because the bad news about the Rockies right now is, and they're always, look, at Coors Field, you never know. They have the most extra base hits in baseball since June 1, which is kind of crazy to think about. They have 67 extra base hits. The Tigers are next at 61. You've got Hunter Goodman, who's slugging over 800 this month. So he knows the danger of these batters. But this is a less overall talented team than we've seen, and he's beaten better Rocky teams there. So I have confidence he can do it, but I think, Luke, to your point, is will he go out and execute it?
Jody, it's always great talking to you.
Jody.
Have a good weekend. Happy birthday.
Thanks, guys. I'll talk to you next week.
All right.
Okay.
That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, the Gallen thing, we're going to get deeper into this. We'll talk more Zach Gallen later in the show, because I was trying to count out how many starts he has before the trade deadline, and projecting it out, it seems like he probably has about 8 before the trade deadline. But Wolf, since that game against the Rockies, and we all remember how miserable that game was, since that game, he's made 5 starts. And I keep thinking, okay, that, a game like the Rockies game is kind of a turning point. Man, that was brutal. He's going to lock in. He had a really good start against the Braves on June 3rd, 7 innings, gave up just 1 earned run. But his ERA over the 5 games since the Rockies game is still 5.28.
Wow.
It's not.
Wow.
It's not. He's
sobering.
He's been great against the Mets twice, the Braves once, and the Yankees once. 4 of the better team, or I guess 3 of the better teams over 4 games. I know the Braves' record isn't great, but they've been banged up the first part of the season. But these other teams,
see that, that kind of bothers me. Just the trend of that.
Yeah,
it bothers me. He's going to lock in when you're good.
That's what it seems like, which doesn't really seem like Zach Gallen, but
it doesn't seem like Zach.
That's what the numbers
at
indicate
all.
This year. All right, when we come back to basketball, will the Suns or another team blink first when it comes to a Kevin Durant trade, which by all accounts is supposed to happen by this weekend? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Your move is their mission. They like to say that. I like to say it as well, and it is their mission. What I love about Moving Team 6, they use a military-like approach, Basinonians. They're going to be professional. They're going to show up. They're going to be efficient. They're going to be on time, and they're going to be reliable. You can trust Moving Team 6. I know Tim Lee. He is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. This is a family-run business. I know the Lee family very, very well. Garrett and JT, his sons, of course, they run the business right here in Phoenix, and they have since 2012. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. I know that because this company is built on the backs of the Lee family, and they proudly support and hire our veterans. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Brought to you by Navy Federal Credit Union. Navy Federal can help you find and finance the right vehicle with ease. With Navy Federal's car buying service, powered by TrueCar, you can find the vehicle that's right for you as you search through inventory and compare models. And you could get an amazing rate when you finance with Navy Federal. Visit NavyFederal.org/TrueCar to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Credit and collateral subject to approval.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602 2, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker and Sons.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After avoiding the sweep yesterday against the Blue Jays, the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series with NL West foe Colorado tonight at Coors Field. First pitch is at 5:40 on Arizona Sports, 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury have now won 4 straight games after they took down the defending champion New York Liberty last night, 89-81. Alyssa Thomas had 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists for the Merc in the win. They return to the court tomorrow at the Chicago Sky. And there will be a Game 7 of the NBA Finals after the Indiana Pacers blew out the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-91 last night. Tip-off for Game 7 will be Sunday at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money, so when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you. Online at ReadyServices.com.
Arizona Sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Wolf, I'm torn here as we go into hour number 2.
Oh, I'm torn, all right.
Because, well, now I want to know why you're torn. I have a couple different good directions we could take this right here, one of which you don't know.
Okay.
So,
okay, great.
Let's see. I'm just going to start this with this this audio. Oh, also, I'm looking at the YouTube chat. Jose says, good morning, Wolf and Luke.
Hey, what's up, Jose?
There's a lot of good stuff in the chat
Good morning,
today.
bro.
I'm going to try and work some of this in throughout
cool.
the show. Obviously, a lot of people weighing in on this potential KD trade one way or the other, but
when is our listeners-only meeting? We are going to have a listeners.
We're going to do that at 11:30.
11:30, yes.
11:30. Okay,
Yeah.
there it is, Basin Earnings. Get ready. You got an opinion on KD and what the Suns should do? Call it 11:30.
Yeah, you can always throw it in the YouTube live chat, but if you call in, you're going to be heard on the radio. And we did a version of this on Wednesday, but we didn't get close to taking all the calls because we couldn't fit them all in. So now that we're a few days deeper into this, we're going to talk more potential Suns trades. And I think I'm going to throw this out there as a requirement if you call. Give us when you think the trade's going to happen, too. Give us a date. Okay?
When?
But before we do any of that at 11:30, I'm going to play this cut for you that I don't think you've heard, Wolf. Vinny tipped me off to this. This is DeMarcus Cousins on Run It Back TV earlier today, okay? DeMarcus Cousins talking about the Suns.
Even through all the chaos that happened in Phoenix, and it was a lot of things that happened. It was a lot of things that haven't been reported. I don't want to be the guy to report it, but I've definitely heard of some of the, negative things in the locker room. It was a couple of fist fights. There was a lot going on that obviously carries over into the court. For him to be the so-called blame of the negative seasons they've had, I think it's completely unfair.
Hold on. Boogie, are you saying there were fistfights in the Suns locker room amongst the Suns?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Interesting.
Absolutely. So with that being said,
that's normal though.
Is it?
Yeah, that's
boys
normal.
Are so
weird. It gets magnified when you lose.
Is it normal? Is it normal in today's game or is it normal in our era?
Yeah, that's a great question right there. It's very, very normal in 1985 to 2000 Basin Earnings in an NFL. That's right. 1985 in an NFL locker room. If you weren't fighting, there was something wrong. There was something going on. Boy, that is. What do you make of that, Luke?
Well, I also want to say KD has already shot this down on X. Okay, so he tweeted or whatever we're calling it now, quoted a story that was written based on that cut we just played. And I'm not going to read everything he said because I can't on the radio, but the last part of it is, we were trashed this year, ha, 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 but we never got close to this. Never, in all caps.
Can you imagine, man? Why in the world would DeMarcus Cousins go on the air, or not on the air? It was a podcast, wasn't it?
I mean, that's some sort of air.
It's just something. It's different, though. I'm not attacking podcasts. I'm just saying.
All you do is
not
constantly
on
listen
the
to
air.
them.
Why would he speak into the microphone and say that? if it weren't true?
Well, I don't know. I don't know, but I don't know if it is true or isn't.
For the sake of lying.
Do you
know,
feel
again,
like that team was getting in fist fights with each other?
I don't.
I don't. I feel like maybe they
I
were ready to fight the coach.
I mean, I think anything's possible with that team. What if it was involving the coach? I don't know.
I could see Nurk getting ready to fight Coach Bud. I could see that, but that's not what he said.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, Big Nurk. Now that you bring that up,
Big Nurk's he's not going to mess
Nurk,
around.
Maybe he was getting ready. I mean, he and 14 other guys.
I was going to say,
Mason Plumlee likes to scrap.
His dad once fought off like 13 or 14 guys.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, KD already shot it down pretty quickly online. I don't know why DeMarcus Cousins would say it if it wasn't true, other than this might just be a story that has – I mean, DeMarcus Cousins wasn't in the Suns locker room.
Yeah.
So I'm going to assume KD's telling the truth, and he's pretty emphatic about it. And he doesn't really have to say anything, but it seems like this narrative was out there about the Suns this year. Maybe that's how it got to DeMarcus Cousins.
Do you think it's a good thing, honestly, in the NBA? Basketball is not football, Basin Earnings. Ron Wolfley reporting.
Hold on, let me write that down.
It's
My
not.
sources.
I'm just saying right now it's a situation where it's very difficult to look at a basketball team and think, man, if only you guys had a fight every now and then, that'd be great. If you guys had a brawl inside the locker room. It just doesn't strike me to be that kind of sport that you're going to respond well to that.
They didn't strike me as that kind of team this year either. Like, they didn't seem like a team that hated each other.
A fist fight is so different than walking up to somebody and saying, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
It's so different. And accountability matters, and it's so important that you're accountable, that there is leadership inside the locker room that walks up on a guy and says, "What are you doing?" And Basinonians, never forget this. Every player, I don't care who you are, every player needs one guy, at least one guy, to walk up on him and be able to keep him accountable. Even Kevin Durant.
I also have to think if there was a fist fight or fist fights, I mean, didn't he basically implied more than one in the Suns locker room this season, it would have come out before now. You know what I mean? That team was under so much scrutiny this season.
Really, that is a great observation.
They were under so much scrutiny. We're right here, so we're kind of at the center of all the Suns' scrutiny this season. And
don't let it go to your head.
I wasn't saying it as a good thing. Just saying we were here. I also think if it had happened, Katie wouldn't come out and say it didn't happen. Like, it's not something that you have to defend if it happened. You know what I mean? So I find it hard to believe that it did, but it's just kind of another layer on the view of the Suns this season around the league.
DeMarcus Cousins is a goofball, too. So I don't know how much we can really trust DeMarcus Cousins.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to
just look at what happened,
but we were all thinking.
Just look up what happened in his most recent basketball league.
I don't need to.
And it's crazy.
There's fights everywhere he goes. Maybe that's what he
was. Maybe he's trying to deflect, you know?
All right, when we come back, we'll get back to football for a little bit. But first of all, if you don't have the Arizona Sports app downloaded yet, do so now, and you'll get instant access on the go with our shows, videos, and news. When we come back, external expectations have clearly grown for the Arizona Cardinals in addition to the ones they have and we have locally. So why is it happening? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC, of course. As a professional football player, Basinonians, as you know, listen, I did a lot of damage to my back. The spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you if you are battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to your goals and active lifestyles to provide long-term relief. DIS offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain. It's time for you to enjoy life again, Basinonians. Go to sciatica.com, or you can always call 602-944-2900. That's 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to assetpreservationwealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Calling all cause we got another victim, cause my love has become an affliction.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a jam-packed Monday as we recap the NBA Finals Game 7, the Diamondbacks weekend in Denver, and the ongoing KD saga. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Game 7 in the NBA Finals. We'll get to that. We haven't forgotten. There's a game on Sunday. Apparently Oklahoma City forgot there was a game last night.
The Territorial Cup Game 7, honestly, if you think about it. You got Lou Dort against T.J. McConnell and Benedict Mathurin.
Yep.
The Territorial Cup Game 7.
That's not how I'm going to look at that, interestingly enough.
It's not how I'm going to look at it either, just because I kind of want Indiana to win at this point.
Yes.
But it is not lost on me that there's a lot of ASU and U of A basketball players.
Truly incredible what happened last night. Just watching that game, man, did not expect to see the blowout.
The story on NFL.com, we referenced this yesterday, but I think it's worth getting back into it for a second. It was the most improved teams heading into the 2025 season. And Wolf, you brought this up in the pre-show meeting, prehab, as it was known. You brought this up, and we were kind of going back and forth, like, yeah, you know, it's cool to see that the Cardinals have legitimate internal expectations. We've talked about that. Kelvin Beachum talked about it pretty openly. Some of the players have. Their moves this offseason, I think, speak to that. They're They are moves that a team makes when they are internally expecting to make a push for a playoff spot, which they haven't done for now a few years, since 2021. And I think that there is some heightened expectations around the city too. But the fact that we're starting to see more and more people nationally have some expectations for the Cardinals, we haven't seen that in a few years. We really haven't. And there's probably a few reasons why, but what do you think one is? I have one, but what do you think the main reason is?
I have two.
No, I have three.
Main reasons. Okay. You have three. I might have three after listening.
Then I'll
to
probably
you.
have four. Yeah.
Okay. For me right now, I think people are buying into Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. developing and getting better, and the impact that could have. I have seen story after story after story that has been written about this very thing right here, the way that Marvin Harrison Jr. really stepping into being a true wide receiver one, the chemistry between he and Kyler Murray, and if it gets better, and the expectation that it will get better, what it could do for the Arizona Cardinals, and that's where I start.
All right. I think a reason we're seeing more people buy into this team nationally and have expectations, because you really don't, they haven't done anything on the field to necessarily provoke external expectations nationally yet. But there are more and more people writing stories like this, like, okay, this is a team to watch in 2025. I think a lot of it, Wolf, is what they did in free agency and the draft, leaning so heavily into defense and doing it with names people know. Like, Josh Sweat's name. If you follow football closely, you know Dalvin Tomlinson's name. Certainly if you cover the draft closely or follow the draft, you knew Will Johnson's name as a guy that got in the second round. I think it's a combination of that and people seeing what Nick Rallis did with this defense when he didn't have nearly as much to work with last year. I think it's a combination of that and the fact that the division doesn't have like a clear cut, hey, good luck, you're going through the Chiefs, you're going through the Bills, you're going through the Lions. There's not a team like that in the division. So I think what they've done on paper defensively plays well now to a bigger audience.
Yeah, I also believe, I would agree with everything you just said. I think defense is going to be vastly improved when you think of the fact the Arizona Cardinals gave up 23.3 points per game. That was number 15 in the National Football League.
With a bunch of injuries and kind of no names nationally.
On the defensive side of the ball, with a bunch of guys that maybe questionable talent. I'm not trying to disparage any of them based on earnings because people looked at me, questionable talent.
Yeah.
Ron Wolfley, that 24 guy running around the field as questionable talent.
You think they ever called Adrian Wilson that 24 guy?
No, I don't think so.
Not for long.
No, they called him Mr. Wilson. Is what they called him. Could you have picked any other number, Adrian? You had to wear that one?
Yeah, you needed 24.
Okay, but I would say people believe this defense is going to be vastly improved as well. And when you think of a defense that was number 15 in points per game allowed, they're going to get better, significantly better, especially inside that box, man. Their front seven is going to be greatly improved. I can't wait to see what kind of impact that actually has. And this is my expectation once again. But we're all here. We got a front row seat to it. We've been able to watch Nick Rallis in this defense last year and how they played and scrapped, even though they didn't have a lot of talent. We were here and watched it. It can only get better from this point forward. How much better is my question.
What was your you were supposed to come up with like a bold stat prediction. Remember how I said they're going to have at least 50 sacks this year, the Cardinals defense?
Yeah.
I mean, you still have time.
You've got to, you've got to give me some heads up on this, though. I mean, you're making it sound like we were in prehab.
You promised you would have
suddenly
it
said, hey,
at 11:23 today, so that's odd. No, the reason I bring up the sack thing though is because with the way the Suns season went and with the way the Diamondbacks season could go this season. I mean, we're 74 games in there at 500. They could still be fine. But it's been up and down. I've really tried to focus any positive expectations I have on more specific things than just, this team's going to be better this year. Do I think the Cardinals are going to have a better record this year? Yeah, secretly I do. But I could see ways they don't. The schedule, depending how it breaks down. But I'm not going to pretend I don't have expectations for the defense. I do think the defense is going to be really good. However you want to measure it, I think they're going to be a top 10 defense, and I think they're going to have 50 or more sacks.
See, for me, I think this skill, I've said this many times, but you look at the skill on the offensive side of the ball, it is legit. It is legit. Marvin Harrison Jr., it all starts with him. It does. I'm sorry. It starts with Marvin Harrison Jr. We know what we have in Trey McBride. We know the Arizona Cardinals are one of the best tight ends in all of football. Let that sink in for a minute.
Yeah. Can he get better?
Can he get better? Yeah, I think he can. You can always get better. Isn't that right, George Kittle? You can always get better. The Arizona Cardinals also have James Conner. James Conner and Trey Benson. I think Trey Benson, we talk about guys who are going to get better. I think Trey Benson, you can throw him into the mix as well. But James Conner, you don't have to. You know what you're going to get from James Conner. Those two guys specifically. Kyler Murray is a good quarterback. He's got to prove he's a great quarterback. How do you prove you're a great quarterback? You go out and play great in big games. That's what you do. And you win more of those big games than you lose. That's how you become a great quarterback. Not talking about an elite quarterback. I'm talking about a great quarterback. Kyler Murray's got to go out and prove that he's going to do that. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. will help him tremendously do just that. Play great in big games. If Marvin Harrison Jr. develops and plays great up to his skill and talent level.
What do you always call that? The key that unlocks all keys? You start speaking French or whatever it is?
The passepartout.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
The passepartout.
You think Marv's the passepartout?
I think he is the passepartout. I've said it many, many times.
That's Around the World in 80 Days, correct, Wolf?
What?
There's like a character called Passepartout, right?
No.
And it's the key to every...
Passepartout is the skeleton key.
Got it. Okay.
Yes.
Maybe I got that confused.
Key that unlocks all locks.
Rick tried to go really literary there on you.
I did. I mean, I know Wolf reads, so.
Yeah. I like the idea of like Rick going and reading like all these amazing like classic literature pieces to try and make a reference, and then you just shot it down.
The Passepartout.
While you guys were talking about literature class, I was trying to find the last time the Cardinals had 50 sacks in the season. It's been a while. I haven't even gotten there yet.
Oh, no, you're not going to say been a while.
Well, I did say it's been a while. I figured I would just put that out there, but I still think they're going to do it. I'm scrolling back. I'm to 2016 now. They have not had 50 sacks in the season, at least that far back. 41 last year, 33, 36 the 2 years prior to that. So if they got 50 sacks this season, that would be significant. I feel like you guys should all buy me something really big if that happens.
Yes, the target to completion rate is what I'm looking for in regard to Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr.
How do we feel about the
How many times do we target them? How many times do you complete the ball? That is going to be the key stat, Luke. There it is, right there. There's my stat.
Okay, so what's the number going to be?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying you wanted the stat.
What do you want the number to be?
Completion.
What do you want? What
100%? Is that okay? Can I just say that? Why not? Shoot for the moon.
100%.
Every time we target Marvin Harrison Jr., he catches the ball.
I'm on board with that.
It's got to be high, man. It's got to be over 80%.
I was going to say, if they do that 100%, that blows my 50 sacks stat right out of the water. It's not even close. All right, we come back. We're going to do basketball, but we're going to take your calls. Listeners only meeting. When will the Kevin Durant trade happen, or will it ever happen? And if you didn't get to weigh in on what you want them to get in return for him, you can give us that next as well. 602-260-9870. Just your thoughts on a KD trade, because there's reportedly a pretty good chance it has happened by the next time we do a show. So get your final thoughts in on that next. 602-260-9870. It's the listeners only meeting on Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Are the Suns doing any damage to their reputation as an organization by sending a star like Kevin Durant to a place he doesn't want to go? To prime the pump for the next star who comes to play for them. Would a potential star who wants to come to the Suns go, yeah, but man, they did Kevin Durant dirty a couple of years ago. He gave him a list of the places he wanted to go, and they sent him to Minnesota. They sent him to Toronto.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated, and the lawyer you choose needs to be equipped to handle them. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at LiveNation.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi everyone, I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey, that's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After avoiding the sweep yesterday against the Blue Jays, the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series with NL West foe Colorado tonight at Coors Field. First pitch is at 5:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the Dbacks. The Phoenix Mercury have now won 4 straight games after they took down the defending champion New York Liberty last night, 89-81. Alyssa Thomas had 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists for the Merc in the win. They return to the court tomorrow at the Chicago Sky. And there will be a Game 7 of the NBA Finals after the Indiana Pacers blew out the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-91 last night. Tip-off for Game 7 will be Sunday at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Make the right choice for windows and doors in your home. Visit thewindowdepot.com or one of their 3 Valley locations for the lowest prices and biggest inventory.
The Listeners Only Meeting with Wolf and Luke.
All right, 602-260-9870. 602-260-9870. Listeners only meeting. We did a version of this on Wednesday, Wolf, but the phone lines were so jammed up when we did it on Wednesday, and we didn't get to nearly all the calls, so we're going to do it again here today because by all accounts, or by a lot of accounts, this KD trade is definitely supposed to happen before next Wednesday. A lot of people believe it's happening this week or weekend, so there's a good chance it will be done before we get back on the air on Monday. It's kind of our last chance on this show, if that's the case, to hear from you, listeners, on what you want back. Kind of make your last-second pitch, if you're the Suns, to whatever team you want players back from. And if you want, go ahead and weigh in on when you think a deal's actually going to get done.
When. I love the addition, the addendum.
Give us some specifics. Let's start with Albert in Phoenix. Albert, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
What's up, guys? I love your show. Long-time list.
Thank you.
Oh, you're breaking up, my brother.
Hey, look, you guys, the air is just since day one, just assuming this thing's going to happen, and it's got to happen, but why? Like, in my mind as a fan, every trade scenario I've seen is a downgrade. I mean, Kevin Durant's a once-in-a-life.
Oh,
I think we lost Albert.
Albert,
which
I'm so
I
sorry.
hate because
Buddy.
Albert came in talking us up, which is always a good way to get on the show, and saying something I really agree with, honestly, that all these trades right now that we're hearing feel like a downgrade. Somebody reached out on Twitter last night. They're like, we need to find like a safe room for Luke when this trade happens.
Yeah.
Because that's how I'm almost certain I'm going to be disappointed in the return.
We're not just going to walk away from Kevin Durant. Right? Right.
Albert, thanks for the call. We at least got your point there. Let's talk to Bob in Mesa. Bob, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Hey, guys. How's it going? I have no clue when the trade's going to go down. And there's been a lot of speculation, rumors saying that, he's going to go here, that this team wants him here. But you know what? I'll tell you, Wolfley and Luke, if it comes down to a point of what they want to offer and it's like garbage and it's not like what we as a team need to go forward, I say keep them. I know that's really weird, but I say keep him because I've heard some rumors out there from Flex in New Jersey that he's heard that Westbrook is interested coming here for a minimum contract and CP3. I would take those two heart to heartbeat again. I mean, not Westbrook, but I would take him because I think we can still get minimum contracts out there.
All right, Bob. I appreciate the call.
Okay,
yeah,
Bob.
It would be interesting.
You're not just going to give away Kevin Durant.
Well, yeah, first of all, the last part. It would be interesting to have Chris Paul, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker back on this team. That would be quite the plot twist. That's two callers now, and we've had some other ones. And every time somebody says it, and I've been saying this too, you do feel weird saying it. Like, if you're not getting a good deal, just keep KD. I don't think it's that weird. I don't think it's going to happen. I think they're going to end up trading him. But if it were me, I would have a threshold, and if no team's going to cross it, I'll just keep KD and run it back with Booker.
Yes, I'm all for that. And one of the biggest reasons why is because of the impact it might have on the Phoenix Suns and Brian Gregory. You set that precedent, take a bad deal. Oh, yeah, we know what you're all about.
That's a great point.
It's just something you can't set that precedent.
That's a really great point. When you look at it that way, there's more than just Kevin Durant on the line here in these negotiations. Right. If Brian Gregory was like, forget it, you guys aren't going to offer anything reasonable, we'll just run it back with him. I mean, you're not winning the title next year anyway. You probably would be better with Kevin Durant than the draft picks you're getting if you really are focused on just next season. But the bigger thing is Brian Gregory takes a stand in his first major negotiation. All right, let's talk to Jason in Phoenix. Jason, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Hey, gentlemen, how you guys doing?
Good. What up?
Hey, I was just wondering why no one's talking about. He wants to go to Texas and Miami. And he's a businessman. Obviously, those states have no income tax. He does not absolutely want to go to Minnesota. Minnesota has a progressive state income tax, so he would pay 9.85% on his money. He'd lose close to $6 million on his money. I'm just wondering, and I'll take your comments off the air. I'm just wondering, I think, and to answer your guys' question, I think the deal gets done this week just because I don't trust the front office to hold on to him. I think the best thing to do is to hold on to him until you get a deal worth it. But I'm just wondering why no one's talking about KD's not going to become a free agent. He's going to re-sign with whoever he goes to because the bird rights, it would cost him millions, and no good teams have cap space to sign him next year. So I was just hoping to get your guys' thoughts on that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a great point, Jason.
Ain't nothing but $6 million.
Yeah, I was going to say, no big deal, just $6 million. The bird rights thing is a huge part of this. There's a lot of conversation to be had with the, do you trade him somewhere he doesn't want to go? And if that happens, I think we'll really dive into it. Wolf, I think for now you've put a pretty good pin in it just with the mindset of why would a team offer that much if he hasn't committed to signing there?
Yeah.
But if that actually happens, yeah. Or if no trade happens this weekend, yeah, we're definitely going to dive into that.
Well, once again, it's not me considering Kevin Durant and where he wants to go.
Yeah.
It's the fact that if he hasn't signed off on a team and playing for that team and signing an extension, are they really going to give up as much as a team that knows we could have him for the next 3 years?
That's almost a precursor to if you even have to make that decision.
Yes.
Interesting, though, every call so far has said if you don't get a good deal, just keep him. Let's talk to Jesse in Phoenix. Jesse, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, guys. I want to say, as far as when he's going to get traded, I think it's going to go up until draft day or the day before the draft, just based on his cost and his age. And teams not wanting to give up what they feel is part of their future for the next 3 years or so. As far as not trading him, if we can't get what he wants, I know Gambo said this isn't possible and they're not willing to, but they need to look at trading Devin Booker. I think that's really the best for the long term of the team. And if they can maybe keep and sign keep KD for the next 3 years and instead get more than what Dylan Brooks gave his team when they traded him, I think that honestly probably sets us up best overall. But they really should look at that, and I know they won't. But that's my call. Thanks.
All right. Thanks,
Bro,
Jesse.
I love the fact, Jesse, you would go out on that limb. Seriously.
Yeah.
It is something to consider.
I like the outside the box
I don't like
thinking.
that limb.
Yeah.
I'm going to get out the chainsaw and cut the limb off. But I love the fact you went out there, bro. It's good and it's solid.
I like the consistent approach from the listeners of if you're not getting the deal you want, then you don't have to make the deal. And it's so right. It's not like the Suns are going to win the title next year if they just trade Kevin Durant. There is no urgency for the Suns, really. There doesn't have to be the way there is for a team like Houston that's trying to lowball you and push you around. We're not going to get to all these, but let's get to Parker in Chicago. Parker, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I mean, I'll be pretty quick about this. With KD, I think if he's going to get traded here in the next week or so, it's going to happen before the draft. If it doesn't happen before then, I don't think he's going to get traded, at least not until we get closer to the trade deadline this next season, because I think the Suns should just hold their cards and hope, not ever hope for injuries or anything like that, but hope that some other teams get a little bit more desperate as that trade deadline approaches, and that a rental for KD for, even if it's not a full year, but for a couple months to maybe get you through that playoff push, get you into the playoffs, I think that a package might look a little bit better. Obviously, won't have really any draft picks that could help you this coming year, but I do think that would be a way to get a better package to build this team up, because I don't think we should get rid of Booker. I think that if he wants to stay, we owe it to him we've been through the times before, so we owe it to Book to, if he wants to stay on the Suns and play on the Suns as we build through this, let him. I'd love to have him here. He's my favorite Sun ever. But, yeah, I'll give it back to you guys.
Yeah,
Go
Parker.
Suns, and always repping AZ out here.
Parker, what are you doing in the Windy City? What are you doing?
Working. I graduated out of ASU a couple years ago, and I came out here to find a big boy job. So far, so good.
Nice.
But, I'm looking at my thermometer here, and it says 92, so I'm wondering what the heck that I did, because now it's just hot and humid.
Yeah.
It's not even just hot.
Hey, Parker, we send our love to you up there in
Thanks,
Chicago,
Parker.
big guy.
Appreciate
Thank
it,
you,
man.
man.
Love
Appreciate
them
you.
back, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you. That's he made some good points there too. We're gonna have to react to some of these in a little bit, because we didn't get to everybody. I apologize for that, but we're gonna do this again next week, probably after a trade has been made. But I agree with the growing sentiment from Suns fans of if you don't get the deal, just don't trade him, because what he said, teams might be more desperate around the trade deadline. Everything we heard about the package that was offered to the Suns this past trade deadline is a whole lot better than what Houston and San Antonio are reportedly offering right now.
Just you have the ability of KD to possibly kill that deal, too.
Yeah, that's true. All right, when we come back. Oh, Wolf has more stats. Wolf's doing all this like stat research off the show. You look like you don't remember this. Hopefully you do.
I'm going to butcher this.
When we come back, are the Arizona Diamondbacks maybe relying too much on the long ball this season? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Starting now through November, brothers, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. That's right, a pair of running shoes for U.S. service members through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. All you got to do is text SHOES to 620-620. Of course, when you go out and you purchase every shade, every awning with All Pro Shade Concepts, man, you're going to go ahead. They're going to donate. You text SHOES to 620-620. And you can get that done. They came out to the Wolfley compound, I'll tell you that much. They advised us on what our shading needs were and what our options were. And I can tell you right now, it's still one of the best things that we have ever done, especially all the family time we spend around the pool. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the Dbacks patriotic tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
And I don't want to believe that maybe this is the end. I know
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Arizona Senate passes a Chase Field tax recapture bill, which now heads back to the House. Diamondbacks signed Anthony Goes, a reliever who used to play in the outfield. And Eugenio Suarez drives in 4 runs in a win over the Blue Jays. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
That's how the season has gone. The injuries, we have to sign relievers that used to play in the outfield. Diamondbacks hanging around in this, though. They're only 3 games out of a wild card spot. They're right back at 500. And I was putting together my show notes last night, Wolf, and I was looking at the record, and I'm like, so is it a good thing that they're at 500 when you consider the injuries they've had and some of the, the blown saves? Is it a bad thing that they're at 500 when you consider how well they're hitting and the expectations before the season? It's like one of those things where I can't tell if it's good or bad, so that's probably right around where they should be, is right at 500.
You know what is bad, speaking of bad right now? Just the fact that we are talking about this again, the injury thing. Yeah. That's what's blowing my mind. That's what's bad, Luke. The fact that here we are again. Mm-hmm. And not all injuries are created equal, Basinonians. They are not. You lose your ace of the staff, Corbin Burns, whom, by the way, was pitching like an ace.
Yeah.
You lose him, and then you lose your closer. Both of them. You got to be kidding me.
It's got to be so tough as a GM to build a pitching staff. Just when you look around the league and you see teams that have tried to develop their starting pitchers, and sometimes it works, but a lot of times those young pitchers end up needing Tommy John, and they're out for a year in the middle of their development. So I've always thought, like, if I were a GM, I mean, that would be a horrible decision by some team. But if I were, I would be like, you know what, I'll develop hitters, and I'll let you develop the young pitchers, and I'll go out and sign them when it's clear they're, like, really going to get good. Well, the Diamondbacks did that with Jordan Montgomery. He ended up not being good. Now he needs Tommy John. And they did that with Corbin Burns, who was great. Now he needs Tommy John. Like, how are you supposed to build? And I'm not just talking about for the Diamondbacks. Yeah. I just mean any baseball team. How are you supposed to build a rotation when it feels like every other week somebody significant around the league just needs Tommy John?
Yes.
Anyway, let's get to your stat. This is I don't know what this means, but it definitely means something.
Listen, just watching the game last night, it made me think, man, the Diamondbacks hit a couple of home runs. And, boy, they do well, it seems, when they hit home runs. And when they hit home runs, as in plural, 2 or more in a game, they're 21-11, which is 21-11 is 656 win percentage right now.
Okay.
Think about that, 656. 16-26 when they hit 1 or fewer home runs, 1 or 0 home runs in a game. They're 16-26. And I know, Basinonians, you can look at that and say, well, of course, they're going to have a much better record when they hit 2 or more home runs. But that also takes into so many different things, so many aspects of the game of baseball. When you're 21-11, would you say that's a good win percentage?
Yeah, I mean, would you say 656?
656 win percentage.
That would have you in first place in every division by a lot.
So they've lost 11 games where they hit 2 or more home runs. They've lost 11 games as well. Why? Well, because maybe their bullpen broke down. Maybe the other team hit 5 home runs. Maybe the starting rotation, it didn't go. There are a lot of different reasons why you could go ahead and lose a game as well. I get that. But overall, in the larger the sample size becomes, when they do hit 2 or more home runs, everyone seems to play better.
Yeah. Yeah. I tell you
and I'm talking pitching as well.
Yeah. I'll tell you what jumps out to me is that they've played 74 games, and in 32 of them, they've hit 2 or more home runs. I mean, and we know what they're number 3 in all of baseball in terms of home runs hit. I mean, if your question, the way you kind of posted before the show is and the way we posted going to break, are they too reliant on the long ball? That's a lot of games where they hit 2 or more home runs. And so, yeah, you're right. Any team, the winning percentage is going to be higher when you hit 2 or more. But, man, it does sort of feels like they almost need that to win games right now.
and that was my point as to doing this, because yesterday you were talking about this. You were talking about, and it wasn't yesterday, it was 2 days ago. You were talking about Corbin Carroll, and you were talking about how Corbin Carroll's numbers, especially since, what was it, April, you said? April 1st or something like that? April Fool.
April, was it April 28th?
I can't remember, but it was in April. I remember you were saying, boy, Corbin he's hit like 211 from that point. And it made me think, is Corbin Carroll, what is changing? What is going on with this team? Why is it possible that Corbin Carroll is becoming too dependent on hitting home runs? And yet it's not just Corbin Carroll. Maybe it's the entire team. He's got 20 home runs on the season and 44 RBIs. Well, he's hitting 255 overall.
Yeah.
But it was Corbin Carroll who was the tip of the spear in this. You talking about Corbin and whether or not Corbin Carroll is having a good season, as good a season as what we've seen in the past. He is from a power perspective, and you pointed that out as well, but not from an average perspective.
Yeah. Well, you're the one that did the math on what would you say he's basically a home run every 14 at bats as of a couple days ago.
13.9.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a whole different weird thing. I mean, he's your leadoff hitter. You're not upset that he's hitting home runs the way he's hitting them. It's a great development. But you said he's hitting 255 on the season. But
255.
The first month of the season, he was hitting like 330. Like he was hitting everything. So it's not. He went from being like the quintessential leadoff hitter.
Yes.
This guy, if he's gonna hit a double every time, or he's gonna get a triple. He's gonna stretch a double into a triple. If he gets on first, he's stealing second. I mean, I'm going back a year or two now. If he's on first, the pitcher's losing his mind looking over there. He went from being that guy who gets on base all the time and is chaotic when he's on the bases to a power hitter in your leadoff spot.
So what was amazing about this is he hit 285 in 2023 base earnings, 25 home runs, 76 RBIs. And then 231 in 2024 last year, 231. And we remember, oh my goodness, the first half of that
contributed
season
to that
just
greatly.
Brutal. But he finished with 22 home runs and 74 RBIs. Now he's hitting 255, certainly better overall, but 20 home runs and 44 RBIs right now. Is it just this is who Corbin Carroll is going to be going forward? Is that a possibility? I think it is. We were talking about, could he hit 30 home runs? Is he a guy who could be a 30 home run a season guy?
Yeah, 30.
Right now?
Yeah, now he's on pace for more than 40.
More than 40.
I tend to still believe
How could a guy that is capable of hitting more than 40 home runs in a season ever go back to hitting 22? Especially when you're the kind of player Corbin is.
Yeah.
Isn't this who he's going to be?
I guess. I mean, it's what he's doing right now, so you have to give that a lot of credence. My belief coming into the season was, yes, he could be a 30 home run guy, but he was going to be more of an average guy, and he was still going to be a steals guy. I mean, the flip side of this, Wolf, he has 10 steals this year. In 2023, he had 54. Even last year, when he really struggled to hit for the first half of the season, he still had 35 steals. This year, he has 10.
They're not creating the chaos.
No, but he was the face of the chaos when they were creating it.
Yeah, they're not creating the chaos. They are the chaos now.
All right, when we come back, which teams are the closest to potentially finishing a Kevin Durant trade? We're going to ask Clutch Points NBA insider Brett Siegel. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind? That's right. Happy birthday, America. That's right, Basinonians. My brothers over at Brooklyn Betting, they want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about here. We're talking about 25% off everything in store and online now through June 26. That's right. You can go to the store. You're going to see 25% off. You could go online to brooklynbetting.com. You're going to see 25% off now through June 26th. So here's the move. Go to brooklynbetting.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Betting. Man, we at the Woo Fan Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks after all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX/CED plans ineligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After avoiding the sweep yesterday against the Blue Jays, the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series with NL West foe Colorado tonight at Coors Field. First pitch is at 5:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury have now won 4 straight games after they took down the defending champion New York Liberty last night, 89-81. Alyssa Thomas had 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists for the Merc in the win. They return to the court tomorrow at the Chicago Sky. And there will be a game Game 7 of the NBA Finals after the Indiana Pacers blew out the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-91 last night. Tip-off for Game 7 will be Sunday at 5, and you can listen to that one over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. Like, I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, there's a story up on Clutch Points today called How Kevin Durant Trade Saga Impacts the Draft, and then there's some other free agency rumors just around the league. Brett Siegel wrote it, and he's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Brett, thank you for the time. How's it going?
I am very busy, so I'm here to give my insight on the Kevin Durant saga as much as I can to you guys, talk about the story that we launched today, and it's going to be a busy 48 hours for the Phoenix Suns, that's for sure, because the Kevin Durant trade stuff is heating up. The draft is right around the corner, and there's a sense of urgency to get something done.
Well, Brett, along those lines then, and I read your story, and I thought it really it did a great job breaking down a few of these teams that we have heard linked to the Suns. In your words, though, I guess, which team, when you're going through all this, which team or teams do you think is closest to, like, just one more move would get the deal done?
Quite honestly, it's all of them. And it sounds cliche to say, but you have the Suns on one end that are wanting to obviously maximize Kevin Durant's value. He's in the final year of his contract. They gave up a lot to get him from the Brooklyn Nets a few years back, and now things have not worked out. You had all the ordeal of the potential trade to the Warriors at the trade deadline that was in the finishing steps. They were talking about draft picks at that point to get a deal done when Kevin Durant and his representation got word of that. So they shut things down. We go into the offseason, Kevin Durant once again on the trade market, and the 5 teams that we've heard the most that are involved are the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets, San Antonio Spurs, the Toronto Raptors, and the Minnesota Timberwolves. All 5 teams, to my understanding, have come to the Suns with a somewhat breakdown of a proposal, whether it be a formal offer, their final offer, or this is what we're willing to give up for him. And so far, the 2 teams I've heard the most that have been engaged for Kevin Durant have been the Houston Rockets and the Miami Heat, and we wrote about that today on Clutch Points. Miami Heat, obviously, their trade package revolves around Andrew Wiggins, and whether or not they're willing to give up Khalil Ware, who seems to be the make-or-break asset that the Phoenix Suns are really wanting from the Miami Heat. When you look at Houston, it goes back to their youth in the draft picks, where they're willing to give up Jalen Green. I've heard that the 10th pick in the draft is also in play here. But it's those future picks that the Suns have been wanting back. The 2027 Suns pick that the Rockets own. They also own 2029 Phoenix pick. And those are very valuable to the Suns as they look forward and kind of map what direction they're going to go to build around Devin Booker. And then those young talents that the Rockets have with Jabari Smith Jr., Tari East, and Reed Shepherd, those are all pieces that the Suns want to see included in a final package if Houston is legit going to pursue Kevin Durant.
So, Brett, would you say that the market is down on Kevin Durant? And if you would say that, why do you think it's down on KD?
It's definitely down in terms of his valuation around the league. And that's for a couple of reasons. One, because they know, these other teams know that the Suns are desperate and that they're in a position where they need to move out of the aprons. They know Kevin Durant no longer wants to be there, and he's in the final year of his contract. So he has a little bit of leverage to kind of pick and choose where he would want to go, especially since there are teams like the Minnesota Timberwolves who have a good package that they can offer. But would they actually do it if Kevin Durant's not willing to give a commitment and a long-term contract extension there? So that's kind of where everything lies with this, of where his value has decreased. And that's why you see teams like the Heat, the Rockets, even the San Antonio Spurs not really willing to give up their best offer for him, because they know that there's a path where they could potentially get him cheap. If the Suns dwindle down in the hours before the draft, they say, you know what, we're going to take the best offer out there because we really need to move forward.
Talking to Clutch Points NBA insider Brett Siegel. Brett, I want to go back to Houston for a second because I thought you explained this really well in the story too. I mean, Houston's the team that I think to a lot of us would just make the most sense. And Is it as simple as if Houston were to include Jabari Smith or Tari Eason or Reed Shepherd that we might get there? I mean, are they really going to hold this up over that?
To my understanding, if they include Jabari Smith Jr. and one of those future first-round picks, we could see a deal this weekend for Houston. They do make a lot of sense, especially because they were the 2 seed in the West. They have future assets that come from Phoenix, and they acquired those from the Brooklyn Nets in the preseason with the intentions down the line if they wanted to pursue Kevin Durant or Devin Booker from the Phoenix Suns. Booker's not available. Durant is. If you add Kevin Durant to this team in place of Jalen Green and Jabari Smith Jr., in my opinion, I think that sets them over the edge in the West, and I think that makes them an even better team than they are now, because the one thing that they were lacking in that Warriors series was a go-to scoring option. If you had Kevin Durant around all that youth and all that athleticism, that's a scary team to deal with. But as far as how this trade can get done, I do believe that if you include Jabari Smith Jr. and one of those future Suns picks going back to Phoenix, Kevin Durant will be heading to Houston in that scenario.
Yeah, boy, yeah. Brett, how big of a push point is the NBA draft right now? Do you think this has got to get done before the NBA draft?
Yes and no. And I'll say yes from the outside perspective. These other teams that are looking at the Suns and trying to get Kevin Durant at a lower price than many would imagine, yeah, I do think that they feel like that this is something that needs to get done before the draft, because they don't want it dragging into the offseason either, especially when you have teams like the Spurs, like the Rockets, who could offer lottery picks to the Suns. And that's really where the main value lies in those Kevin Durant trade talks. And the same thing with the Heat. They got the 20th pick, and that would most likely be an asset going back to Phoenix. So 3 teams that are at the forefront of these conversations, each having first-round picks in this year's draft. If this prolongs past the draft, all of a sudden that value deteriorates. You have talk now of guys that are in summer workouts with their teams, not knowing if they're going to be on the team next year. So this is something that those teams would like to have done now. From Phoenix's perspective, though, they want to get the maximum value possible. And that has been the message from this new regiment in the front office. It's been the message from Matt Ishbia to the organization, is that they're not going to sacrifice value here if they don't feel like they're getting the best package in return. They don't have to trade Kevin Durant at this very moment, contrary to what many people are saying. And while that is a shaky situation of bringing him back when this seems like a divorce that's been happening for the last few months, potentially you keep him, and maybe there is a path where he begins the season with the Suns and you can trade him at the trade deadline. Or maybe this is something that, like with Damian Lillard last season or the year before he went to the Bucks, where it seemed like he was going to the Miami Heat, and then all of a sudden the Milwaukee Bucks got him a little bit before training camp opened up there and before the season began. So I think that those are the 2 periods of time that we're looking at right now. It's the next 48 hours are critical if there's going to be a trade to be done before the draft. But if the Suns can't find the value that they want and they look to keep Kevin Durant, they're going to revisit this within the next month and a half. There's going to be a lot of conversations out in Summer League with teams and trying to figure out and plot a course there of what makes the most sense.
Well, Brett, we really appreciate this.
Brett,
I know you got a lot going
buddy.
on right now. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, guys. You take it easy. Have a great weekend.
All right, you too. That's Brett Siegel, Clutch Points NBA insider, lending a little more insight to this Kevin Durant.
Says he's busy.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
I mean, we've barely got to talk about the fact that the actual draft is in, 5 days now, Wolf? I mean, we've only talked about it through the context of that's sort of a checkpoint of get the trade done before then. But as far as teams actually making picks, that's coming up in 5 days.
I thought it was interesting, too, that he said over the next 48 hours.
Yeah.
As opposed to, hey, going into Monday and Tuesday, the draft coming up Wednesday.
Yeah.
Interesting.
He said it right there, too. We can talk about this more, but, Jalen Green, the 10th pick, seems to be on the table from Houston. If they would just include Jabari Smith and a future first, the deal gets done. I mean, we heard kind of Bill Simmons sort of allude to that last week, too, and
honestly, I think if they just included the future first and Jalen Green, wouldn't you just take that?
I would definitely take it if they gave me Jabari Smith.
Jabari Smith.
But what if they don't, though? What if they refuse to? You wouldn't just take the 2 draft picks and not Jabari Smith, Jalen Green?
The only reason I wouldn't is because the Suns don't necessarily want Jalen Green just because of his similarities to Devin Booker. So I almost feel like you might be looking to flip him, too.
Yeah.
But if
maybe
you gave
we could hold on to Bradley Beal, too. have all three of them.
Oh, could he?
Exactly.
Oh, you got buzzed. But yeah, if you gave me Jalen Green, the 10th pick, and Jabari Smith, I think at this point I would take that. But
I'm in on that.
I thought
too.
Houston acquired those former Suns picks a while back with the intention of trading them back to the Suns for Durant or Booker. Hey, app users, update your Arizona Sports app now for the latest upgrades to your streaming, videos, podcasts, and news experience. When we come back, we'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. That's your ball game. Diamondbacks prevent the sweep, and they win the finale by a final score of 9-5. The offense really shined in this one, and Ryan Nelson turned in a dominant starting pitching performance.
Next for the D-backs, 3 games at the Rockies, with Game 1 live from Denver at 5 this afternoon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you could find your dream home and then when you found it, you could just move in right away? You didn't have to wait around to sell your old place first. You're still going to sell your old place, but you move into the dream home now. It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and then sell the old one later. It is the best way to do it. It's the least stressful way to do it. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no bending your life schedule around a bunch of strangers. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com, get your free home valuation, figure out what you have. That's Orchard.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
and I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noonish on a Friday. Not noon, obviously. Thanks to Brett Siegel for joining us at noon. We're going to do Wolfing Down Your Lunch now. Rick, what do you got?
The Arizona State Senate approved House Bill 2704, the tax recapture bill that will go toward Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to the Arizona House of Representatives before Governor Katie Hobbs can either veto the bill or sign it into law. Here's Dbacks President and CEO Derek Hall over on KTAR this morning with Mike Broomhead.
I am. There's been a lot of negotiation with us and with the state and with the city. At the end of the day, we had to make sure that we all did this in unison and pure collaboration, and I feel like we have. The important part was not creating a new tax. You and I have talked about that, Mike, several times. Even on the floor last night, there was debate and discussion about taxpayers paying for renovations even if they don't go to games or if they can't afford to go to games. That's simply not the case. It's like a use tax, as you know, and so that all of the taxes recaptured and put back into the stadium that we don't own. And so that's always been another point of contention was, how do you give owners money for their organization? It's not going to us. It's going into a building that is a public asset. So I feel good about where we're at. I think there's a clear pathway here to get finality. And with that, we can start to renovate this and reimagine it to the point that our fans deserve, because this should be as state-of-the-art as any other ballpark to help us compete.
What do you guys make of the Senate approving the bill?
It certainly seems like it's a productive step forward in the right direction for the Diamondbacks and them keeping them downtown and everything. So, I mean, look, how many years did I work for the Coyotes? I know.
Here we go.
I know stuff's not done till it's done, but this does seem pretty significant. Again, not done till it's done, but it does seem like a step in the right direction.
Yeah, the only concern I have is the fact that Derek sounded a little concerned as well in regard. He wasn't, not concerned, that's the wrong word. Wasn't as happy as I think it should be. This should be something that I think is hand-in-hand, copacetic relationship. It's a situation where you've got an organization that means an awful lot to the community that is here. Yes, I don't believe in taxpayers giving ownership all sorts of money. I don't believe in that either. Yet, I certainly don't want to see the relationship fray any more than it already has. And the potential for that is definitely out there. But hopefully this means it's going back to the House. It will pass, and Katie Hobbs will sign it into law. Hopefully.
Yeah, I hope so too. I don't want to lose another team here. That was tough enough last year. All right, sticking with D-backs, over to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at arizonasports.com. And the D-backs start a series tonight with the lowly Colorado Rockies before I get into this poll question. The D-backs' next 9 games are against the Rockies, White Sox, and Marlins. How many wins do you expect? 8, all 9, 7 or 8, 5 to 6, or 4 or under?
Man.
Okay. Man. Expect like this is what you need to do. I would say 7 or 8. Honestly, I think you need to go 7-2 in this stretch
to win.
This is the time to do it. These teams, these 3 opponents have a combined 309 winning percentage. Come on, like you got to get 7 or 8 of these. I think realistically, they're probably going to go 6-3. So wherever that falls on your vote, Rick, I think I expect that they need to go 7-2 or 8-1, but I think they're going to go 6-3.
I like Luke's answer in regard to 6-3.
This is why I try to go first.
Yeah, I like his answer. I have to be honest. 7? You're telling me they're going to win 7 games? No, it's not going to happen.
They lose
5 games, I think, probably even more likely than winning 7.
Oh, I would be upset if they go 5-4. If they lose another game to the Rockies, no more losses to the Rockies.
I would actually be more okay with them losing a game against Colorado than against the White Sox and the Marlins, just because of Coors Field is weird and weird things happen there.
The Marlins are not good, but they're not like Colorado.
They got swept by Colorado.
Colorado and the White Sox are terrible.
I just saw a stat. It was on the ticker on MLB.com, so I don't know how many games this was, but in the last certain amount of games, the White Sox starting pitching ERA is 6.81, and they're allowing a 9.22 OPS. So the D-backs got to sweep them. But I'll go 5 or 6 because that's what you guys said. And 5 or 6 is leading, 44%. 7 or 8 is second, 34%. 4 or under, 12%. All 9, 10%.
Imagine if they go 4 or under. We might need
You got to prove it. This is the great thing about it. You compete at the highest level our species can generate. You have to go out and prove it.
I might just say that they're sellers if they go 4 and 5.
Well, it's always hard to project a sweep against any team in Major League Baseball. We've seen that already when they played the Rockies. I mean, you can sweep these teams, but just the law of averages seems to catch up with you. So I can't sit here and say 9-0, but man, this is a good time to go 7-2. It's a lot easier to do this now than when you're playing the Giants and the Padres here coming up.
We have reached Friday of the week. Kevin Durant is reportedly supposed to be traded. So my question to you guys is, why do you guys think this trade has not gone down yet?
I think it's kind of a staring contest, honestly, right now. That's, all indications seem to suggest that. And even if there was nobody reporting on the situation, if we just didn't have reporters, doesn't it kind of feel like it's a staring contest right now?
Yep.
I hope that the Suns don't get pushed around in this. I think a lot of teams are trying to take advantage of the Suns' self-imposed deadline if we're going to get this trade done this week or by the trade deadline. And I understand the logic of trying to get it done by the trade deadline because, if you want that 10th pick from Houston, well, you got to make that trade before the draft. Not the trade deadline, I'm sorry, but the draft. But if teams are going to try and take advantage of you because of that, you're probably not winning the title next year anyway, so you can sit back and wait if you're the Suns.
What was the question, Rick?
Why do you guys think
What was the question? Luke just totally distracted.
Why do you guys think this trade has not gone down yet?
Because KD has 1 year left on his contract. Because there's no guarantee he's going to sign an extension with any team that he has not already identified. So I think that has a lot of pause and offers a lot of pause to teams that are out there. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to say. KD not signing an extension. You need more teams, obviously. You need more teams to be involved in this. But if KD's not going to sign an extension with you, you got 1 year where you got to try to win him over. That's dicey.
Yeah. The NBA Finals are headed to a Game 7 for the first time since 2016. When this happened...
Iguodala to Curry, back to Iguodala, up for the layup! Oh, blocked by James! LeBron James with the rejection!
Wow. Do you guys expect a good game on Sunday between the Pacers and Thunders? And Thunder, who do you have winning?
I hope it's a good game. I know that cut you just played from the 2016 NBA Finals was the last time we had a Game 7 in the NBA Finals, and it was maybe the best basketball game I've ever watched.
Wow.
But there's a lot of times when a series goes 7 games, not the Finals, but just a series, the Game 7 kind of isn't all that good. I'm still going to take the Thunder, but it was kind of an eye-opener that they didn't even show up to the game last night. That was okay. What are you doing? You don't just get to pick when you win the title. You don't get to pick that you're going to win it at home. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, they did get off to a 10-2 start. I thought that was no, this was it. OKC was coming out. They were going to get, no. Look, this has been an awesome series. It has. We get a 7th game. We're going to see this young, relatively inexperienced team in regard to the Oklahoma City Thunder take the bull by the horns and win at home. I think they're going to win by 12, 15 points, somewhere in that vicinity. I think the Pacers have got the attention of the Thunder, and because of that, I think they're going to pay for it ultimately in the 7th game. But I did believe this was going to go 7 games.
I did not, but now that we're here, I think the biggest development is that the Pacers believe they can win. You know, they're not just saying they believe it. Why wouldn't you believe you can truly win if you're the Pacers at this point? And they have Pascal Siakam, who has won a title before. So, I mean, that might very well help in a Game 7. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, how crazy will it be if the Suns can't get KD traded before the draft? Is that becoming more of a viable option? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns Corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There are a lot of teams that are interested in getting Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com for more information. Listen, Dr. Joe owns and operates Aria Dental Implant Center. He has for over 20 years. He's done well over 2,000 all-on-4s. The all-on-4 dental implant treatment. I have had that, Basinonians. I can tell you it is truly a game changer for you. Maybe you want to be involved in the all-on-4. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile for 5 days. 5 days after surgery, man. Bada bing, bada boom. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Boy, I can tell you, Aria Dental Implant Center is going to hook you up with the all-on-4 dental implant treatment if you want it. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the Desert Sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system, up to $2,500. Because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After avoiding the sweep yesterday against the Blue Jays, the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series with NL West foe Colorado tonight at Coors Field. First pitch is at 5:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury have now won 4 straight games after they took down the defending champion New York Liberty last night, 89-81. Alyssa Thomas had 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists for the Merc in the win. They return to the court tomorrow at the Chicago Sky. And there will be a Game 7 of the NBA Finals after the Indiana Pacers blew out the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-91 last night. Tip-off for Game 7 will be Sunday at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Wolf, I'm looking through the YouTube live chat. Obviously, you can watch us now live on YouTube. I'm totally distracted now by Jose saying Utah stole my Coyotes. Jose, I don't even have time to read all the context, but I'm with you, man. Utah also stole my Coyotes.
I'm distracted by them saying that Jared is potentially in a hurricane right now.
Yeah. I don't know how accurate the YouTube chat is for weather reports.
Yeah, neither do I.
But that
I just texted him, though. I'll let you guys know if,
let us
he's okay.
Somebody did write Hurricane Ferret in the YouTube chat.
Okay.
Which I want to make sure Jared's okay first, but that's hilarious if he is. There's the consensus, and I think, Wolf, you would agree, and most people would agree right now, the reason the KD trade isn't done is because these teams are lowballing the Phoenix Suns. And
the question is, why are they lowballing the Phoenix Suns?
And the other question, logically, is who's going to blink first? I mean, this part of it, I think, we're all getting tired of the fact that it's just hanging in the air.
Yeah.
But this part of it is fascinating to me because these other teams are like, well, you said you're going to trade them this week, so we've got you. We'll offer you whatever we want. You have to take it. I know that perception's out there, and it might be true. We're going to see how much the Suns' self-imposed deadline is a thing they can't move. But in reality, if you just take a step back and remove all emotion from this and forget the fact that it's the Suns and that it's Kevin Durant or whatever, you have a team that is on the verge of trading an all-time great player who's still a great player, and that team knows they're not winning the title next year. So really, they got nothing to lose. If I'm the Suns, I'm like, you don't want to make me an offer? I'll just sit here and whatever. I'll go out there, and if I keep KD and Booker, I'll probably win 45 games next year. If I can move Beal, I don't know. But I got nothing to lose. It's not like the Suns' window is right now. Houston's window is right now.
Yeah, it is. For me, Brian Gregory and the fact that you've got a new general manager and you've got new leadership in the Phoenix Suns organization, I think also could work against them right now at this point in time. And the reason why I say that, Basinonians, is because, again, if you're a general manager, are you going to try Brian Gregory? Hey, listen, Brian Gregory, I know you've got to go ahead and you've got to move Kevin Durant. You've already said we're moving him before the NBA draft coming up on Wednesday. We are definitely doing that. We're using that push point to get him out of here. And if you're not ready to deal, well, forget you then. Okay, we'll see how resolute you really are on this. So I think he's being tested, poked and prodded, so to speak, to find out just how resolute He truly
Yeah.
is.
You made this point earlier. I think it's one of the biggest ones that hasn't been talked about enough in the story. Everybody just looks and they see KD's getting traded, and if it's a national perspective, they're just, hey, how do we get him on the Knicks, or how do we get him on this team or that team? They don't really care about what the Suns are going to get out of it, and whatever. It's the national perspective. But even around here, I think a lot of the conversation is like, okay, when's this trade going to happen, or what are the Suns going to get for KD? Or you brought this up earlier, like this is going to tell us a lot, and it's really going to set the tone for Brian Gregory's tenure as the GM of this team if he just gets pushed around and is like, well, and Matt Ishbia has got to help him on this. If it's just like, well, we said we had to make a trade by Sunday, so here's a trade. I guess we'll just take the Spurs garbage offer. What if what if the Suns dig their heels in and Brian Gregory's like, yeah, I know I'm new. You're not pushing me around. I really ultimately do hold the cards here. I'm the one with the best player in all these deals.
This is one of the reasons why I find it surprising that we're still talking about the next 48 hours. Well, there's 3 more days after that leading up to the draft.
And there's also 6 more months after that leading up to the trade deadline.
Yes, so it's a situation where I think Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns can expect maybe not to get what they want now.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it? You going to dig your heels in? Are you going to be resolute? Are you going to go through the NBA draft and say, okay, fine.
Do it.
You know what?
Dig your heels in, man.
We'll wait for the next push point, whenever that might be. Training camp. Just saying. Start of training camp.
It's going to drive all of us crazy. I get that, but dig your heels in. Set the tone for what you're going to be like as a GM.
You've been talking about that for a while now.
Yeah.
You're done with the idea of giving KD away for a fire sale.
The second you give him away, that's your last big trade chip. I know people will say Booker, but they're not trading Booker. So this is your last real piece that you can use to set up the next era of Suns basketball. And if you can't trade him, and I know the Beal thing is a complicating factor. If you could just move Beal, that would make this so much easier. If you can't trade him, then you have Devin Booker and Kevin Durant next year. I mean, to me, the 2 options are you trade Durant and you're not really going to win anything next year. Or you keep Durant and you're probably not going to win anything next year just based on what we saw last season. But maybe you can find a way to move on from Beal in the coming months and you can add some pieces. Again, you're not winning the title, but you're better next year if you keep Durant. I understand we're to the point where you need to trade him, but you have that in your back pocket if teams are going to keep lowballing you. Okay, fine. We'll just be better next year, and you can waste a year of your window.
We talked about this before, but can you imagine Devin Booker, Kevin Durant looking at each other going, do you believe we're back here?
Oh, here we go again.
We're here? What do you say we go light the league on fire?
Oh,
okay.
That's the ultimate
storyline. Don't get me started on that one. Jordan Ott. What kind of impact could Jordan Ott have on all of that?
Brett Siegel, who we just had on from Clutch Points, did say this about the Suns: if they can't get a trade they want.
From Phoenix's perspective, though, they want to get the maximum value possible, and that has been the message from this new regiment in the front office. It's been the message from Matt Ishbia to the organization, is that they're not going to sacrifice value here if they don't feel like they're getting the best package in return. They don't have to trade Kevin Durant at this very moment, contrary to what many people are saying. And while that is a shaky situation of bringing him back when this seems like a divorce that's been happening for the last few months, potentially you keep him, and maybe there is a path where he begins the season with the Suns and you can trade him at the trade deadline. Or maybe this is something that, like with Damian Lillard last season or the year before he went to the Bucks, where it seemed like he was going to the Miami Heat, and then all of a sudden the Milwaukee Bucks got him a little bit before training camp opened up there and before the season began.
Your thoughts on that, Luke?
I'm all for it. In the moment, we come back here on Monday and this trade still hasn't happened. We get through the NBA draft, trade still hasn't happened. It's going to be like, okay, well, if we get through the draft, I don't know that we're going to be talking about it as much for a little while until something moves. Right now, it's so close to happening that it's on the forefront of everybody's mind right now. But yeah, don't sacrifice the value. I like that some of the stuff we're hearing is that the Suns are asking for a lot more than I would even ask for. Ask for it. You have Durant.
Yes, and take it right up to the NBA trade or the NBA draft. Take it right up to it. You got me started.
It feels like a trade deadline.
I know it does. It feels like the trade deadline. It's not. It's the NBA draft. Take it right up to it and be willing to blow through it. and say, okay, we're not trading them now.
You don't
You
really
have to be.
anything to
You've
lose.
got to be willing to do that.
Yeah.
Those are big rectangle conversations that you've got to have.
And that you want to talk about alignment? Everybody's going to be on the same page because you can't have Brian Gregory being like, I'm not going to get pushed around, and Matt Ishbia saying, yeah, but you better get a deal done before the draft. I mean, you really have nothing to lose other than, I get it, you'd like to have the 10th pick in this year's draft.
You want to create that urgency with other teams. Yeah, we're definitely moving them before the draft. You want to create that, but somebody's got to be the guy that walk in and say, let it go.
There was a piece in Brett Siegel's story where he said, there's a lot of expectation around the league that teams are going to make their best offers by this weekend. So we'll see. All right, when we come back, you talk about the trade deadline. How about the MLB trade deadline? How much pressure is on Zach Gallen ahead of the trade deadline next month? He's starting tonight in Colorado. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Bunker to Bunkers Golf Tour is kicking off their summer swing at Verado Golf Club's Founders Course on Saturday morning, June 21st. Benefiting the Arnie's Army Charitable Foundation, Bunker to Bunker's two-person scramble is loaded with breakfast, team competitions, a huge raffle, awards, and even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Come enjoy an unforgettable day of golf with your friends. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
Summer is a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, Corolla, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Is it Kevin Durant Day? Can it finally be Kevin Durant Day? And if it's not today, then when is it going to be Kevin Durant Day? We'll discuss at straight up 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show.
And I could lie. You know won't be long until the end. Let the spotlight shine on me again.
All right, Wolf, I'm going to throw a number at you. Okay. In fact, I think we need to have command and control weigh in on this too, okay? I'm going to play a little game of over-under.
Okay.
All right. By my count, just sort of projecting this out, Zach Gallen has 8 more starts before the trade deadline, counting tonight.
Okay.
Over under 8.5 more starts for Zach Gallen as a Diamondback.
Oh, I see where you're going with that.
Well, let's throw it at command and control first. Okay. Rick, you have to answer first.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say over. I don't think he gets traded, even though I don't think he should get traded now because of the Corbin Burns situation. But if it had been before that, I would have traded him for bullpen help.
That made sense, but also hurt my head.
Yeah, sorry.
But
I do have an update about Jarrett, though, if you want.
Oh, yeah. Give me the Jarrett update before we get to
I texted him, "You good? You got power?" He said, "Yes, ? What an odd question.
Okay.
So maybe they got his vacation spot confused.
It is possible, though. It is possible that, Jarrett could be in a hurricane and not know what was going on around him.
Yeah.
If anybody could just kind of be like, yeah, the power's working. What's your problem?
Yeah.
All right. So Rick goes over 8.5 for Zach Gallen starts as a Diamondback. Jamal?
As possible as I think it is, I'm going to say over.
Okay.
But for him to get traded, I think it's very possible, but my money is over.
Okay.
Oh,
I will
man.
also go over while you're.
Honestly, I don't want to consider the fact that Zach Gallen is going to be traded. I do like him a lot. I like his mentality. I like his accountability.
That would be them punting on the season, unless they were trading him and then getting Chris Sale.
Yeah, so I'm not there yet. I can't do it. So because of that, I'm going to say Zach Gallen over.
Okay. He is starting tonight for the Diamondbacks in Colorado. His last outing against Colorado was the game that everybody hated back on May 17th, that Saturday night game where it wasn't, his fault late in the game that they lost the game, obviously, but he did give up, 6 home runs in that game, or 4 home runs, 6 runs in that game. So 6 home runs sounds ridiculous, but 4 home runs is almost equally ridiculous.
Zach Gallen was knocked around by the Colorado Rockies.
Has he ever given up 4 home runs in a game?
I don't know. I don't. Rick, get on that. If you don't mind, go ahead. Command and control, get on that.
Rick, just ask Jarrett. See if he has that. If he wants weird questions, let's ask him that.
I should just bombard him with questions this entire vacation.
That have nothing to do with this vacation.
Just out of the blue.
Jarrett, do you have power? All right, Jarrett, how many home runs is the most Zach Gallen's ever given up in a game?
This was funny, Baserines, as I cut Luke off, the driver, right now. This was
because I was going to give you the meaning of life.
Because I looked at the show sheet, and it says Diamondbacks, of course, at 12:45, and that's what we're doing. We're talking Diamond. How much pressure is on Zach Gallen over these next 7 starts? Interesting. That's what it says on the show sheet right now. There's internal pressure, Baserines, and there's external pressure. I don't think Zach Gallen feels any external pressure whatsoever. I think Zach Gallen is built where he feels all of the internal pressure. And unless I'm mistaken, I think Zach Gallen, we're going to see his best. You talk about these last 8 starts. I'd be shocked if we don't see him lock in over these next 8 starts. Now, listen, that's putting a lot of faith in who I think Zach Gallen is based on earnings. I admit that. I readily admit that. But honestly, I believe that. He is an internally motivated individual. And because of that, I think he's going to want to try to...
even better self-evaluators.
Great players are even better self-evaluators. That's what he told us. And by the way, we weren't digging for that, were we? He offered that up in the conversation that we had with him right here on this very show.
Yeah, and that was before this season, too. I mean, that was, not like his career has been perfect every single step of the way before the season, but you would, I think, all agree that his career has gone a lot more smoothly up to this point than it has this season. This season's been a little bit rough. It's been out of character for him. And go ahead.
Oh, I do have his home run, most home runs given up in a game. He's given up 3 twice in 2021 against the Padres and in 2019 against the Reds.
The Padres.
I got a number for you that I was putting together.
Oh, here comes the stat chat?
Yeah, I want to double check. Okay, it is. It's right. So we were talking earlier. He's got 2 great starts against the Mets this season, right? That's one of the best lineups in baseball.
Yeah.
He has a fantastic start against the Yankees earlier this season, 6 2/3 shutout innings, struck out 13.
2 of those starts, too. New York. Interesting.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And now he has started against the Braves twice this season. One was not anything special, but the most recent one was his most recent good game. 7 innings, gave up 1 earned run. That was earlier this month, okay? So the reason this all came about is we're talking about that game against the Rockies in mid-May. He's pitched 5 games since then. His ERA is 5.28, and that's including that really good game against the Braves. So I'm going to simplify these numbers, okay? In those 4 starts against the Mets twice, the Yankees once, and the Braves once, his ERA is 1.01. In all of his other starts, his ERA is 7.05.
Oh. So how do you read that?
I don't.
What do you what's the explanation for that? For me, I think he's internally challenged. For me, the intensity level is there. He's internally challenged. He knows this is a good team. This is a good team. And if I'm going to get embarrassed, then maybe is it possible that Zach Gallen, who I do believe is an internally motivated dude, suddenly doesn't bring the requisite amount of intensity to his starts when it's not New York or the Braves.
Well, I can take it one step further if you want. To build on what you said, because I agree. I don't know how else you read it. He can still lock in, but for whatever reason, he's not doing it consistently. Yankees game at the start of the season, that's when they were using the torpedo bats, and it was like, oh, this team has changed baseball. So he was great.
Right.
He was great in that start. He was great in his 2 starts against the Mets, who a lot of people believe might be the best team in baseball. And then I guess the outlier of those 4 would be his second start against the Braves. But 2 things to remember with that. One, they finally had their lineup back. They didn't have Acuna for most of the season. It was also the first game after Corbin Burns got hurt. So, the Diamondbacks needed a win.
Yes.
So when they need a win,
need to win.
He's been locking in, but he has a lot more than 4 starts this season. So that's why it's so weird.
It's always been a mystery to me, Basinonians, but when you're as talented as Zach Gallen is, and I've always thought this about so many guys, like Roy Jetstream Green. What a great wide receiver he was. Google it, my young crunks. Otis Anderson, what a talented, great running back Otis Anderson was. These guys were my teammates, and they were so dripping with talent. I often wondered, what do you do to challenge yourself when you can just go out and do it?
Yeah.
The greatest adversary of a guy that is talented like Zach Gallen is being complacent and not really being locked in as often as you should be, and how easy it can become to be complacent. When I'm as talented as I am, I'm just going to take the ball and go out there and mow them down. That's what I'm going to do. Self-evaluators, you heard Zach say it himself. Great players are even better self-evaluators. At some point in time, this is going to kick in, right, Zach? And right now, these next 8 starts, I think we're going to see it.
I hope so. I'm looking at his overall body of work this season, and you know my feelings on Zach Gallen prior to this season. One of the better, if not most underrated pitchers in baseball, starting pitchers. And I know people got on him.
It's time to see it.
People got on him during the postseason run that year that he wasn't really the ace. Merrill Kelly was, but then when their season was on the line in the World Series, he almost threw a no-hitter. So he has that when he locks in. But I'm looking at 15 starts this season, Wolf, and I would say 4 of them have been great starts. One of them was a good one against the Brewers in mid-April. The other 10 have all been largely un-Zach Gallen-like.
Yes.
And some of them have been bad. His worst of the season was definitely against the Rockies last time he faced
them. Make
them.
that math, break it down percentage-wise, and let's apply that over the next 8 games.
All right, when we come back, do his son's three-pointer. If you could pick, realistically, it's got to be realistic names, which 3 players that you've heard linked in potential trades do you most want in a Kevin Durant trade? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Great players are even better self-evaluators.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Suns must do what's best for them. Because this is the kind of deal where you do it right and you give yourself a chance to make this not so painful. You do this wrong and it is going to hurt. This is going to hurt for years. It might hurt for years no matter what. They might not have a choice on how bad this is going to hurt. But if you do this right, you can shorten the hurt. I think the Suns, for now, have to worry about this is the biggest franchise-altering trade they're going to make in a long time.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation. Even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia. Puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh. Did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine. Earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You know our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep. Don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again,
for those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures, they can't smile, they can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After avoiding the sweep yesterday against the Blue Jays, the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series with NL West foe Colorado tonight at Coors Field. First pitch is at 5:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury have now won 4 straight games after they took down the defending champion New York Liberty last night, 89-81. Alyssa Thomas had 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists for the Merc in the win. They return to the court tomorrow at the Chicago Sky. And there will be a Game 7 of the NBA Finals after the Indiana Pacers blew out the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-91 last night. Tip-off for Game 7 will be Sunday at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Shazam! Suns. Three-pointer with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final hour of the show here on a Friday. And, Wolf, the next time we do a show, Kevin Durant may very well be on a different team. In fact, a lot of reports out there would suggest that will be the case. He'll be traded before Monday. So we figured, why not do a Suns three-pointer? And the parameters here are which 3 players that are on teams the Suns have been linked to as possible trade partners or, names that have been brought up, potential trades. Which 3 realistic names do you most want on the Suns? You're not getting all 3, obviously.
Yes.
These guys aren't going to be on the same team, but that's what we're going to do. Suns three-pointer right now. Ready?
Yes.
Do it.
Whammo! Devin Booker in 1.
Okay, there is definitely a name that's at the top of my list. I'm not going to say it because I think you're probably going to say it. So when you do,
I'm going to say it
okay,
because once again, this is a wish list.
Yeah. So I'm going to let you say it, and I'll obviously jump in when you do. So I'm going to go with some other ones, and I'll tell you the first one. I know they're almost certainly not getting him. The Spurs have made it fairly clear they're not upping their offer. I wouldn't make a trade with the Spurs. I think the Spurs are the one team on this list of teams that doesn't necessarily have to break the bank for KD. But if a trade was going to get done with the Spurs, I'd be asking for Stephon Castle. Now, we've heard reports they're asking for Castle and the number 2 overall pick in addition to other stuff. That's great. Ask for it. There's no way you're getting all that, but ask for it. But Castle, the reigning rookie of the year, I'm just looking for players that we've heard that if the Suns complete this trade and we come in on Monday, I'm fired up for the trade. If they got Stephon Castle back in one of these, I'd be fired up.
Boy, that'd be awesome.
They're not getting him, but whatever.
Not getting him. Let me think. Okay, my first Suns three-pointer based on Orleans has to be Mikal Bridges.
That's the one.
Mikal Bridges, it's time for you to come home, son. If there was any way, shape, or form that a Kevin Durant to the New York Knicks trade could possibly be pulled off, which we all know is very, very unlikely, wouldn't it be awesome if somehow, some way, Mikal Bridges was included in that. I know that the likelihood of this happening is very, very low, Basinonians, yet at the same time, Mikal Bridges and his name has been involved in some of the trade rumors in regard to Kevin Durant. Mikal Bridges is exactly what the Phoenix Suns need. When you're talking about the culture, what I'm hoping the culture of the Phoenix Suns is going to be, there's one guy I think of, there's one face that I see. It's Mikal Bridges. He's everything that you want the Suns to be going forward. And that's why he is my first point of Suns three-pointer.
Fade back 14-footer is 2 points. Dynamite.
Maybe that's the move. You know, there's a belief around the league right now that all these moves are on hold until Durant gets traded. Maybe just never trade him so the Knicks can never move their pieces and be able to get Mikal that extension in July, and then you can just go sign him next summer. Maybe that's the move. All right, my second name on this list, and you know, we talked to Brett Siegel earlier in his article on Clutch Points. He says the Timberwolves are not interested in trading this guy, but I do like Jaden McDaniels. And if I was making a trade with the T-Wolves, I would be pushing for somebody like that. I don't hate Julius Randle, actually, either. I'm not totally sure that you're accomplishing what you want in the trade. But Jaden McDaniels is another one of those guys that you bring in, you feel like you just have a lockdown defender, among other things. So I don't know that I want that to be the centerpiece of a trade for Durant. And it doesn't sound like Minnesota's willing to move him anyway, but that would be on my list.
Okay. My second point of Suns three-pointer has got to be Jabari Smith Jr. Jabari Smith Jr. Look at this guy. I love his length. First of all, he's 6'10", legitimate 6'10". Love his length. This is a 12-6 guy, 12 points per game, 6 rebounds. He's a true two-way player. He's very, very young as well, and I love that.
22, just turned 22.
22 years old. Jabari Smith Jr., it might be a wish list, yet at the same time, this is exactly why we're doing this, Suns three-pointer. And by the way, he reminds me an awful lot of Ryan Dunn. Can shoot the three, but he's got to get better in regard to doing it. 35% is what he shot last year. He can develop that part of his game and get even better, I would imagine. But, yeah, my second point of Suns three-pointer, Jabari Smith Jr.
Three-pointer, Shazam!
That's just showing off right there.
Right. All right, Wolf, well, you took my third one. And I think he's the most realistic name we've said so far, Jabari Smith Jr. I think that there's a real good chance that if Houston would just include him, this trade would be done. You know, there seems to be a belief out there that they're willing to give the Suns Jalen Green and maybe even the 10th overall pick on Wednesday. You throw in Jabari Smith Jr. and just another first. I don't even care if it's another one of the Suns' former firsts. Just give me one of your firsts, Houston, which may end up being the 28th pick in the draft if you get Durant. It might be the 30th. But Jabari Smith Jr., true power forward, has not fulfilled his potential yet. As you said, you're talking about the number 3 overall pick in the 2022 draft. He just turned 22 years old. Statistically, I wonder if his numbers might not go up a lot more, too, if he was on the Suns, because the Rockets have a lot of young players. And he averaged 12.2 points and 7 rebounds per game this season.
Yeah.
If you're telling me that I get him and I get a couple firsts from Houston and Jalen Green, who I can either keep or move for something else, I'm happy with that deal at this point.
Yeah, no, that is, yep, absolutely.
It's the only deal I've heard I'm happy with.
Yes, I know. Okay, my third point of Suns three-pointer has got to be Stephon Castle. Sorry, I know, but honestly, I know Luke picked him. But, man, Stephon Castle is a name that I would be really, really excited about if, in fact, the Suns could pull it off. This is a guy who's 20 years old. How much better is Stephon Castle actually going to get?
I know.
As a rookie, went out and shot the ball and struggled in terms of shooting the three, 28.5%. But we've seen this. This is an area where maybe Stephon Castle is going to get better and develop that. But he's hyper athletic. and he's 20 years old, and I love that. Stephon Castle is my third point of Suns three-pointer.
See the shots that I took.
Wet like I'm booked.
Castle, another reminder too, if I'm the Rockets, why I need to make this trade. Because if the Suns, let's say the Suns just trade KD to Miami or something, San Antonio is going to pass Houston here at some point. If they have Castle and the number 2 overall pick and Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox, like they're going to pass Houston if Houston just sits there and refuses to move any of their assets. Like at a certain point, draft picks for a team like Houston are assets. It's stuff you should be spending to upgrade your team. All right, when we come back, we'll stick with basketball, but not the Kevin Durant stuff. How were the Pacers able to just run all over the Thunder last night and force a Game 7 in the NBA Finals? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famer's trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There is no shortage of suitors for Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Bathroom Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a jam-packed Monday as we recap the NBA Finals Game 7, the Diamondbacks weekend in Denver, and the ongoing KD saga. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, Wolf. I thought that I was higher than most people on the Pacers going into the playoffs. I think I've said this before. Each round of the Eastern Conference, when it started, I thought they would win that round. You know, some of it there was injuries on other teams. Some of it you could just see the Pacers getting better. Never in a million years did I expect us to be going to a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. I did think Oklahoma City would handle them fairly easily. I mean, maybe it would go 6. I'm trying to go back to what I thought at the start of the series. Maybe it would go 6, but it would be pretty definitive that Oklahoma City was the better team. It's 50-50 now as far as I'm concerned. It's best of 1 for the NBA title on Sunday night. This is awesome.
It's so cool. It really is. The fact we're going to get a Game 7, but so much of it has got to do. I love the juxtaposition of the Thunder versus the Pacers. I love comparing both these teams, especially from an athletic perspective and a skill set perspective. OKC they've got toughness. Don't ever think they don't. They are a tough, resilient team. I love how they play on the defensive end of the floor. How many deflections can you possibly get in one game? Their hands are all over the place. I love watching them play. But they're super talented, and they're also super young. Mm-hmm. The Pacers are on the relative young side as well, but not the way the Thunder are young. They are young guns, man, and they're not going away. They're going to be around for a long time, and if they win this thing, you could be looking at a dynasty in the NBA. Having said all of that, the Pacers are all about toughness, and they show up and they ball out. I love watching Obi Toppin. I love watching T.J. McConnell play. Are you kidding me, T.J. McConnell? Even Tyrese Halliburton, Basinonians. Here's a guy that I thought was the key, the difference in the game. He only played 23 minutes, of course, but makes so many plays.
He did. He made a lot of plays. He didn't make as many plays, obviously, in Game 5 when he got hurt.
Yeah.
But last night, playing through the injuries, did he drop 40? No, he didn't. He didn't play 40 minutes, but he did make an impact. I would say a pretty significant impact on that game. And just going back to what you're saying about T.J. McConnell, he is like that annoying guy when you play pickup basketball where you're like, okay, this guy really shouldn't be that good. And he's just outworking everybody, and he's just making plays the whole game. I mean, there was plays he made last night when that game was in doubt still, where it was just like, Oklahoma City doesn't know what to do with this guy.
Yes, they don't. He's all nasty. That's what I love about watching him play. Try hard. How about you just go out and be hard? That's who he is. Every possession, just watching him go out and do it, fight you to the ground, productive. T.J. McConnell with his dad sitting there, too. Yeah. How cool is that to see?
I'm looking at this. There was a couple quotes that I saw just as we were even doing the show today. One, I saw SGA's quote that we got what we deserved. I'm paraphrasing that a little bit, but I think he said we got what we earned and what we deserved for that performance. So that I thought that was telling of kind of his approach to Game 7 that we can look ahead to. Tyrese Halliburton had a quote that we didn't want to see Oklahoma City celebrating a championship on our floor. That was their approach to that game last night. And they played like it.
You could see it.
They played like the season was on the line. I don't really know what Oklahoma City was doing last night. They played like they had a game scheduled, I guess.
I would honestly say the way this series has gone for the most part, the immaturity of the OKC Thunder is on display for all to see right now. Just how hyper young they really are. The immaturity of it. Going on and losing game one. Losing game one of the series. Would you say that was a big deal right there?
And not responding by ripping off like 3 straight wins afterwards.
And then they came back. Yeah, they came back and won game 2. And then what'd they do? They lost game 3.
Fairly handled in game 3. I mean, it wasn't like a blowout, but it wasn't like Indiana had to rally with a buzzer beater in game 3. They just beat them.
It was like the Pacers punched them in the face, and all of a sudden they went, oh, okay. I guess we're playing for keeps now.
Yeah.
We'll come out in game 4, and we'll smoke you. And that's what they did.
It does feel like you keep saying that they kind of the immaturity's on display. It really, the deeper we get, and I'm not taking anything away from Indiana, they might very well be NBA champions when we come in here on Monday. But that sort of inexperience in the finals, if the Thunder were playing like the Celtics, who just won the title last year, like if the Celtics were at full strength and they were just, now I almost have no doubt that they would have won the series.
Yes.
Because Oklahoma City does look a little like last night. It was just like, okay, they're just going to hand us the title now, right? I did not expect them to just get run off the floor last night.
They got hammered, absolutely destroyed. The worst of the worst was when it was 90-60 going into the fourth quarter, a 30-point lead. But I thought Halliburton, too, once again, I keep talking about him being the difference. The play that he made inside of the last minute of the first half was an early death knell, Basinonians, where he stole the ball. He kept it in bounds. He looked away while spinning and threw this perfect pass across the court to Pascal Siakam, who slammed it home for a 20-point lead at that point in time. That was, to me, that was the ultimate slap right in the face. Not all plays are created equal, and that one certainly was not.
So I have 2 questions for you, okay? So one, how much do you think it matters that the Pacers have Siakam? Because we're in this situation where, like, Alex Caruso's won a title, and there might be another player or two that's won a title. Caruso won the bubble title with the Lakers, but for the most part, you have 2 teams whose best players have never really been here before. You know, SGA's never won a title, as great as he is. Jalen Williams obviously has not yet. Tyrese Halliburton has not. We talk about how the Thunder, and they kind of showed last night, like, okay, here we are, we have a chance to win. What do? Siakam's been there. He was a huge piece of Toronto winning that title back over the Warriors a few years ago. Do you think that matters at all now in a Game 7?
You know, I honestly don't. Not this Game 7.
Okay.
And the reason why I say that is because of the Thunder and who they are.
Just because you think they are that much better?
I think they are. Honestly, I think they are the better team. Watching this, we've been talking about it the whole time this series has been on, just watching them. It's like the Pacers go out there and desperate. You were talking about how desperate. You could see the desperation, the elimination game. Here, they went out there swinging wildly, swinging. And the Thunder are just in a fight.
Yeah.
Because they are the more talented team. You can see it. Doesn't mean they're the better team. And this is the great thing about it. We're going to see it. It's going to get settled, Basin audience. Game 7. Game 7 looms, and it's going to be settled. But, man, the talent, you can see the Thunder are the more talented team. Again, doesn't mean they're the better team. We're going to find out in Game 7. But I would think, being at home, and all of a sudden this being for all the marbles, I think OKC looks around and says, okay, we know we're better. Hey, guys, let's go do it.
If you don't do it now, this is going to go down as one of the biggest upsets in NBA Finals in this century, at least, if they don't. It's a great way to put it, because I am going to keep an eye on Siakam on Sunday, because now you have the Pacers in this position where all of a sudden, like, they could win the title. So how are they going to react? You know, we just saw the Thunder not react very well last night, but Siakam's been there. So I think if the Pacers do win on Sunday, he's going to be the tip of the spear, as you say. But your description of the series is honestly, it's perfect. The Thunder are like, they're like somebody who can fight, but they don't want to mess up their suit. And the Pacers are like, we got nothing to lose.
And you don't want to fight somebody who has nothing to lose.
Yep.
You know, but now the question is, now the Pacers do have something to lose on Sunday night for the first time really this whole time. I mean, the NBA title's right there. All right, we come back over to baseball. The next 9 games for the Diamondbacks are all very winnable on paper. So how many of those do they need to win? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Need to win. Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Summer is calling, and are you ready to answer that call with a brand new pool? Oh, my goodness, you know it, Dad. You want to give the family a pool. With temperatures already rising, the best time to start building is right now, believe it or not. At Presidential Pools and Spas, they are known for the fastest build times in Arizona. And you can start today and be splashing, grilling, and relaxing this summer. You can actually get it done before the end of the summer. But the clock is ticking right now. And Presidential Pools is making a nice offer. Free interior finish upgrade to Pebble Essence, an enhanced pebble sheen finish with smooth glass beads for extra color radiance. Free landscape lighting packages with path lights and uplights while supplies last as well. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford. Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After avoiding the sweep yesterday against the Blue Jays, the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series with NL West foe Colorado tonight at Coors Field. First pitch is at 5:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury have now won 4 straight games after they took down the defending champion New York Liberty last night, 89-81. Alyssa Thomas had 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists for the Merc in the win. They return to the court tomorrow at the Chicago Sky. And there will be a Game 7 in the NBA Finals after the Indiana Pacers blew out the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-91 last night. Tip-off for Game 7 will be Sunday at 5, and you can listen to that one over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. The D-backs are 6-6 in their last 12 games. So what can we expect as they start a series against the Rockies today? We'll discuss with Tori Lovello at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports.
Well, here you go. 9 straight against the Rockies, the White Sox, and the Marlins. Wolf, 3 of the worst teams in baseball. The 2 worst teams of baseball, and then the Marlins are down there as well. 3 teams with a combined winning percentage of .309 this season.
Wow.
This is your chance to really make a run at a time when you could make things a lot easier on your front office by going on a run in terms of decisions they have to make heading towards July.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier in the broadcast as well. Of these next 9 games, how many do you think the Diamondbacks have got to win? How many of these games can they win? And what kind of influence might that have on the trade deadline?
Well, I think they could win 9. I mean, I would never pick any team to go 9-0.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if that happens.
I think you have to go 6-3.
And I'm willing to be shocked.
Yeah.
I'm willing to be shocked.
We're all going to text you in 10 days when they're 9-0 and just, yeah.
This team has been a solidly 500 team since the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
You have to say it the way that it is. Now, base earnings, does that mean they can't get better? Of course, they can get better. But right now, for whatever reason, whatever the reasons are, whatever the variables are that are shaping this paradigm, you look at the Arizona Diamondbacks in the year 2025, they are a solidly 500 team.
You know, you look at it, and I was looking at it before the show today. I was like, exactly what you just said. They're 500. We're 74 games in now. So, like, you kind of are a 500 team. It's not like you're 9-9. You're 37-37. And I was looking at it, just kind of staring at that record before the show, and I was like, how does this team, how do you get better than being a 500 team? How do you break out of that? And you can go into all the X's and O's, or this needs to happen, or the bullpen needs to be better, or Corbin Carroll needs to hit for a higher average, or maybe more realistically, other guys who haven't been hitting need to hit, maybe take some of it off Corbin Carroll. But Wolf, honestly, if you just simplify it, you're 500 and you're playing 9 games against the Rockies, White Sox, and Marlins. This is how you stop becoming a 500 team. You go 7-2 over the next 9 games. You get a good amount above 500, and then you play from there the rest of the season.
Yes, I'm with you on this. Individually, the threefold nature of man, base earnings, body, soul, and spirit, well, it also applies to a team, a collective unit, body, soul, and spirit. The Diamondbacks have, physically gone out and played like a 500 team. But that also tells me inside some of the intangibles that exist on a team, inside that clubhouse, their spirit, which is your brain, your mentality, that also is about a 500 team right now. And your soul, which is the emotion that comes with that, the emotion and the intensity, they're also a 500 team based on what we have seen so far. When does it change? In all 3 of those areas, when does that change? When do they start saying, you know what, we're better than this, and we're going to go out and play better than this? There's something inside that clubhouse that has been going on. I don't know what it is, but I feel like if I were inside the clubhouse, I feel like I would know what is going on inside that clubhouse.
Yeah.
And the reason why they don't have this elite mentality or elite emotional response to how they've played so far. Physically, they just have not got it done. But don't forget about the spiritual side of it or the mental side of it as well.
Doesn't it feel like if they're going to do it, this is when you're going to do it? If you don't do it now, and it's not even because of the quality of opponents they play, it's like AJ Puck's not coming back this season to help you out, probably, right? I mean, I guess he hasn't been officially ruled out, but it's not like he's coming back in a month to help you out. We know Justin Martinez isn't coming back to help you out. Corbin Burns isn't coming back to help you out. They can't. So, yeah, some of it's the teams you're playing, but some of it is just simply like, you know what's on the line. The trade deadline's in less than 6 weeks now. Like, you've got to give your front office legitimate, like, solid ground to stand on to say we're going to buy. You know what's on the line, and look at the teams you're playing. If they're not going to figure it out now, I don't even know that they're going to get the chance to figure it out.
Yeah, you know, and this is why I talk about body, soul, and spirit. Once again, this is why I talk about it, because right now, if you listen to some of the cuts you've been playing, some of the sound that you've been playing about the Diamondbacks, and the Diamondbacks hoping they're going to get the opportunity to be together because they like each other so much inside that clubhouse. Well, go play like it now.
Right now.
Because here it is, right now. It is in front of you. There's a definitive amount of games you have leading up to the trade deadline. There's a definitive amount of games you have on this road trip. And then it spills into Miami at home. Go play like you're capable of playing and be consistent in doing it. And you can change a lot of the perception that might be out there.
You have 35 games left, I believe, before the trade deadline, 23 before the All-Star break, and then 12 coming out of it. And what you have right here, you know, I was saying this earlier, I can't tell if them being 500 right now is depressing because they should have been so good this season, or if it's encouraging because they've overcome, you know, brutal performances by the bullpen in terrible moments, and they've overcome some brutal injuries that, you know, you have no control over to still be 500. And honestly, Wolf, I feel like the next 9 games, I don't want to overstate this, but when you consider where we are, you're going to be past the halfway point in the season when these 9 games are over. I think the next 9 games in a lot of ways are going to answer that question. Like, have they fought to get to 500 and I should be encouraged? If so, they're going to go 6-3 or 7-2 or 8-1 on this stretch, and they're going to be way above 500 in a week and a half. But if this really is a discouraging sign that they're here, then they're just going to go about 500 in these next 9 games. And then they really are just a 500 team.
You know, it's really discouraging when you talk about it. If you go all the way back to May 27th and you look at how the Diamondbacks have won and lost games, Basinonians, it's startling. Go all the way back to May 27th. They lost 4 games in a row. Then they won 4 games in a row. Then they lost 3 games in a row. Then they won 5 games in a row. Then they lost 3 games in a row. And now they've won 1. Think about that. Luke, that's going all the way back to May 27th, man.
10-10. That all adds up to just 10-10.
Wow. You talk about all or nothing.
Yeah. Ryan Nelson's performance last night was encouraging when you start to look ahead, because he is now pretty firmly one of your 5 starters. So real quickly, here's Torey Lovello on that.
I think it all started with Ryan Nelson, who gave us a chance to get grounded, catch our breath. You're just trying to discover yourself after a tough loss yesterday. Quick turnaround, and he let us get our footing. It was a great job. A lot of carry, fastball. It said it was 25 rise, but I know that's not the case. But he had an electric fastball that was hopping. Their players were telling our players that it was tough to get on top of, and those are positive things that I can hear in the dugout from another player that tells me that Nelly's having a good day. So I think it was all off of the fastball, and then the secondary stuff was very efficient as well.
There you go.
You need more of that. You very clearly need more of that from him. You need Brandon Pfaadt to get going again. Erod kind of has now. This is 3 solid starts since he came off the injured list. So we'll see where that goes. He's not pitching this weekend, but the guy who's pitching tonight is the guy that has to pitch like an ace majoritively the rest of the way. When we come back, well, first of all, if you don't have the Arizona Sports app downloaded, do so now, and you'll get instant access on the go with our shows, videos, and news. When we come back, final thoughts on a potential Kevin Durant trade as we head into the weekend when Kevin Durant is supposed to get traded. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's crazy, the number of comebacks, the number of blown leads, the number of things that you just
on both sides.
On both sides.
On both
sides. It's been on both sides of the equation.
It's a pendulum. It's here, and then it's there. And then it's here, and it's there. We're going to come back and win in thrilling fashion, then we're going to blow a lead, and we're going to lose. I don't know if it evens out in the long run or not, but they've got you on the edge of your seat almost all games.
They do.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246.
in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Arizona sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO, Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final segment of the show here on this Friday as we head into the weekend. KD was or is supposed to be traded this week or into this weekend. The NBA draft, if you think it's going to go up to the draft, well, that's just a couple days away now. I mean, that's this upcoming Wednesday, or maybe it goes beyond that. We were talking earlier, Wolf, when we did the Suns three-pointer of a player that we want back in the trade, right? We each threw out 3 names. I'm reading through some of the YouTube chat ideas. Robert said Amen Thompson. I mean, look, I would love that. I don't think Houston's going to do it.
Yeah, me too.
Chris said Devin Vassell, who I think San Antonio would certainly do. Michael said Khalil Ware, who apparently Miami just won't trade, even for Kevin Durant, and that's holding that trade up right now.
Okay.
King Nacho said
should.
Michael Porter Jr.
Michael Porter Jr.
It's funny. Somebody, I can't find the exact quote. Somebody said they were talking about Bradley Beal, and they're like, somebody suggested trading him to the Bucks, and someone's like, well,
Michael Porter Jr. Okay, Rick.
They can't touch my deep ball. Every game I'm scoring. I'm your favorite quarterback. They call me Trace McSorley.
Okay.
Why was that ever made?
I have no idea.
I'm so confused why that was ever made.
I have no idea.
I have no idea, but we never played it yesterday, so I decided to play that one.
Okay.
Wow, that was never supposed to be created in a lab, and yet now it's out. We'll never be able to put it back.
I'm on it. I'm messaging Aaron.
Okay. Where is my
also keep
song, though? Where is it? The Michael
song.
Porter Jr.?
Oh, yeah, I needed to check on that,
You're going to have to buy back your
I got
songs.
multiple things to message Aaron on.
Yeah,
Wolf's going to have to
we've
buy
gotta
back
get
his
that.
songs like Taylor
Yes,
Swift.
I know.
Somebody was saying...
Not like Taylor Swift would do it, right?
Maybe more like Miley Cyrus.
And not like Travis Kelce either.
Somebody was saying Bradley Beal to Milwaukee, and somebody else said he doesn't want to live in Wisconsin. And it was King Nacho that said, I don't care where he wants to live. Yeah.
King Nacho. Hey, you don't have one, do you?
And one other one I want to throw out there to you, Wolf, because Super Break Brothers threw this out there. What about you get Jalen Green in the trade from Houston, okay? Then you flip him to New York for Mikal Bridges.
Okay, you know what? I'd do that in a heartbeat.
I know you would.
Okay, it's not going to happen, though.
You and I were talking during one of the breaks. Obviously, we've been talking about this all week, reading through some of this stuff, talking to NBA analysts around the league, reading all the stuff all week. I come to this point, Wolf, as we're heading into this weekend where there's a pretty good chance the next time we do a show, KD will have been traded. It's not guaranteed, but there's a pretty good chance. If you're going to trade Kevin Durant, and I hope the Suns have this zoom out moment if they haven't already had it. Maybe they have. You should come out of the trade excited about what you got back.
Yes.
Whether history shows it was a good trade or not.
Yes.
And you shouldn't have to talk yourself into it. It shouldn't be like, well, we traded KD and we got the 14th pick in the draft. Yay. Like nobody buys that. Which is why they
Jedi
haven't
mind trick yourself.
Yeah, which is why they haven't taken the Spurs garbage offer yet. But you should be able to come out of the trade legitimately pumped up about what you got.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. It's going to be interesting. You only get one opportunity to make a first impression. Isn't that right, Basinonians? This is going to be a situation that will follow the Phoenix Suns for years after this. If you've got Brian Gregory as your general manager right now, and if it is perceived that they crumbled, that they folded before the NBA trade deadline, if it is not the trade deadline, the NBA draft, if it's perceived that way, once again, it's hard to buck that perception in the coming years. It is.
Yep.
You set a precedent. If you let KD go, if you let him go for pennies on the dollar, metaphorically speaking, you're going to pay for that for years.
Yeah. You're going to pay for it perceptually, like you just said. And you're going to pay for it because those pennies are going to be all you have to build with. Basically, you're going to have Devin Booker and some pennies to build, and not like Penny Hardaway, like just garbage pennies. Let's go Brian Windhorst, actually, from NBA Today, talking about the timeline for the Suns with the NBA draft coming up on Wednesday.
Yeah, so here's the situation with Durant. The market is not an open market, okay? It's not like there's 10 teams bidding and the Suns can just pit guys against each other and take the best offer. Because Durant wants to direct where he wants to go, and because some of the teams that Durant is interested in are motivated to limit what they can offer, then it's difficult to get the triangle into alignment. And look, the Suns obviously want to do this by the draft. There's two different reasons. One, if you're going to trade for Kevin Durant, you're probably going to have to make other adjustments to your roster to fit next to Durant, and you want to have the entire transaction season to do so. Secondly, if you are trading for a draft pick, you want to be able to execute that draft pick on the draft night itself. So it makes sense that they want to do it by the draft, but there is nothing written that says they have to do it by the draft. And if they don't like their offers, and we are a long way between now and Wednesday, they don't have to do it by the draft. And that's something I think they're considering at least a little bit right now.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. We were talking about that earlier. There are some other push points, so to speak, pressure points. The NBA draft is not just the all, end all, be all. Now, I understand where Brian Gregory and the Suns would want to go ahead and create this urgency. I'm just telling you right now, you're going to go ahead and call me. I can tell you we're making a deal before the NBA draft. Don't you think for 1 minute we're not going to make a deal before the NBA draft? I understand where you want to create that urgency, but you don't have to in the end, do you?
That's the third cut we've played from Brian Windhorst this week, all from different days where he's used the word alignment. So there's no way it's an accident. And if
This is Sparta!
If it is an accident, if he just uses the word alignment that much without realizing it, he should be in the Suns front office. Like, he shouldn't be doing his job. He should be hired by the Suns.
And by the way, why are we not playing Silent Lucidity right now? Why are we not playing this as we're having the conversation about Kevin Durant?
That's what you need heading into the
Silent
weekend.
Lucidity. I need silence on this incredibly intelligent trade deal that is going to come down at some point in time. Queensryche, it grows on you. Even though at the time I couldn't stand Queensryche Basinonians. Hairband, what are you doing?
This is like the quintessential power ballad. The more I hear it, it's like this is just
the
like
power
this is how tough my life is. Let me play you my woes through this electric guitar and hairspray.
This is the way that I feel every time we talk about Kevin Durant in a Kevin Durant trade.
Just know
I was
this.
not a Queensryche fan, and I'm not a fan of this trade as we're viewing it now. Now, hopefully, there's going to be something else that surfaces, and they'll get a better deal. But right now, the deal that allegedly is on the table in multiple areas with multiple teams sucks buttermilk.
Just know
makes you want to tease your hair all and put hairspray in.
Or has it just begun?
I mean, it does kind of fit. Have the trade talks just begun? Are we going 6 months to the in-season NBA trade deadline next year?
I want silence on this topic.
Just know this, as a listener out there, if this trade doesn't get done this weekend, Wolf will be driving to the show Monday morning in silent lucidity. Just know that.
Stop talking, please. Your silence is what we all request.
How do you feel about another week of KD trade speculation?
Please, oh my goodness. Kicked in the face. I'm out of here. Peace and strength.
All right, well, for the rest of us, thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. Who else can I thank? We thank Dallas for being back there.
Dallas! That's right.
For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you gotta call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After avoiding the sweep yesterday against the Blue Jays, the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series with NL West foe Colorado tonight at Coors Field. First pitch is at 5:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury have now won 4 straight games after they took down the defending champion New York Liberty last night, 89-81. Alyssa Thomas had 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists for the Merc in the win. They return to the court tomorrow at the Chicago Sky. And there will be a Game 7 of the NBA Finals after the Indiana Pacers blew out the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-91 last night. Tip-off for Game 7 will be Sunday at 5, and you can listen to that one over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gamba!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Give me your best Italian happy birthday for our producer, Lauren.
Buon compleanno. Tanti auguri.
Buon
compleanno. Tanti auguri.
Tante.
Tanti. Tanti. Buon compleanno.
Buon compleanno.
Tanti auguri.
Auguri. Tanti auguri. What does the last part mean?
Best wishes.
Best wishes.
Happy birthday and best wishes.
Buon compleanno.
The show's not getting any better than Burnsy trying to speak Italian.
Quanti anni hai?
27.
Ah. 27.
27?
27.
27.
27. 27 anni.
Go you for not pausing for a second about giving your age out on the air like that. Bravo. Bravo.
Well 20s. Who doesn't get their age out when you're in their
27?
20s? I guess that's true. If I were 27, I'd be damn proud of it, too.
My wife had the hardest time turning 30.
Is
30. That was the one from 29 to 30. That was the big one.
I'm not close to that. Don't. We just had a discussion yesterday where I told you 27 sounds like kind of a serious number now.
Yeah, that's true. We did. We were talking yesterday off the air about how 27.
You know what the lonely number is?
One.
One is the loneliest number that deserves.
What I want to know is how do you feel about sharing a birthday with this?
The Suns by 2. It has come down to this possession. They want Michael to get a full head of steam, try to keep him in the middle of the floor. Well, Pippen got the snap. Here's Paxson for 3. Yes! The Bulls take a 1-point lead, and Phoenix calls for time with 3 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. John Paxson converts.
Mi dispiace. Io molto dispiace. I'm very sorry that I had you play that today.
Yeah, I'm very sad. That's fine. You very sad. You requested it, and you know it's fine. I'm at peace with it. I've come to accept it. I was telling Lauren before the show. I can remember exactly where I was. I was in New York City when that happened. I was in my dorm room on the campus of NYU. When that happened, I watched it. I was in a funk for about a week. Most Suns fans will tell you that while the 3 from Paxson hurt, it was the possession before that one for the Bulls when Michael Jordan went uncontested coast to coast for a layup to cut the deficit to where it was. Like,
where was Marley on that play?
Nobody bothered to defend Michael Jordan coast to coast. It was the play before that one.
Did they really? They let him go all the way through?
All the way. That's the one that if you're a Suns fan, you're like, really? Really? You know, we could sit here and give Ainge crap for not rotating and defending, for leaving John Paxson open, but it was the play before. It was the Jordan coast to coast. It's like, come on, man. That's Michael. You can't let him do that. You can't let him do that. Yeah, today's the anniversary of that.
Today is the anniversary of that shot.
32 years ago, right? Yeah, 32 years ago.
32 years ago.
Yeah.
You were a young man.
Not good. Yeah.
Lauren wasn't even born.
Lauren doesn't remember where she was at because she didn't exist. That is not our top story of the day, but happy birthday to Lauren. Happy sorry anniversary to all you Suns fans out there. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show, shall we?
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
I woke up this morning.
I woke up this morning and I got myself
a beer. No, I got myself a stadium. I woke up this morning. I saw your tweet. I got a text message, a statement from Derek Hall. I'm like, what time did that come down?
Oh, yeah.
Was it like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock? I was like dead to the world when that happened.
I got a text message from the Diamondbacks that it got passed. It just passed.
Yeah.
I tweeted something out because I was actually still up at that time working on all this KD stuff, making some phone calls, talking to some people in different time zones and stuff like that. So I was, I saw that. And I got the text from Casey Wilcox on. Here's the statement from Derek Hall.
That's what I woke up to. I woke up to it. I'm like, why am I waking up to a text from the Diamondbacks PR guy? I'm like, oh, because the thing passed. So it happened late. God bless you for being up. I was long. I can't believe they were still debating it that long. They were starting that conversation when we left here yesterday when our show got done at 6. Good news for the Arizona Diamondbacks, but it's not complete yet. The Arizona Senate late Thursday night voted to approve House Bill 2704 by a vote of 19 to 11, pardon me. The legislation will head back to the House of Representatives. If approved there, it will land on Governor Katie Hobbs' desk for her to sign into law or veto.
I believe that we think she's going to sign it. I believe that we feel like she is going to sign this thing.
Every indication we've gotten is that she's going to sign it. The tricky part is that now it has to go back to the House for an approval there.
Yeah.
The House is where it started. The House is where it initially got its approval. Now they've made some changes to it, so hopefully nobody in the House gets too upset with the changes. But as long as the House approves it and it goes to the governor, and the governor has claimed in the past she would sign it, we can finally put this behind us. But I'll tell you, Gambo, if there's one thing I've learned about this, and this is a painful lesson provided to us from the Arizona Coyotes for all those years, it is not over until it is over. And until it is over, it doesn't feel like a thing to truly celebrate yet. It's got, don't you?
I think that this was the biggest obstacle.
I think it was too, but until it's every I dotted, every T crossed before I'll feel like, okay, we made it, we're fine, right? I don't know if you agree with that or not.
I'll follow you on this. I mean, obviously for a market that's been burned before, you want to make sure that everything gets done, up to code and ready. The House passed it, the Senate passed it, it'll go back to House, it'll pass. The governor apparently, all indications are the governor's going to approve it.
Yep.
And then we get this thing done. And then they start the renovations. And they start making that a beautiful building that is, worth the price of admission. Look, you're paying a lot of money to go to events there. I've said, like you do, you pay money, you pay hard-earned money. You pay to park, you pay to go in and use the facility. You're going to use the restroom. You're going to use the concessions. You might go to buy a hat or a shirt. You're going to walk around the concourse. That facility, based on the price you're paying, needs to be up to par. It does. It needs to be up to standards. It's a 30-year-old building. And now they're going to be able to do a lot of different things with that building. And they'll be able to start doing it right away.
Yes, right away.
They'll be able to start. It's not like, okay, we've got to wait 5 years. No, the mechanisms will be in place to start fixing these things right away.
And when I say all this, I'm not really, I swear this, I'm not trying to raise alarms where none exist. I'm not trying to, be careful. It's just the Coyotes experience, and I'm not even that big of a Coyotes fan. I think of guys like Luke Lipinski. I think of guys like Todd Walsh. I think of you. I think of people who lived and died with that organization. It's not done until it's done. And when it's done, and I think if you listen to Derek Hall this morning, the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks was on Mike Broomhead's show today from sister station KTAR. He was asked if he's satisfied with the bill getting through the Senate, and he said yes, but I think you can hear the tone in his voice that there's still more work to be done here.
I am. There's been a lot of negotiation with us and with the state and with the city. At the end of the day, we had to make sure that we all did this in unison and pure collaboration, and I feel like we have. The important part was not creating a new tax. You and I have talked about that, Mike, several times. Even on the floor last night, there was debate and discussion about taxpayers paying for renovations even if they don't go to games or if they can't afford to go to games. That's simply not the case. It's like a use tax, as you know, and so that all of the taxes recaptured and put back into the stadium that we don't own. And so that's always been another point of contention was, how do you give owners money for their organization? It's not going to us. It's going into a building that is a public asset. So I feel good about where we're at. I think there's a clear pathway here to get finality. And with that, we can start to renovate this and reimagine it to the point that our fans deserve, because this should be as state-of-the-art as any other ballpark to help us compete.
We use the phrase cautious optimism all the time.
Yeah.
I heard more cautious than optimism in that 1 minute, 2 second soundbite. You know what I mean? Like, it's just cautious. Okay, all right, good. Yeah, so far, let's see what
Diamondbacks
happens
themselves
next.
are going to put in $250 million.
Yeah, I mean,
and they could start drawing bonds on once it's passed and through. Now you could, start, with the bond process to where now I'll have the money right away because we can sell bonds. We'll have the money right away. And what a lot of people don't realize is that there's a mechanism that it'll fund money all the time. So there's always some money coming in for repairs. It's not like, okay, we're going to get this money now. We're going to do everything. Well, 10 years from now, guess what? This broken, that broken, this broken. We need to, there will be money to fix that. And that's the point. The point of this is not have to wait 10 years. Listen, this building has been falling apart for over 10 years. And they haven't been able to do a whole lot. They've done some things out of their own pocket, but they haven't been able to do a lot of the big stuff because it takes a lot of money. So you're not going to have to wait 10 years if something breaks. Now you're going to have mechanisms in place where money's going to be coming in each year that you can use.
According to AZ Central, the bill accounts for up to $750 million total for stadium improvements. $500 million would be the taxpayer dollars, from within the building. No new taxes, but just from within the building. With the remaining $250 million coming from the team's commitment. And Derek Hall, again, when he was on with Mike today on KTAR, re-emphasized no new tax on this.
Even on the floor last night, there was debate and discussion about taxpayers paying for renovations even if they don't go to games or if they can't afford to go to games. That's simply not the case. It's like a use tax. And so that all of the taxes recaptured and put back into the stadium that we don't own.
In an ideal world, on Monday, the House convenes and they approve it and it goes to the governor and she does what she said all along she'll do and she approves it and this is done. And then we can go, okay. Any threat, real or imagined, of the Arizona Diamondbacks getting news they don't want to hear and possibly having to think about relocating, we don't have to worry about that at all. Now let's go get a nice renovated building that has everything we want for our baseball team because they deserve it.
And then once the season ends, they could, I'm sure that's when it'll happen.
I'm sure.
Right?
They'll start
tearing that stuff down.
Yeah, it's funny because they've got concerts to work around too. So I do. Once we know this thing is done, I do wonder how exactly those renovations will work and what the workaround is going to look like, right? And how it's going to impact. The Suns went through that when they were renovating their arena while the season was going on, right? So I'll be curious to see how that goes. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, stay with us because who is the leader in the clubhouse for Kevin Durant as of right now? And when is this going to get resolved? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
The accident my wife and I got into all those years ago, it was a terrible wreck. We got T-boned by another driver at an intersection. And, once, everybody was okay, and the car was pretty much totaled and all of that stuff. And I remember thinking at the time, should I call somebody about this? I'm like, no, it wasn't our fault. We're totally in the right here. I'm sure we'll be fine. Our insurance company will take great care of us, and we won't have any problems at all. And boy, were we wrong. Everything was a fight. Everything was a battle. It was like pushing a boulder uphill. Enter Berg Simpson when you need it, and goodness knows we needed it. You want the best team to represent you. The first call we should have made was to Berg Simpson. If it ever happens again, it will be the first call we make is to Berg Simpson. And while certainly no one is hoping that it happens to you, no one is hoping for that. If it does, it should be your first phone call as well, because frankly, sometimes you just need the help. We didn't ask for it. Don't make the same mistake we did. If you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000. Or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers by making just one phone call? That's what you get when you call me, Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or I will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, I deliver. Call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Arizona sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
Here we are. It's Friday, end of the week. Kevin Durant is still a member of the Phoenix Suns. There's still rumors and reports and stories and suggestions. This team's out, that team's in. This team's not offering that guy, that team's not offering this guy, et cetera, et cetera.
So you'll be on vacation when a trade goes down?
I'll be on vacation, assuming this happens before the NBA draft. Yeah, I'll be, which was not my intention at all. But at the same time, I only can control what I can control. I will not be here when it happens. I've canceled vacations for big stories before, whether it was DeAndre Ayton getting picked number 1 by the Suns. I canceled a vacation for that. I canceled a vacation for the NBA Finals. So not canceling this one. I don't think I'm going to be here when Kevin Durant gets traded, assuming Kevin Durant does, in fact, get traded by the NBA draft, which is next Wednesday. That becomes the suddenly kind of looming deadline that if it doesn't happen then you got to think the next deadline is probably right around training camp, right? Like I would think if it doesn't happen next week. I'm not
stopping my vacation either for this Kevin Durant stuff, just so you know.
Smart.
Okay, 2 weeks from tomorrow, I'm on a jet plane to Sicily.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm not going to help anybody with Kevin Durant stuff. Very simple. Like everybody's reporting this, and this. Bottom line, Suns are going to wait till I get the best deal. Okay? Suns are not going to jump at a deal they don't like. They're going to wait for the best deal. You're going to read a million reports. Some are true. Most are false. You're going to hear about Miami, Minnesota, Houston, Toronto. They're going to put this in. They're not going to put that in. And a lot of people, some of it is correct and some of it is not correct. But the bottom line is there's no deal right now because the Suns are going to wait until they can make the best deal. And if it takes more time, then it takes more time. I think everybody that I know involved in this expected that it would be done this week. This week is officially over tomorrow. I don't think they'll do it. When's game 7 of the finals?
Sunday.
Okay. I still got one more day then. I still go, right? Sunday starts a new week or is it Monday? What starts a new week?
Well, the work week starts on Monday, but technically the new week starts on Sunday. Sunday is technically the first day of the week. If you look at any calendar, Sunday is the first day of the week.
Then I'll take till Saturday. I'll take the one extra day to see if this thing can get done. They'll make the deal when they have the right deal. And this is a big trade for Brian Gregory. It's his first trade. Remember Mike Hazen's first trade, getting Ketel Marte?
Sure.
We look back on it now. Mike Hazen, that first trade, wow. Nobody wants Brian Gregory to look back on a trade 5 years from now. That guy made a terrible trade. So they're trying to make the best deal for them, not for anybody else, for them.
Brian Windhorst said something very similar today on NBA Today, how this is a huge moment in Suns history.
This is the huge moment for the Suns franchise. They don't have 4 or 5 different players they can trigger a retooling around. They can't trade Bradley Beal. They're not trading Devin Booker. The rest of their guys on the roster don't have extraordinary value. This is the maneuver they have to change the way this team is going to be operating going forward. Right. They have to be patient, and they have to get it right.
What is his trade value, Wendy, right now? KD, I'm asking, what is his trade value?
His trade value is depressed because he's limiting his market, and he is effectively doing that because if he made it very clear he wants to have agency on where he finishes his career, and by doing that, he is depressing the market and forcing himself to a certain spot. That has been very effective so far.
I have a suspicion how you're going to respond to this, but later in that conversation on Get Up, Brian Windhorst said that in his opinion, the Rockets are wagering that the cost Phoenix wants to trade Durant for will eventually come down. That the Rockets are wagering that eventually the Suns, under the pressure of knowing they can't bring Kevin Durant back, and under maybe the pressure of having said they want to get this done before the draft, that the Phoenix Suns will ultimately take whatever it is that is being offered for him at the moment, and the Rockets are wagering that they'll take less than what they've said they wanted for him. He basically said that this morning.
I think a lot of people know that I like the Minnesota deal the best. I think the Minnesota deal could add some really good value. I like the Minnesota deal. The best player, though, if I wanted to get a good young player, I like the Houston deal. I like Jabari Smith. I think Jabari Smith is a really talented, he's 22 years old.
Yeah.
He just turned 22. He's a 6'10" power forward that's a terrific young player. He's been in the league for 3. I like Jabari. So if I could do a deal with Houston, now, apparently the Suns don't like Jalen Green. Plays the same position as Book. I like Jalen Green. I think he's different than Book. I think you could play them together because Jalen Green attacks the basket. He's always attacking the basket where Book doesn't do it as much. But if you don't like Jalen Green, can you make a deal with Houston if they include Jabari Smith, trade Jalen Green somewhere else, get something? And I've just swapped out a 37-year-old Kevin Durant for a 22-year-old Jabari Smith Jr., and maybe I get a draft pick out of it too. I could live with that. It's not a home run. There's not a home run deal to be made, but you can make a good deal. So there's not a home run deal to be made. But you could, the Nets probably figure they got a home run. They got McHale and they got Cam and they got all those draft picks. Maybe the Suns aren't getting it off, but I still think that they can make a good deal and bring back a nice young piece.
We're going to talk about the Miami Heat a little later on in the show because they're kind of lurking out there. But I want to focus on the 2 teams that you just mentioned a second ago in some of the specifics. Number one, when it comes to Minnesota, the package that is thought to be some combination of Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, one of their younger players, and maybe a draft pick. The question with Minnesota is their willingness to do that deal if Kevin Durant wants to go there. So much so there was a report today that, and it came from Sam Amick on the Run It Back show, quote, I think that Timberwolves are confused because in February the Suns were sending a message to Minnesota that Kevin would be okay going there. Except they found out that, oh, wait, you're really not talking to Kevin. You don't know how he feels, close quote. So there's still the confusion about Minnesota.
Yes.
Is that package actually on the table when there's still uncertainty about whether Kevin Durant wants to go to Minnesota? It feels like any Minnesota package kind of has to start with Kevin's willingness to want to go to Minnesota. And if he doesn't, Minnesota's willingness to go, okay, we're going to do the deal anyway. If Minnesota doesn't have that willingness, I don't know if there's much of a deal.
I have to this point not heard that Minnesota has backed out.
Okay.
I have not heard that.
Which means they must be thinking they can still talk Kevin Durant into going
come
there.
play in Minnesota. You'll like it here. You play with Anthony Edwards. We got a good team. We got a great coach. You'll end up liking it here.
The other thing about the Rockets offer is there was a report today from Brett Siegel, and he was on the Wolf and Luke show earlier today, in which he claims as of right now, Jabari Smith is not being offered by the Houston Rockets. He's saying that it's Jalen Green, the 10th pick. The Suns have demanded more. Jabari Smith, Tari Eason, Reed Shepard are among the young talents in Houston Phoenix has expressed interest in. The Rockets have not been willing to part with any of the three to this point.
That doesn't work financially.
Well, no, and
he
he said that later. He said, obviously, for additional context, I'll tell you, additional contracts obviously would be needed to put in. He's just saying, I know what's in it, and I know what the Rockets don't want to put in it. And what they don't want to put in it are any of those guys. So obviously they'd have to come up with other players to satisfy the financial element of this.
Yeah,
he admitted that later in his reporting.
Yeah, my belief is that they have discussed Jabari Smith. Now, for some reason, if they're not putting Jabari Smith in the deal, then you're not going to do a deal with the Houston Rockets. You're not going to do a deal. No, these teams, a lot of these teams are going to look at Indiana. They're going to look at Oklahoma City. They're going to see the depth that these teams have, and they're going to realize I can't trade all my depth for anybody now. I can't trade all my depth for Steph Curry, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, any of these older veteran players. I can't trade all my depth. The Suns traded all their depth, and they ended up with Yuta Watanabe and Chimezi Metu and Keita Bates-Diop and all of these players that just weren't any good. Because you didn't have any depth.
When we come back, our weekly visits with the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're in Colorado tonight. 9 big games coming up. We'll speak with Torey Lovello about it next here on Burns and Gambo.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
You know, I love telling you about V's, and it's this personal connection that I have with him, that Gambo has with him. He's back at V's. He's been going to his V's barbershop there by his house out in Ahwatukee. It's a personal connection for a lot of us because a lot of us started going to the very first V's that opened in Arcadia more than 25 years ago. And ever since then, they've opened more locations. They've spread out across the valley. They've maintained that thing that makes them special and unique. They have the very best barbers, the very best haircuts. They also have one of the most relaxing experiences, if you're a guy, that you'll ever have, and that's the hot lather shave that they do there. I mean, it's old-fashioned. It's like straight out of the 1950s. It's fantastic. Straight-edge razor, lean you back in the chair, the hot lather shave, and it's just like you get to chill out for a half hour and not worry about a thing. It truly, if you've never had it done at V's before, it is absolutely worth that, in addition to everything else that comes with V's. So no matter where you are in the valley, there's one close to you. You can book your appointment today. Go to vbarbershop.com for your next haircut or hot lather shave at V's.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice?
You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi?
Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
We need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438442.
Born in the birthplace of tequila, Estrella Jalisco is the golden Mexican Pilsner with roots in Jalisco, Mexico since 1910. The finest ingredients are always used to deliver a smooth and flavorful taste with a crisp finish that leaves you refreshed. We're proud to bring you this authentic and delicious Mexican beer, perfect for pairing with food and enjoying with friends. Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After avoiding the sweep yesterday against the Blue Jays, the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series with NL West foe Colorado tonight at Coors Field. First pitch is at 5:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury have now won 4 straight games after they took down the defending champion New York Liberty last night, 89-81. Alyssa Thomas had 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists for the Merc in the win. They return to the court tomorrow at the Chicago Sky. And there will be a Game 7 of the NBA Finals after the Indiana Pacers blew out the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-91 last night. Tip-off for Game 7 will be Sunday at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs.
Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
It's always a pleasure to welcome into the show the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Their road trip continues. They are in Colorado, taking on the Rockies today, 5:40 first pitch. And joining us right now, live from downtown Denver, it is the skipper, Torey Lovello. Torey, welcome to the show, man. How are we doing today?
I'm doing okay, guys. How are you?
Good to talk to you, Skip. I got one bone to pick with you. You ready?
Of course.
What the hell are we doing pitching to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with the base open in that game that we lost 8-1?
Yeah, sometimes I make decisions where I even scratch my own head, to be honest with you. At that point, I was just looking to get out of the inning. I felt like we could make pitches to him, and I know it made the game a little less manageable. But at that point in time, we were up against it. We were going to try and get through the game with 2 pitchers. I just wanted to try and get out the best way I could, and it didn't work out.
Okay, let's not do that again. All right.
Appreciate that.
Don't you love coming on the show, Torey? It's probably your favorite thing to do.
That's it. It's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. His numbers with runners in scoring position are terrific. I'm like, why are we pitching to this guy?
Yeah, I thought this is, to be honest with you, right. It's a very fair point. And after I watched the ball, hit off the left center field wall. I'm thinking, well, that didn't work out the way I wanted to. So, there's verbal communication, nonverbal communication. There's a lot of hand signals. So to tell you the truth, we just didn't execute, right? We were not supposed to throw him a strike. There was potential for a lot of chase against that particular matchup. We just made the wrong pitch in the wrong space. But that's on me. I could take the bat completely out of his hands, but I was trusting that we'd be able to execute and throw pitches well out of the zone, try to create some chase and a quick, easy out.
Let's talk about yesterday. That was a terrific win. Ryan Nelson was fantastic. Just a one hit allowed. I think you got him out at the right time. Just a sensational outing by him. I think he got up to around 83, 84 pitches. Tell me what you've seen out of Ryan Nelson in that game.
Yeah, a lot of carry on the fastball. Secondary stuff found its mark, but for the most part, I felt like he was in total control of the pitches he was trying to throw and attacking the zone the way we wanted him to. He had really good rise on the ball. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense to anybody outside of our dugout, but it was showing up over 20 with 20 inches of rise, and the report from their hitters to our fielders was that this was elite rise and carry on the fastball. Once I heard that, I felt like we were going to have a really good day. That was early on in the game. We were being very careful with Ryan. We kept him at that 80, 85 pitch mark, especially the legs started to swell up a little bit. So we carried him about as far as we could. But, in the coming outings, I don't know when it'll happen. In the coming outings, we're going to give him a little bit more of a leash because he's been throwing the ball really, really well.
Troy Lavello, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. D-backs and the Rockies coming up here in a couple of hours. I want to ask you about Shelby in that game. I read your comments after the game about giving him an opportunity to redeem himself after what had happened in the opener against the Blue Jays. Was it your intention to pitch him in that game yesterday, or were you forced to a little because of the score and the way that ended up in the ninth inning like that?
Well, I wanted to get him back in the saddle as soon as possible. That was my main goal.
Okay.
And anything from a 1-run, 2-run, 3-run game, which traditionally is a save, all the way up to a 4-run game, I was going to get him out there to go back out and get some big outs. And not that he's got to get right, but just he's sitting on that tough outing. And that's hard for people to do. It's like having a tough game as a hitter, and then you got to wait 3 or 4 more days to get out of that little bit of a rut. But the 4-run lead is very ticklish, right? You can't put in your closer I'm sorry. If you don't have your closer in the game in a 4-run lead and the first 2 guys get on, traditionally that's when you got to have your closer in the game, but you can't because you got to wait for that 3-batter minimum. So there's a chance your closer could come into the game with the bases loaded and no outs and a 4-run game. That's just not what I want anything for a closer, especially Shelby coming off that type of outing. I want it to be super clean and easy. You did a great job.
Corbin Carroll's status, he's not in the lineup today. I think you were hopeful to get him back in the lineup today. What is the status with him, and when are you now hopeful you'll be able to get him back in your lineup after getting hit in the hand the other night?
I just had a 5-minute meeting with him over by the lunchroom here in the clubhouse, and he said he feels a lot better. I want him to test it. I want him to go out there and have a clean work day. That's just what we believe in. When something like that happens, when that area, those types of injuries pop up, you just don't want to throw somebody out there right away with grip strength deficiencies or the potential for something getting worse. And we don't feel that it'll get worse. He's in that zone now where it's been progressing, and we want that to happen. So I'm going to give him a little bit of a work day today to see how he feels. So for right now, we'll say he's available off the bench. That may change. Certainly pinch running at the very least, but I want to give him the right amount of rest. And being here in Colorado could be tricky. So I'm going to start to rotate guys and get them off their feet. As much as I don't want to, I'm going to need to. This altitude has proven to us that guys need to get some rest, especially Ketel Marte. 2 of the past 4 years, we've had to take him off the field here at Coors Field with some substantial injuries. So I don't want that to happen to any of our players.
I think the hardest thing to do, unless you have Mariano Rivera, is just trying to figure out how to use bullpen guys. I mean, why was Joe Mantiply so good and he was an all-star and now he's not on the roster anymore? Kevin Ginkel's one of our favorites. This is hard to watch because we all love Kevin Ginkel. We do. But to watch him come in and pitch right now, and I know he's been back for a couple of games, but both games have been a struggle. We were talking about it yesterday. I mean, can you afford to pitch him in a high-leverage situation right now?
Probably not. And I wouldn't want to put him in that situation. The human mind is a very delicate thing, right? And you're talking about confidence, and you want to make sure that you're helping these players Maintain that confidence, go out there on a daily basis and perform at a high level. I know day by day who feels good, who doesn't physically. I know day by day through a lot of conversations and one-on-one conversations who's feeling good emotionally, who's not feeling good emotionally. Right now, Kevin Ginkel is a little banged up. There's no doubt about it. But if we can emotionally coach him and get him back into the right space, we know we have an unbelievable example of a trade deadline reliever, right? He's done it at a really high level. He can walk right into this situation and turn into somebody that we really count on. But to get him there, it's not going to be easy. It's going to take some time. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to be one outing or one pitch that's going to say, whack, there it is. It's going to be a little bit of time and a little bit of effort by a lot of people, especially Kevin, to go out there and make good things happen.
Torey Lovello is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. You're human like the rest of us. We're going to talk about it a little later on in the show. Do you look at these 9 games and have like a minimum threshold in your mind for what needs to be done in order to take it? And I mean, this is no disrespect to anybody you're about to play, because I know the Rockies have been playing better, et cetera, et cetera. I really don't. And I don't want to put you in that spot. But do you have a minimum threshold in mind for what you guys need to do to take advantage of what is clearly a little bit of a break in the schedule for you over the next week and a half?
I'm going to give you an answer that's going to really piss you off. Yeah, we're going to go 1-0. That's what I'm going to tell you. And that's the space we live in. But at the end of it, of course, we know that the Rockies are going to be followed by the White Sox. And, yes, we are respectful of every team in the big leagues. But we got a good baseball team, and we got to start winning baseball games. That's the bottom line. I want to win them all. That's my mindset. And is there a number? There might be in my mind. I just want to go out and play clean baseball games. At the end of it, I think we're going to be in a really, really good spot. Coors Field is always an enigma. It's always very tricky to come in here and navigate this space. And we know what the recipe is to win baseball games. You can't make 4 defensive plays, and you can't walk batters. You can't give them extra outs. So if we do that, we should be in a really good spot.
I want to go back, and I'm going to go back to the game on Saturday. I was at that game. Burnsy was at that game. And I want to see what a game like that means to you. A 5-run 9th inning against one of the best closers in all of baseball, and you started it off with your 7, 8, and 9 hitters all getting singles. Pavin Smith, Gabby Moreno, and Alec Thomas. I mean, it does show with this offense that you guys are never out of a game, but the ability to keep this team up and ready. Tell me what that win meant to you as a manager.
Yeah, that was an awesome moment, right? I feel like it was Pavin with a solid at bat, and then one after another, so quality at bat, and we had the bases loaded with the top of our lineup coming up. So I was proud of 7, 8, 9 for building that inning. That's what we're capable of doing. And we just don't. I always tell the guys, you don't know where the rally's going to start. Just be engaged and be the guy that's going to get that line moving, and somebody behind you is going to do the exact same thing. It was clear that when Perdomo came up and hit that ball down the right field line that we were an extremely engaged team and we weren't going to back down from anybody. And that's why I love this group. This group has a non-back down, let's get in the middle of the ring and duke it out mentality, and that's why I think we're going to be just fine in the long run.
Torey, best of luck against the Rockies. We'll talk to you next week. Thanks as always for the time. All right.
One second, guys. I want to just let you know that Gabby Moreno, he got placed on the IL yesterday, but we have a diagnosis, so I want to pass it along to you guys so you heard it here first. He's got a hairline fracture in his pointer finger just below the knuckle in the middle of his hand. So it's a metacarpal. And then A.J. Puck underwent surgery today with Dr. Elatrosh in L.A. So that came up real quick. He was visiting with Elatrosh yesterday. They decided that would be the best procedure. So those two things I want to make sure I pass on.
Tommy John surgery?
What's that? Yeah. Well, they're going to go in there and determine exactly what needs to be done. So if there's going to need to be a ligament transplant, they'll be ready to do that, or ligament repair, they're ready to do that. And then probably some external bracing as well.
Torey, we're appreciative of this. I do have a question about Gabby. What's your timeline now for a return for a hairline fracture in that finger like that?
Hard to say. And one thing I want to say about Gabby is, if you can remember some of the at-bats that he had some quality at-bats. He was doing that with a broken hand, a broken finger. That's hard to do. And the way the ball's coming in there, the velocities is coming in there, he would block out that pain. High pain threshold, and he got some big hits for us. In fact, I think he hit about 113 mile-an-hour line drive home run in one of those games. So super proud of him for going out there and having a true team moment. But as far as the timeline, I don't know. We got to get him asymptomatic, and I'm sure there'll be some follow-up MRIs. It's going to be weeks. It's not going to be days. So I'll keep you guys posted on that progression.
All right, Tori. Wow. We appreciate the update on both of those. Thanks for throwing that in there before the end. We appreciate it. Best of luck, all right?
All right, talk to you soon, boys.
All right, you got it, Tori Lavelle.
It's another one. A.J. Puck. A.J. Puck out for the season.
A.J. Puck out for the season. Get in there and see what kind of surgery needs to be done. But A.J. Puck out for the season, and now Gabby Moreno. I had a feeling about Gabby Moreno. I did. You know, I probably should have had that higher on my list of things to ask Tori about. But I had a feeling that Gabby Moreno, when they put him on the IL and they sent him home, and maybe they did a little more specific imaging, you know, beyond just like a standard X-ray, and they kind of took a look at, you know, whatever else they could look at, that they were going to find something else in there. They have. Now their starting catcher is going to be out weeks, not days. And oh, by the way, for those of you who are curious, I just saw moments ago the Arizona Diamondbacks also announced that their catcher in the minors, Adrian Del Castillo, has been put on the 7-day injured list with a lower back injury.
That's why
not
he wasn't
considered
called
serious.
up.
So it's not. It wasn't him.
He was a little banged up, but that's why he wasn't called up.
So it's not going to be him anytime soon either. Wow. All right. So that's the latest when it comes to the Diamondbacks.
Oh my God! It
cannot catch a break. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Oklahoma City Thunder couldn't catch a break last night. They met a very motivated Indiana Pacers team, and now for the first time in nearly 10 years, we got a Game 7 in the NBA Finals coming our way. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
D-backs manager Tori Lavello, brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official Cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball. Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade,
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns Corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
Love telling you about JLC Roofing. They're here to help you with your roof. There's a lot of roofs out there that need to be repaired. And if you don't repair them for just a few $100, or it ends up costing you a lot of money down the road. You ignore a small problem, it turns into a big problem, which is why I tell you about JLC Roofing. Roofer-owned roofing company. Yeah, I figured that. A roofer-owned roofing company. They didn't sell out to any of those other companies. They are family-owned for generations, from the grandfather to the father to the son. Doing roofs are in their blood. Tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing. And what they want our listeners to know is that, sure, you can get a new roof from them. They'll give you $1,500 off a full replacement roof. But they'd like to repair your roof because many of the roofs in the valley need repairs. That's why they offer free estimates, because a small repair may give your roof more time. You don't have to replace it. You don't have to spend those big dollars on a new roof. Call them at 602 Roofing. That's 602 Roofing.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, still kind of reeling from the news. The A.J. Puck news, not a surprise at all. That's, I think, when he stopped his throwing program a week ago and was going to go meet with the surgeon in L.A., I think we all kind of feared the worst with him, that he was going to be out for the season. He had the surgery. He is going to be out for the season, though Torrey wasn't specific on exactly what kind of surgery he had. He's out for the season. The Gabby Moreno one, and he's going to be out a while. He's got a broken finger. Hit a home run against Seattle with a broken finger, and now extra imaging has kind of revealed that he's going to be out for a while.
And Del Castillo's only played 2 games at catcher, and he was a little banged up with that back injury I found out this morning, and that's why he didn't get the call up.
Yeah.
They've got a veteran, this Aramis, who's going to play tomorrow, I believe.
Aramis Garcia. Yeah.
Aramis Garcia will catch tomorrow, is my understanding. Because he's not in the lineup today, right, Aramis Garcia?
No, I don't believe he is.
Okay, so Aramis Garcia will catch tomorrow. You can take that to the bank. They got to give Herrera a day off. He can't catch every day. So Garcia will get his Diamondback debut tomorrow. He's played in the major leagues. He's like 30 or 31 years old or something like that. So he'll catch tomorrow. No Del Castillo with him being down. A.J. Puck now out for the year. The amount of guys that are out for the year, Burns, is mind-boggling.
It boggles the mind indeed. As does the fact that we have a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. Maybe not as mind-boggling, but it is kind of like mind-boggling a little bit.
Pretty close.
A little bit. Lauren, you've got
Just root for Indiana.
You got our poll question of the day here. What are we asking the folks today? Pretty simple stuff, right?
It's very simple stuff because, like you said, Bernsey, I don't think any of us expected this Game 7. So, who do you think will win Game 7 of the NBA Finals?
Who?
Is it the Pacers or the Thunder?
The Thunder. They're home. I'm going with the home team.
It's gonna be the Thunder. But what a hell of an effort from the Indiana Pacers.
They beat the hell out of him
The
yesterday.
last time we had Game 7 in the NBA Finals, it was maybe one of the best basketball games, certainly one of the most memorable basketball games in the history of the sport. I don't know if this can come close to that, but even if you can get in the same neighborhood as the last Game 7, it would be pretty cool. I hope it lives up to that. I really do. But it's going to be the Thunder. Yeah.
I think it's going to be the Thunder too, but fingers crossed for the Pacers. I'm rooting for them. And our audience, 54%, think it's going to be the Pacers on the road in Oklahoma City.
46 are saying the Oklahoma City Thunder at home. All right.
Yep.
That's a poll question you can find on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page.
All right.
At Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. I was thinking about this when I was driving in, and it's a very sports talk radio question, so I'll apologize in advance for that. Was last night more about Indiana or more about Oklahoma City?
Sometimes, when you know you've got a game in hand, and you're You know, you're going back to your place. You let your foot off the gas a little bit. And once they got up, it was like there was no fight from Oklahoma City
That's what made
to get back in the game.
That's what made me think about that.
I mean,
question.
Indiana backs against the walls, like losing, it's over. You don't want to lose in front of your home fans and Reggie Miller, and you want to win. You want to keep the season going. Oklahoma City knows that they've got another game to play. It's okay. They could lose this one. Indiana couldn't. So what happens in a game like that? I think Oklahoma City was up 8-2 at one point. We were
10-2.
10-2. But once Indiana came out and punched them in the mouth and, started to take control of that game, I mean, a lead got to what, 30 in that game?
30. And
Oklahoma City could not hit a three-point shot to save their lives. It was embarrassing watching them take three-pointers.
And that's what got me thinking about that question. Like on the surface, you go, oh man, those plucky Indiana Pacers. Look at that. This is like the 11th time they've been an underdog in this postseason and just outright won a basketball game. And you want to give them all the credit in the world. I get what you're saying if Oklahoma City had just lost like a garden variety loss. They got embarrassed. They got humiliated. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander had 8 turnovers. They were a mess out there. Yeah. Jalen Williams set like a finals record for a plus-minus in a finals game for how bad he was. There's bad, there's losing, there's bad, and then there's what we saw last night. And the fact that they came up with that performance in a win and you're the champion type, I almost felt like that game revealed a little bit more about Oklahoma City than it did in it. Remember, Oklahoma City won 68 basketball games this year. They were supposed to be this elite, unbelievable, all-time, and they just got humiliated in Game 6 like that.
They had a chance to cement. They had a chance to kind of cement this season as one of the great teams of all time. Right? The only team that challenged them was the Denver Nuggets. If they would have waxed Indiana in 4 or 5 games, you would have looked at this team and said they're one of the greats. They're up there. That was a great season. The amount of wins they had, the fact that they coasted through the playoffs outside of Denver. But here we are. The last time we had a Game 7 in the NBA Finals was when the Cavs came back from a 3-1 deficit to beat the Warriors with LeBron James. This is the 20th time the NBA Finals have reached a Game 7. So the 20th time. Almost all of the games are close. None have been won by double digits since 1974, the last time a game was won by double digits. So it sets up to be a close game. So overall, the home team is 15-4 in championship deciding games.
Yeah, Indiana, it's just remarkable, their team play, their level of team play. The 7 players made at least 1 3 last night. They had 8 players who have scored at least 200 points in this postseason. Last night they took that huge lead. They put up the banner of like all the point scores for Indiana going into the third quarter, and it was like everybody had between 7 and 15 points. It was one of the most beautifully balanced box scores you've ever seen at halftime, where there wasn't one guy who was doing it for Indiana. There was a whole bunch of guys who were doing it for Indiana. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, Miami is one of the preferred spots for Kevin Durant. We haven't talked a lot about Miami. Will we be talking about the Heat when it's all said and done? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
We're about 5-6 weeks away from training camp for the Arizona Cardinals. Can't get here soon enough. This sports year in Arizona has been very trying for a number of reasons.
I know.
Especially since football season.
Isn't it crazy that the Cardinals and ASU football, 2 programs awash in dysfunction just a couple of years ago, are like our shining lights now, our beacons of hope.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electric, and they are here for all of your plumbing needs. That's right. If you are dealing with some clogged drains, a toilet bowl that's not flushing properly, you need to know about Christian Brothers. They will get out to you, and they will get out to you quickly to help you with any, and I mean any, of your issues that you've got plumbing-wise. Slow-moving drains, that could be a problem. Hair clogging, some of them, absolutely. They can go down there and fix the drains, fix your toilet bowl, it's not flushing properly. They can do a hard water test for you. That's right, include a hard water test to see what type of water you're getting into your house. A lot of us here in Arizona have terrible water, just really hard. They will do that as well. Christian Brothers, they can help you. Give them a call at 602 602-222-3535 for any and all of your plumbing needs. Contact Christian Brothers, 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After avoiding the sweep yesterday against the Blue Jays, the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series with NL West foe Colorado tonight at Coors Field. First pitch is at 5:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the Dbacks. The Phoenix Mercury have now won 4 straight games after they took down the defending champion New York Liberty last night, 89-81. Alyssa Thomas had 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists for the Merc in the win. They return to the court tomorrow at the Chicago Sky. And there will be a Game 7 of the NBA Finals after the Indiana Pacers blew out the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-91 last night. Tip-off for Game 7 will be Sunday at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a jam-packed Monday as we recap the NBA Finals Game 7, the Diamondbacks weekend in Denver, and the ongoing KD saga. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Meanwhile, here on the Burns and Gambo show, Gambo is eyeing that cake. He's eyeing.
I went to Nothing Bundt Cake today.
The one for Lauren.
And we got a red velvet cake for Lauren. Now, here's the thing. I'm not Nothing Bundt Cake, right? And so it's a great cake. It's a great cake.
Yeah, fantastic.
I'm sitting there, I'm in line, like I'm next in line. I'm like, chocolate chip, red velvet. They got like a s'mores cake now, too, there. I didn't get that one. Got like a lemon. So I'm like, do I go with the chocolate chip or I go with the red velvet? I'm 100% I'm going chocolate chip. I text Birdsey. I go, what do you think she would like? Chocolate chip or like red velvet? I'm literally, I order.
I threw a dart blindfolded.
So I order. I go, I'll take the chocolate chip. And then 2 seconds later, Birdsey's like, red velvet. I'm like, can I change that to red velvet? Absolutely. I change it to red velvet. I come in, I ask Lauren, which would you rather have, chocolate chip or red velvet? She goes, red velvet. Birdsey knew.
I guessed. It was just a guess. It was just a guess. But either way, we're all happy because we get red velvet.
Right. I would have got what I wanted. I'm looking at it like, I think I'd probably rather have the chocolate chip.
Lauren, would you have been happy if Gambo came here with what he wanted? Would you have been okay with a chocolate chip Nothing Bundt Cake? Just asking, curious.
I don't think they sell cannoli cake at Nothing Bundt Cakes.
Right. Think about how much their business would boom and skyrocket if they did.
Yeah. So red velvet for everybody on the show. And that includes you, Big Red Velvet in there.
I don't know if I
Big Red with a piece of red velvet.
You don't know if they'll like that new nickname for our intern Connor, Big Red Velvet, in there, in the other side of the glass. We'll update everybody coming up in about 10 minutes on what's going on with the Diamondbacks and the news that Torey Lovello dropped on us at the end of our interview. Gabriel Moreno, a broken bone in his finger. He's going to be out a while. AJ Puck with surgery on his elbow. He's officially out for the season.
He had and I can tell you because I did some phone calls after we got off. He did have Tommy John surgery using the brace procedure.
Okay.
So
we'll explain the difference coming up at 3:15.
Yes.
It's a little bit of a quicker return.
So he had Tommy John surgery. He is out for the season.
But he's out for the season.
Yes.
Yeah, it's done. Jake Fisher, NBA insider from yesterday, says for him, he's feeling Miami for Kevin Durant.
That's not with like direct source to say the Heat are the leading contenders. I just think when all is said and done, when you look at this whole landscape, if you're trying to triangulate what the most likely outcome is, Golden State didn't seem to be Jimmy Butler's home at first, but you started to read the tea leaves and figure out, well, if Phoenix can't do this, if this team can't do that, maybe Golden State and Jimmy Butler are going to need each other. I think at the end of the day, right now, that's my best educated guess as to what the outcome is going to be for Kevin Durant. I think Miami still has the pieces and the willingness and are a team that KD would want to go to that could ultimately rule out and win this landscape and this sweepstakes for Kevin Durant.
Brett Siegel, who is from Clutch Points, he was a guest on Wolf and Luke today, and he wrote a big story about the Rockets and the Spurs and the Timberwolves and the Heat today for ClutchPoints.com. Also wrote in that article, it is the Heat that league personnel are signaling as the team with a better chance at a deal, although the two sides are not right at the finish line yet. One player can get them there. He reports that player is Kel'el Ware, the rookie standout, Miami's front court, 7'4" wingspan, two-way potential, et cetera, et cetera. He'd be a second-year player. He writes, if the Heat include Ware in a revamped package to what they've already offered, talks with the Suns will reach a whole new level as he is the player Phoenix wants at discussions with Miami. Where are you on the top rope from this one, Gambo?
Yeah, I don't like Wiggins. I don't know exactly what the Miami offer is, so it's harder for me to comment on Miami than I can for like Rockets, Spurs, Timberwolves. I'll try to find out. But I'm not I don't want Wiggins. I am not an Andrew Wiggins fan.
I'm not a huge Andrew Wiggins fan either, to be honest with you.
For me, that's not the thing. I think Kel'el Ware is a young kid. He is a talented player. He's young. Again, I'm not the biggest fan based on what I've seen out of him so far. I think he's young. He's a little soft, but he does have skill. He does have length. He does have shooting touch. There's a lot of upside there because of how young he is. Miami was trying to play him about 20 minutes a game. I don't know that right now he's the type of guy that helps you win basketball games if you got to play a major minutes. But again, that's not the point. The point is, can he develop into something and be a good player in 2 or 3 years? There is the ability that he can develop into something because he's so young. But I think from what I've seen out of him, like he's okay. Like he's got some potential there. There is a ceiling there that clearly hasn't been hit yet for him, and he's probably got a long way to go to get there. So for that, it might be worth rolling the dice on
I
that.
agree with so much of what you said there, and you saw me react to what you said about.
I know what you were going to say.
Because you know exactly what I'm going to say. That I just don't think win now players should be the priority of this exercise. I don't. I don't think winning now should be the priority of this exercise, which is why I'm intrigued by Khalil Ware. He was the 15th pick in the draft a year ago. He's a big dude, 7 feet tall, 7'4" wingspan.
Huge.
And I feel like it's a little and I know what you're saying. You're only responding to what you watch and what people around the league are telling you. I get it. But I don't know if it's fair to label a player a certain way after just 1 year. He's a kid. He's 20 years old, right? Like I think there's a lot of room for physical growth and quite honestly for emotional growth for him to be a better, tougher player in this league. You know me. We've had a lot of conversations about this. I'm way more intrigued with the younger talent than I am with the older, more established guys because I don't think that's what this should be about for the Phoenix Suns. And so for me, I'm suddenly a little interested in this Miami thing. Now, draft compensation, what they have to offer, what else they'd have to put in the deal to make the numbers work. I don't like Andrew Wiggins. Man, I'm 100% with you on that one.
I don't want Wiggins.
I don't, but you're probably going to have to take him to make the money work.
Don't like him at all. Soft. Not a. He's had one really good year in 9 years. Really goes against everything they're trying to build culture-wise. The knock on him, the knock on Andrew Wiggins is he doesn't compete hard. He doesn't play hard. I don't want Andrew Wiggins. I don't want to bring back a player like that. I've got that guy. I got him on Bradley Beal. I got guy. I want players that are going to play hard. They're talking about culture. It goes against everything they're saying if you go bring Andrew Wiggins here.
Yeah.
Like maybe you take Andrew Wiggins because you really like Ware, and that's the only way you're going to get him. I guess I kind of get it, but man, I'm just not a Wiggins fan.
What's interesting about Miami to me is that where they're a little different from the other teams. San Antonio hasn't been super aggressive in pursuing him. The Rockets very much seem to be taking this kind of, we know you're desperate to get rid of him, so here's their offer, and let's watch and see as you fold. The Minnesota Timberwolves are still waiting to see whether Kevin Durant actually wants to go there. I think Miami's in its own little category because Pat Riley, who, let's be honest, probably has a little egg on his face from the Jimmy Butler thing and how that thing went down the last year or so, has always wanted Kevin Durant on his team. He has coveted Kevin Durant for years, and now he's got a chance to go get him. The problem is there just isn't a lot to love on Miami's roster. We've said that time and time again. There's just not a lot there that excites you if you're a Suns. Khalil Ware is kind of the one guy, at least for some of us, you look at and go, well, at least there's upside. At least there's potential. At least there's... So Miami's that one team because of Pat Riley and their coveting of him that maybe puts them, I don't know if I want to say in the lead. I have no idea who's in the lead at this point. But it makes them a little bit more interesting because it gives them that motivation to get this done.
So they've got a first-round pick in 26 and then a second-round pick in 26. They have a first-rounder in 28, 29, and 30. Could you get one of those?
Where are they picking? Are they picking 20 this year? Where are they picking this year? NBA draft 2025 order. I think they're picking 20th, but let me see.
25 was traded to Oklahoma City, but it's protected 1 through 14, so they get the pick back.
They've got 20 from Golden State. Yeah, so they've got the 20th pick in the draft from Golden State. So is that, I mean, the Suns, they get that. That would put them with 2 picks in the top 30. Do they want
2 in
that?
The 20s.
Yeah, 2 in the 20s. What kind of impact player are you going to get there?
I'd rather have a future first from Miami.
I probably
give me
would
28, 29, 30. Give me something unprotected. When KD may not be playing.
And they're looking at it like Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo and Kevin Durant, Eastern Conference that doesn't offer a lot. Yeah. Can you be competitive with that? Something else Siegel wrote real quick, and I don't know whether this is accurate or not, but I just want to tell you that he wrote, anything can happen over the upcoming weekend when the Suns are expected to receive final offers from teams bidding on Durant. That was the exact wordage.
Say it again.
Anything can happen over the upcoming weekend when the Suns are expected to receive final offers from teams bidding on Durant. He writes, the Heat have an obvious path to making a trade, but so do the Rockets and Spurs if they increase their proposal as well. And then he writes about Toronto. So he's suggesting through his writing, again, he was on Wolf and Luke today too, the Suns are expected to receive final offers from teams bidding on Durant this weekend. I don't know if that's accurate
Close
or
up
not.
shop.
That's
There
what
it
he's
is. Give me your
reporting.
best offer.
Best
Take it or
offer
leave it.
right now.
Yeah, that's a great way to not play this out any longer. Like, look, we're going to make a decision. Like, do you want him or do you not want him?
Right.
You know? I think if Minnesota would be willing to take him, not knowing if they could keep him, I think that they could present the best offer. If Minnesota's unwilling to give up so Minnesota's a package, it may be, and they may feel like I'll give up this package and I'll have Durant for 3 years. Maybe the package for 1 year is less. I don't know that. But if Minnesota is willing to take Kevin Durant, not knowing if he'll re-sign with them, I think that they could present a really good offer,
Yeah.
If it's not Minnesota, then it's probably either Houston or Miami.
When the temperatures exceed 100 here in the Valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. So please text the word water to 620-620. Help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive. It benefits Phoenix Rescue Mission. Troy Lavello joined us earlier and shared an injury update on A.J. Puck and Gabby Moreno, and it wasn't good. We'll share it next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. That's your ball game. Diamondbacks prevent the sweep, and they win the finale by a final score of 9-5. The offense really shined in this one, and Ryan Nelson turned in a dominant starting pitching performance.
Next for the D-backs, 3 games at the Rockies, with Game 1 live from Denver at 5 this afternoon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. It is the final days, the final countdown of employee pricing at Sanderson Ford. Real employee pricing at Sanderson Ford. You've heard Gonzo, Luis Gonzalez, talk about it. Now is the time to save thousands on Ford vehicles. July 7th, this bad boy is all over. So if you want to save some serious money, you want to get a Bronco Sport for $27,900 or an Escape for $28,700, maybe an F-150 STX Super Crew for $41,700, plus get additional $1,000 military recognition discounts for all active and retired military personnel, then you want to shop the final days of employee pricing at Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale. There's no hassle. There's no pressure. There's no nonsense when you stop in. You can stop by and even pick up a pair of Diamondback tickets just for coming in. No test drive or purchase required, and you could have a pair of Diamondback tickets. But if you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, employee pricing's the way to go right now at Sanderson Ford. 51st Avenue in Glendale or online at sandersonford.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
NASCAR Prime is gearing up for the Tricky Triangle at Pocono.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for.
After 5 decades of racing tradition, it's clear that strategy is king at Pocono.
Finally, some separation between first, second, and third.
3 legendary turns, 3 unique approaches.
Wow, that's close.
Who will tame the triangle this year? Don't miss the Cup Series at Pocono, streaming Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. Will Kevin Durant still be a member of the Suns? And who is the NBA champion? That and more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, it's 3:19 in the afternoon here on Burns and Gambo, and just about a half hour ago, at about 2:40, we had our UGG moment on this Friday where, it was bad. Torey Lovello was on with us for his weekly visit, and he provided us the update not only on the Diamondbacks starting catcher, but on A.J. Puck as well.
He's got a hairline fracture in his pointer finger just below the knuckle in the middle of his hand. So it's a metacarpal. And then A.J. Puck underwent surgery today with Dr. Elatrosh in L.A. So that came up real quick. He was visiting with Elatrosh yesterday. They decided that would be the best procedure. So those two things I want to make.
Now, you got details on the surgery, if I'm not mistaken,
yes,
correct?
The surgery is Tommy John surgery. It is via the brace procedure. So it is Tommy John surgery, and it is via the brace. I did say it was yesterday. The surgery was today.
Okay.
So, surgery was today. It was this morning. So that's what it. So it is a form of Tommy. You might have a little more information because you looked it up.
Dr.
But I was
Google
told,
over here.
I was told it is Tommy John surgery, but it is via a brace procedure, which is, I guess, a new technology.
Let me tell you what Dr. Google has to say about that. Tommy John surgery is a common treatment for a torn ulnar collateral ligament, but the internal brace procedure offers a less invasive alternative. It involves repairing the damaged ligament and reinforcing it with a collagen-coated fiber tape. In contrast, sorry, Lauren, I don't mean to gross you out. In contrast to a traditional reconstruction, so instead of replacing the ligament, they're repairing the ligament and then bracing it when they repair it. That's the difference. So there's still the same cut, still the same part of the body that they're operating on. But instead of replacing the ligament, they're repairing it and providing some stability with a brace around it.
Your question would be, does that change the timeline? As A.J. Puck pitched his last game for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And that is he is a free agent at the end of the season.
Yeah.
He's out for this year. I mean, it might get him back sooner next year, but he's out for this year.
So he's arbitration eligible. And then he's an unrestricted free agent in 27.
Oh, so he's got 1 year. So he's 1 year. They have control of him for one more year.
Arbitration eligible, but he may not. But he may not pitch next year.
He might not pitch next year.
So that's where it comes in.
That's okay.
You have the right to give. Now he got $3 million this year. His raise would not be that high above that.
I thought this was his last arbitration year. He's got one more arbitration year, and then he's a free agent. But we
surgery at the end of June. If this is 14 months, you talk about him missing the season.
He might have thrown his last.
pitch.
As far as Moreno, now look, I mean, and I don't want to minimize A.J. Puck. I think we all thought A.J. Puck was out for the season, right? Like when we found out a week ago that he was going to stop his throwing program and go see the doctor in L.A., I think we all thought that was probably it for him. The Gabby thing sucks because he got hit in the hand during that stupid, god-awful, horrible rain game in Cincinnati where they never should have been playing baseball. Never, ever should have been.
Last inning.
Not that last inning
up.
in the monsoon.
No way.
When Christian Mena unleashes that ball and it hits Gabby in the hand. Stupid. Just stupid.
Should not have played that game.
Anyway, sorry, the little mini rant there.
No, you're right. You're right. They had to let the Reds bat. They had to give the Reds a chance to bat. God forbid you just revert back to the last inning and call the damn game.
Yep.
No, we're going to let torrential downpour. We're going to make sure the Reds get their licks, and they tied it up and ended up winning the game.
Yeah, and Gabby Moreno. Now, he played. He missed a couple days, but he came back. He played. He hit a home run against Seattle. It was like 114 miles per hour off the bat. But he was still hurting. They sent him home. They got extra imaging beyond the X-ray. And here's what Torrey said about the timeline there.
Hard to say. And one thing I want to say about Gabby is, if you can remember some of the at-bats that he had some quality at-bats. He was doing that with a broken hand, a broken finger. That's hard to do. And the way the ball's coming in there, the velocity is coming in there, he would block out that pain, high pain threshold, and he got some big hits for us. In fact, I think he hit about 114, 113 mile-an-hour line drive home run in one of those games. So super proud of him for going out there and having a true team moment. But as far as the timeline, I don't know. We got to get him asymptomatic, and I'm sure there'll be some follow-up MRIs. It's going to be weeks. It's not going to be days. So I'll keep you guys posted on that progression.
Weeks, not days. Now,
Aramis Garcia will catch tomorrow. Is what I'm being told. He's a veteran. He was called up for one day as an emergency guy. Didn't have to use him. Herrera's catching today. Is that the 5th or 6th straight game for Jose Herrera? Okay, it doesn't matter, but somewhere around there.
Not sure.
And you know, Lovello doesn't like to play guys every single day. So I would imagine. So Garcia will catch tomorrow. And now you got to start thinking, like Castillo's down in the minors. He's got a little bit of a back issue. So he's down. He's only caught 2 games in the minors as well. So their catching situation, Bernsey, is
a little dicey.
It's a little tedious, dicey, whatever you want to call it.
It will, and the whole. I mean, let's think about the bullpen for a second. All right, let's think about who your big 4 studs were going into the season this year
in the bullpen.
And it was Justin Martinez, AJ Puck, Kevin Ginkel, and Ryan Thompson. Those are your studs. What a disaster.
Who was after that? Joe Manaply?
Joe Manaply. Okay, fine. Let's go 5 big studs. What a disaster. I mean, and again, I said this yesterday or the day before. I'll say it again. If you had told me that, no Justin Martinez, no AJ Puck, Kevin Ginkel's got an ERA of 13.5.
Tommy Henry's going to have surgery.
Ryan Thompson's, not performing well. Joe Manaply's not even in the organization anymore. And you're still 2.5 games back of the final wild card spot with about 90 games to go. How?
Offense.
Totally. Score runs. As many as you can.
I was reading a story today. It says they have the 4th best lineup in all of baseball.
Yeah.
All of baseball, the 4th best lineup.
As many as you can.
Guys are hitting. Gino Suarez might hit 45 home runs this year. Corbin Carroll having a great season. Ketel Marte. Alec Thomas is playing well in center field and hitting well. Like Perdomo. Like, their offense is good. Their offense is good. Now, can it carry into the playoffs with all of these problems in the bullpen? I don't know. But there's no replacements coming soon, Bernsey. Now, there's no replacements coming soon in the bullpen. Trade deadline. Mike Hazen's calling everybody and anybody. Nobody's trading anybody right now.
Yeah.
Not getting any trade value. Nobody's making a trade right now.
That's the fear. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Kevin Durant knows what he wants. Maybe this is the weekend everybody puts in their final offers for KD. Are the Suns going to get what they want out of this? Are they going to get what they need out of this? Or something less even than that? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about the 5 locations for asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And it's important, the importance of having a relationship with your financial advisor. Look, I use Stuart Willis, so we talk on a regular basis. I understand that he's constantly checking in on me, making sure everything's okay, seeing what's changed, because as you have a financial advisor, if your financial advisor is only checking in with you once or twice a year, it's just because he doesn't want to lose your business. He's not doing a lot for you, but I don't want to lose your business. Let me just, hey, how are you today? I haven't spoken to you in a year, but I want to make sure you keep renewing with me. At Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, it's not about that. It's all about having a relationship with their clients because things change. Like things just change for me. I got a daughter getting married, so things change. So life changes. Not just, hey, I'm retiring, but things change. People get divorced and that changes things. Or maybe their investment strategy changes. Or maybe they want to downsize a house or get a bigger house or buy a vacation home or life changes quickly, and that's why you have to have a relationship with your financial advisor. I recommend calling Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN and getting a free review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Caroline seller must agree on price and possession.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds, and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After avoiding the sweep yesterday against the Blue Jays, the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series with NL West foe Colorado tonight at Coors Field. First pitch is at 5:40 with pregame coverage starting at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs, while Austin Gomber gets the start for the Rockies. Sticking with the Snakes, manager Torey Lovello joined Burns and Gambo earlier today and gave an update on reliever A.J. Puck.
Puck underwent surgery today with Dr. Elitrosh in L.A., so that came up real quick.
Lovello also provided an update on catcher Gabriel Moreno.
He's got a hairline fracture in his pointer finger just below the knuckle in the middle of his hand. So it's a metacarpal.
This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona sports.
There's going to be serious conversations about moving Kevin Durant.
Suns, a new horizon. Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, so we continue to wait for a Kevin Durant trade. I suppose now with a Game 7 of the NBA Finals, you could reasonably make an argument that nothing's going to happen on Sunday because the league certainly isn't going to want anything to take away from their first Game 7 of an NBA Finals since 2016's Classic. Since LeBron and
came back down 3-1.
The block by James. Everybody remembers that.
Kyrie Irving was so good.
I swear to God, I can remember as I'm sure most people, exactly where I was when that game went down. Like, it was such a memorable battle. Can you remember exactly where you were for Game 7? No?
Hell
okay.
no.
We were celebrating Father's Day at the Angry Crab Shack in Mesa, watching that game on the TV, and we just all lost our minds when LeBron blocked that shot from, what was it, Iguodala? I think it was the Iguodala shot that he blocked. Yeah. So you getting back to the KD thing, they're not going to want to. No one's going to want to announce it on Sunday. They don't want to take anything away at all from this first Game 7 in nearly 10 years. If it's not going to happen today, it's already 6:30 on the East Coast. It doesn't mean it won't, but it seems like with each passing minute, it won't. And it turns into almost like a tomorrow thing, Does it? And if it doesn't happen tomorrow,
then you're into next week.
Then I would think Wednesday becomes like a true deadline. Like if it doesn't happen by the draft, then what?
Because there are picks that you can get from Minnesota for this year, Miami, San Antonio, Houston, Toronto. All these teams we've discussed have picks that could go to the Phoenix Suns this year.
Yes.
So these teams, they may be holding out. The Suns have not made a deal because none of the offers are good enough right now. None of the offers are good enough, or else they'd have a deal.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very simple. Like, this doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out. None of the deals right now are good enough to make. Now, if all the deals stayed the same, I don't know what the hell would happen. If all the deals stay the same,
nobody
changes. Right now, today, none of the deals are good enough to get across the finish line. If nobody changes it and throws in anything else, then you've got a choice to make. Do you just take the best of a deal that you don't love? Or do you hold on to Kevin Durant and try to figure something else out?
You do. You have a choice.
That's your choice, and it's a hard choice.
And then
it's a hard choice.
And then I think the next deadline. Okay, so it's a trade cut. The draft comes and goes, and it doesn't happen. Then I think the next deadline is like right before training camp, because we do have recent examples of players getting traded right before camp. DeAndre Ayton got traded right before training camp.
Yeah,
we spent the whole summer thinking he was going to be a Phoenix Sun, right?
The year DeAndre Ayton got traded, at this time, when we were in June, early June, the Suns were not apt to trade DeAndre Ayton. They were not. And we said the Suns are not trading Ayton. June, July, August, September. Portland decides they're going to trade Dame Lillard. I report that if Portland's going to trade Dame Lillard, the Suns would have interest in Nurkic. If they're going to blow that thing up, the Suns would want Nurkic.
Right.
Then a deal came about. But what we reported was true. In June, the Suns were not traded. There were no trades in June, July, and August. Yep. It wasn't until much later when Dame was going to get traded that the Suns saw something they liked.
And that was the other example I was going to use, too. Damian Lillard got traded as part of that deal right before training camp. So I think that becomes the next, okay, we're not getting any draft capital this year. But I still think, and this is where I think if you listen to our station all day long, and we've got a bunch of great hosts here at the station, obviously, and we all come at this from different life experiences and different opinions and things like that, I don't think there's any way the Phoenix Suns can start the season with Kevin Durant on their roster. I just think that is a non-starter, and it cannot happen.
I don't think they will.
And so, but there are others who believe that, hey, you know what? If we don't make it, fine. We'll just keep Kevin Durant. I don't think there can be a fine we just keep Kevin Durant thing. I just don't. I don't think that exists. I don't think that reality is there. I think they have to move him by the beginning of the season.
The question is there? You can't take a bad deal. You want to make a good deal. You can't take a bad deal. Is there something in the middle? I don't love the deal, but it's better than holding on to Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Is there a deal like that exists?
Or am I wrong and they can hold on to Kevin Durant? Because I'm wrong all the time. Just ask my wife. I'm wrong about plenty of things. Is there a world where they can just hold on to him and say, okay, let's not run it back? I would never use that phrase, but let's see. And then the new deadline becomes the actual trade deadline in February. If you don't get a deal done around training camp, then your new deadline becomes the actual deadline. Now, I think it would make for just a sticky, awful, awkward,
I'll tell you why.
Yucky situation. But in theory, it could be done. I just don't think it's possible.
Okay. The Rocket, this is why that's a bad idea, in my opinion. Free agency is going to start. The Rockets are going to try to get better.
Mm-hmm.
The Timberwolves are going to try to get better. The Heat are going to try to get better. The Spurs are going to try to get better. They're going to do it through free agency. And when they make these moves, they're going to like their roster more than they like their roster now. They're going to add players that they like. At that point, what's the purpose of getting Kevin Durant after the free agency period is over?
Unless you've lost in free agency, unless you didn't get what you were looking for in free agency, and that might be, and I'm not trying to rationalize this from the Suns' perspective, but if you might say, okay, let's not do a deal now because we're not getting what we want, but let's wait closer to training camp because maybe one of these teams will have an extra layer of desperation because they didn't fix their team in free agency. They didn't get the guy they want. They didn't make themselves a better basket. I don't know. I'm just theorizing ways you could justify not doing this by the draft because you said the offers are terrible. Bill Simmons, Zach Lowe, Rob Mahoney on the BS podcast last night after Game 6 of the NBA Finals, they spent a few minutes talking about KD, and they say the offers suck.
By all accounts, the offers are not good.
I'm checking my phone just in case. When you see me looking down, I'm just looking for just
the word on the street is the offers have sucked. And they made the classic mistake of basically what happened with David Griffin last year in New Orleans, right? It's like, can't have this roster anymore. We've got to make some moves. And the rest of the league is like, oh, you got to make some moves, huh? Heard you had to make some moves. Yeah. Here's my crappy offer. I don't know how this KD thing plays out anymore, Rob.
Almost, in other words, like, hey, look, you guys have to move him. You've said it. You said, you have to move him. You've left yourself with no choice here.
Yeah.
And because of that, we're not motivated to offer you much of anything because we know you're operating from more of a desperate state than we are.
We brought up the Cardinals yesterday and Steve Keim with Josh Rosen. Hey, I'll just hold on to him. I'll keep Josh Rosen. No, you won't. But we want a late first round pick for Josh Rosen. You're not getting it. How about an early second? You're not getting. How about a Middleton? Not getting. I'll take a late second. Deal. Miami, done. Right? I mean, okay.
That's exactly how it went.
So what happened there? You didn't get a deal you loved. You might not have hated. Just like the deal was like, it's okay. It's a late second round pick. I'll take it.
Yeah.
You didn't love the deal. You used the first round pick on Josh Rosen. You traded up to get him. A year later, you trade him for a late second round pick. You don't love that deal. You didn't love it. But you made it.
What happened there was the minute you drafted Kevin Durant, the minute you drafted Kyler Murray, I was mixing up my sports. The minute the Cardinals drafted Kyler Murray, the whole rest of the league knew, you have to trade Josh Rosen. You can't keep him. You say whatever you want, Steve. You can't keep him. And unfortunately, I kind of feel like the same thing has happened here. Now, again, others may disagree and say the Suns have every option in the world to keep Kevin Durant if they want. I don't think that option exists. I think the Suns have made it crystal clear from the minute the season ended that Kevin Durant is on the move and that he's gone. I don't think they can bring him back. And I think the other teams are kind of preying on that sort of desperation the Suns have to get off of him. Although, again, the whole idea that they could keep Kevin Durant is something that they were talking about on Bill Simmons' podcast as well.
I don't know how this KD thing plays out anymore, Rob. I would assume it's going to be Houston. And I would assume it's going to be a shortened version of the trades Russell and I were talking about on Sunday. And maybe it's just Jabari Smith and Jalen Green, and Jalen Green gets rerouted somewhere. And maybe that's the entire trade. But at some point, the price becomes low enough that if you're Phoenix, you might have to go, look, KD, we tried to trade you. There were no good deals. We're keeping you.
Now, Bill, in that soundbite, suggested Jabari Green as part of the deal, which is something you have suggested as well.
Yes.
But then he later went on to say, look, if you're going to try to reroute Jalen Green, if you're the Suns, the problem with that might be there might not be a whole lot of teams that are interested in Jalen Green. And you might not find much of a market to reroute him.
Right. It was crazy because he's a good player.
He's a good player.
He's a good player. I mean, I like Jalen Green. He's a young, talented kid. He plays the same position as Book, but he's different. He attacks the basket. Okay, if you don't want him, can you find somebody to take him? But you're right. If nobody wants to take Jalen Green, it's like, all right, maybe I can't do the deal with Houston. I think the interesting thing is going to be that right now, none of the offers are good enough, as we've said. Will any of these offers change within the next 24 to 48 hours? Hey, this is it. We're going to make our decision. If you want to change, you got to go to these other teams. Since right now your offer is not good enough. Now, do they change their offer, or do they say that's my final offer? Because if everybody says that's my final offer, well, then you might just have to choose whatever offer you think is the best.
No doubt. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, is there another element that's kind of driving this Kevin Durant trade? Do the Suns need to move on from KD quickly because of possible injury risk if they wait until in season. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
It's truly one of the things in this world I really don't like spending money on at all, and that is tires. Every time it's time to change the tires, whether it's 2 or whether it's all 4, I admit it, I kind of put it off, and I'm not really in a rush to do it, and then I go do it, and it's like, oh, I just really don't want to do this, which is why I'm here to tell you about Liberty GMC, because not only do they have the best tire deal in town as part of their service department, they also have a tire deal that isn't going anywhere. It's here all year long. So maybe you don't need new tires now, but you know you're going to in November. Okay, fine. This deal is still there at Liberty GMC. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1. And that deal lasts all year long. It's the best deal you're going to find in town. It's great. It actually makes me not dread needing new tires as much as I normally do. At Liberty GMC Service Drive, buy 3, get the 4th for $1. The service drive is open till late every single night. Drop off your car by 8, have it ready the next day. Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shopping by online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Watch all Dbacks games both live and on demand with the Dbacks TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at Dbacks TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS Store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive.
Message and data rates may apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
NASCAR Prime is gearing up for the Tricky Triangle at Pocono.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for.
After 5 decades of racing tradition, it's clear that strategy is king at Pocono.
Finally, some separation between first, second, and third.
3 legendary turns, 3 unique approaches.
Wow, that's close.
Who will tame the triangle this year? Don't miss the Cup Series at Pocono, streaming Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Arizona sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
There is a little part of me that feels bad for being on vacation next week because this is, if this goes down.
Never feel bad about being on vacation.
All right. You know what?
I mean, it's the thing I learned doing this job. We give so much to this job. We give so much. You work morning, afternoons, and nights and weekends. You never stop working. It's true. It's true.
Work a lot.
You work a lot.
It's true.
Don't ever feel bad about taking vacation.
Although
I told him I'm taking 5 weeks of vacation this year, maybe 6 if I decide this is my final year, and that's it. Like I'm taking my vacation whenever I want.
Well, I'll tell you, I was dead asleep last night when that news broke about the Chase Field bill passing through the Arizona. Yeah. I woke up this morning, text messages from the Diamondbacks, tweets from you. I'm like, when did this happen?
Well, you go to bed early. You go to bed early.
I do go to bed, and I went to bed exceptionally early last night.
Thing,
I think I was in bed before the clock hit 9.
But you get home like 6:30, 6:45, right? Most nights.
Yeah, I get home by 6. Yeah, 6:40.
Okay, 6:40. Okay, you have dinner and it's 7:15. What do you go to bed an hour later?
No.
Like, do you even what's the enjoyment of getting home and not like?
I get home. I watch
one TV show and on bedtime.
I watch whatever game is on that I need to watch, and the minute that's done, it's
okay.
bedtime.
What if there's no game on?
If there's no game on,
honey, one TV show. I gotta go to sleep.
I'll watch a couple shows with Carissa, or one that I'm watching and she's not. And my whole goal is to be in my bed by 9 o'clock. By 9 o'clock.
That's what I'm saying. Like, by the time you get done with dinner.
Yeah, I've only got
you got an
hour and a half left. That's fine.
Isn't that crazy, Lauren? Like, you're shaking your head. That's crazy.
Because Burnsy and I figured out that basically between both of our schedules, we see the full day.
Yeah.
We see all 24 hours of the day.
Lauren usually goes to sleep about an hour or two before I wake up. So, I mean, literally, there's only about an hour or two every single day where we're not covered.
Where someone hasn't seen what it looks like.
Someone hasn't seen what the day looks like.
What time is your first yawn? 8:15? 8:30?
Oh, yeah.
What time is the first?
The first. I'm tired.
Oh, I'm ready to go to sleep.
8:10. 8 o'clock, 8:10. Wow. I get up so early.
My brain cannot comprehend that lifestyle.
I just get up at 5 o'clock every morning, and I can't help it. It's just like, I'm up. I'm going on vacation next week. I'm going to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, I've already told the kids. We're taking all the kids and our granddaughter to San Diego.
Yeah.
I've already told the kids, you guys sleep in. I'll get up with the grandbaby. I'm going to be up anyway. You don't feel like just...
Oh, they'll take advantage of that.
Of course they will. She's crying. I'll get her. I'll get her. You guys sleep. I'm up anyway. It's fine. I got this. I got it.
I woke up today at 5:30 in the morning because I heard somebody in the alley behind the house, and I was like, you know what? I can go back to bed and sleep for another 4 hours. And Burnsy was attacking the day.
When somebody was in the alley?
Yeah, the alley between.
I would have been ready.
Yeah.
Would have been ready. It's 5:30 in the morning.
Gambo would say somebody's breaking in your house.
Gambo would have been brandishing.
No. No one's breaking into the house.
Oh, I thought at that time you were thinking somebody's doing up to something no good.
No, because there are people in this world who actually get up and start doing things in the 5 o'clock a.m. hour.
Burnsy.
Me. I'm out.
Burnsy's the one trying to break in.
I'm out walking the dog at 5:15 every morning. That's what I'm doing.
I always hate people that walk their dogs when it's 100 degrees outside. It's freaking hot. Why are people walking their dogs at 11 o'clock in the morning when it's 100 degrees outside? It's not good for the dog.
That's why I'm walking the dog.
Why walk the dog at 5 o'clock in the morning? Stop walking the dogs at 11 o'clock or 5 in the afternoon. It's terrible. I hate people like that.
I get it.
If you do that, I hate you. If you're one of those people that walk your dog when it's that hot outside on the pavement, I hate you. It's torture for the dogs.
I agree with you.
You should be in jail.
I agree. I hate you too.
If I was president, I'd put you in jail for walking a dog when it's that hot outside.
Even though you're not violating any known law, you're going to go to jail anyway.
I would have a what are those things that they sign?
An executive order.
An executive order.
You sign an executive order.
Yes. You walk your dog when it's too hot, you go to jail.
Jay Williams today on Get Up on trading Kevin Durant. You got to do it now because what if he gets hurt?
The reason why it's imminent, Greeny, you have to get this done now. This is the maximum value you're going to get for KD, and you cannot risk, for as much as KD likes to hoop in the offseason and work out, you cannot risk an injury. Because if there's an injury at the age of 37, his value then goes down. You have to trade him now.
Great. Another reason why the Phoenix Suns might be compelled to take a not great offer for Kevin Durant. Let's get rid of him before he gets hurt. He's been, knock on wood, injuries have not been the issue for Kevin Durant the last couple of years. They have not. That is not. Now, I don't know if you can bank on that or I don't.
No, he was healthy.
He was healthy. He played 62 games last year.
The worst injury, honestly, is when he first got here.
Yes.
And he was like, okay, and he only played 8 games. Then you went into the playoffs. You're like, there's no chemistry. There's no continuity. He played 8 games with them. You were hoping you were going to get 30, and you didn't get 30. So it is what it is. He's been relatively. I had a player say, he's Kevin Durant. Like, he's Kevin Durant. He's going to get you 25, 30 every single night until he's 50.
And that's why just that part of it alone, I am surprised this is taking as long as it has. I mean, he's still just I can't, and we'll talk about this a little bit later. I can't help but wondering if the Suns just kind of overplayed their hand on this one. Like, they just let everybody know Kevin was going to be gone and he wasn't going to be a part of the team. And because of that, teams just aren't that motivated to get rid of him because everybody kind of has the Suns over a barrel on this one. Like, we know you're not going to bring him back. We know you can't bring him back. Kevin's only going to go to these teams. Minnesota, it's a great option if he wants to go there, but if he doesn't, they don't want him, and they're not going to want to make a trade for him under those circumstances. He just puts the Suns in a terrible, terrible position of trying to have to extract some kind of value. And I hope they can. This will be a big test of Brian Gregory, and we'll talk about that element of it specifically a little bit later. Like, this is going to be. You brought it up earlier. We always think about Mike Hazen and the first trade that he ever made is the Ketel Marte one, and it was a great one. It was a great.
And you go back and you remember it.
And not everything that Mike Hazen has done has been great. There's been a lot that hasn't been great. But you remember that first deal, and you look back on it and you go, you know what? We were in capable hands. We were in capable hands knowing that was the deal that was made. You want to be able to say the same thing about Brian Gregory.
This is a tough spot because it's hard to make a great deal here because of the age of the player, the contract, and maybe his unwillingness to go places. So it is hard to make a great trade. I don't think anybody's going to say the Suns won the trade when the deal is over. You're just hoping you don't lose the trade. You're hoping that you make a deal that's fair. It's fair for you, fair for me. I can live with the deal. You can live with the deal. Let's move on.
4 o'clock reset with Lauren. The birthday girl is coming up next. She'll get us caught up on what's going on in sports. Stay with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You need to consider the factors here, and you need to understand that the appeal of the Diamondbacks to cities that don't have a baseball team are very, very real, and they will give Ken Kendrick and the Diamondbacks what they're looking for.
They can't play in that ballpark without improvements for very much longer.
We're all biased here. We do not want to lose another sports team, and I do recognize that there are people who do not feel the same way.
Where's the nearest minor league stadium they could play in? That seems to be the trend.
We got a bunch of them here.
And they're pretty good.
Take your pick.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union in locations all across the valley, 10 of them to be exact, with their 10 branches throughout the valley. You want everything that a bank has to offer. You want checking accounts and savings accounts, and you want loans, but you want a better version of that. That's why Global Credit Union is offering more and more Arizonans a chance to become members, because it's a better way to bank. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. They get higher interest rates than they can at a bank. And because of that, Global members collectively saved about $195 million last year between the fees and the interest rates. 10 branches here in the Valley. There are so many benefits that come with Global Credit Union. It's hard to list them all for you today. So what you need to do is you need to go to globalcu.org and check out all of the benefits. Explore the benefits becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit is required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After avoiding the sweep yesterday against the Blue Jays, the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series with NL West foe Colorado tonight at Coors Field. First pitch is at 5:40 with pregame coverage starting at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs, while Austin Gomber gets the start for the Rockies. Sticking with the Snakes, manager Torey Lovello joined Burns and Gambo earlier today and gave an update on reliever A.J. Puck.
Puck underwent surgery today with Dr. Elatrosh in L.A., so that came up real quick.
Lovello also provided an update on catcher Gabriel Moreno.
He's got a hairline fracture in his pointer finger just below the knuckle in the middle of his hand. So it's metacarpal.
This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
And it's the birthday girl, Lauren, with today's 4 o'clock reset. Feels like it's been a minute since we've done one of these.
Do you remember how to say happy birthday in Italian?
Buon compleanno.
Buon compleanno.
Say it for me one more time.
Buon, not bon. Not buon compleanno.
Bon compleanno.
Buon compleanno.
Buon compleanno.
Buon compleanno.
Buon compleanno.
Any other one?
No, I don't remember the other one.
Tanti? Ogori.
Gogori.
Ogori.
Gori.
Agori. There you go.
Yeah.
That's the best possible start to the reset.
Is
here.
it me trying to speak Italian?
Doubling down.
Just wait until I go to Italy.
You're going to go next year, right?
That's the plan. Next year is the plan.
Let's go! Birthday!
seriously, we're gonna turn our whole trip over to Gambo, and he's just gonna plan the whole thing.
I mean, if I was you, I would. I would just turn it over to me.
You've got the travel advisor sitting right next to you.
I guess so. My travel agent over
I
here to my
applied
right.
for my Italian citizenship.
So I heard. Yeah.
Yes.
I think we're going next year. We'll see.
Get my Italian citizenship.
All right. So happy birthday in English or Italian. Now tell us what's going on in sports.
All right. Well, we'll start with the Arizona Senate voted to approve House Bill 2704. That is the tax recapture bill to fund the renovations to Chase Field. That action passed 19-11. It will now head back to the House of Representatives, go back to Katie Hobbs to then vote on.
So the House of Representatives will talk about it on Monday. Hopefully they'll vote on it on Monday. Since it started in the House of Representatives, you'd like to think there would be a problem. They approved it in the first place. There have been revisions, certainly. Hopefully we're there, but I don't mean to be an alarmist about this. I'm really not trying to be. Until we're there, we're not there. You know what I mean? That's the attitude I'm taking. It's the Coyotes have taught us many, many things. Until it's done, like done, it ain't done. So let's just wait until Governor Katie Hobbs signs that bad boy into law, and then we can celebrate.
Very hopeful that she'll sign it. Very hopeful. We feel good about it.
Everything we've heard is that she will, and that everything we've heard is that the House, we should be good, but until we are, I'm not counting any eggs until they've hatched.
You got to get all your eggs in the basket ironed out before you go to Katie Hobbs.
I was just priming the pump for that.
You got to get all your eggs in the basket ironed out.
Yep.
And they're very close
because
to that.
Two rights don't make a wrong.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. No, here we go. Yeah.
Any more?
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't, make it eat.
We're so close. So close.
I think he deliberately got that last one wrong.
I don't. Ash would remember how I said it. I said something like you could. It was back in the Ash days. You could lead a horse to water, but you can't. I don't remember what I said, but
it wasn't. You can't make him eat.
Yeah,
it wasn't that. It was something else. It was something else.
I'll find out from Ash. She knows.
All right. And Tori Lavello was not in the birthday spirit today when he joined us earlier and had this update to share.
He's got a hairline fracture in his pointer finger just below the knuckle in the middle of his hand. So it's metacarpal. And then AJ Puck underwent surgery today with Dr. Elatrosh in L.A. So that came up real quick. He was visiting with Elatrosh yesterday. They decided that would be the best procedure. So those two things I want to make.
Tori Lavello then went on to add that it is weeks for Gabby Moreno, not days. And AJ Puck got Tommy John surgery via the brace procedure.
Yeah, the first player he was talking about in that cut was Gabby Moreno.
Yes.
In the beginning of that cut. So he's got a broken finger. He's going to be out weeks, not days, as Lauren said. It's another blow for the Diamondbacks.
5 Tommy John surgeries. Put up the Tommy John card with the Diamondbacks. Whoever that was. Joey Artigue who sent that. That was hilarious.
Oh,
this is
the player Tommy John, but it was a baseball card had him playing on the Diamondbacks.
This is the 5th one. You got Montgomery and Burns, Walston, AJ Puck, Justin Martinez. That's 5. Tommy Henry's going to have surgery too somewhere down the line here. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's Tommy John, but he's going to have surgery too. Tommy Henry.
His
5
name
guys,
implies
Tommy
he's
John.
getting Tommy John.
It does, right? Tommy Henry, Tommy John, yeah.
Yes.
It's brutal. I'm trying to minimize one or maximize the other, but I think we'd all kind of come to terms with the idea that AJ was going to be out for the season when they stopped his throwing program.
Yes.
The Gabby one sucks. I mean, he's an important part of their lineup, and he's going to be out. That's his throwing hand. He's got a broken bone on the finger of his throwing hand. He is going to be out a while. And so now, again, this kind of survival of how do you do it without some of these key guys, it's the bullpen situation it's crazy. AJ Puck out for the season. Justin Martinez out for the season. Kevin Ginkel's got an ERA over 13.
Joe
Mantiply's not in the organization anymore, and Ryan Thompson's been hot and cold all year long.
Yeah,
the key guys in your bullpen when the season started.
Our A+ pitchers right now are Boone's from Bacchus.
Yes.
Shelby Miller. And Juan Murillo. What the hell?
Yeah. Yeah,
that's our A team.
Yeah,
well said, Gambo.
Remember the TV show The A Team?
I do.
Honestly,
yeah.
Who is your A team right now in the bullpen?
That's it. You just
Boone's from Bacchus, Juan Murillo, Shelby Miller. That's it.
And yet they're still somehow in the wild card race.
I don't know how.
Because they got one of the best offenses in baseball.
It's true.
And they're
They
going to
do.
need to lean on that the rest of the way. It's the only thing they've got. Not the only thing, but it's like the main. I mean, they still have what should be a better rotation than what it's been. But yeah, it's brutal news.
And in the NBA today, DeMarcus Cousins on Run It Back said that the Phoenix Suns had a fist fight in the locker room last season, and KD immediately hopped on X, as he loves to do, and shut it down, saying your source is incorrect.
I do not believe that that is true either. I know that there was some blow-ups, but not fist fights. There were no fist fights that I know of. I checked on this too with several people, and I was told that there were no fist fights at all. There were some blow-ups where guys got heated with each other, but not to the point where anybody threw a punch at each other.
Yeah, Boogie Cousins made that accusation on, like you mentioned, FanDuel TV. What Katie said specifically in response, quote, I have to contest this 94-footer. This some BS to throw on us. Yeah, we were trash this year, but ha, we never got close to this. Never, all caps, is what he said in response to Boogie Cousins. So
I think some guys took exception to Beal's lack of caring and things like that, and the way he approached when he was injured, getting back on the court. But nobody ever threw any punches at each other. Okay. There was some contested, at times.
There's some tension. There was some
tension, and guys didn't agree with each other. But no, I don't believe. I checked on it because I saw that today, and I go, I've got the ability to go find out, and I was told several times that nobody ever threw any punches at each other.
And in the NBA Finals, it is a Game 7 after all. The Pacers won 108-91. Tyrese Halliburton playing through that calf injury.
It was Indiana's 10th win as an underdog this postseason. That is tied for the most in a single postseason in the last 35 years. I think everybody thought that Oklahoma City was going to, especially with the Halliburton injury, was going to go to Indiana and wrap this thing up, and that was going to be that. Halliburton was good. I'm telling you that the star of the show last night was all, you know what? It was basketball was the star of the show.
But that's how they play.
That was just some badass team basketball that was on display. Great passing, great court awareness.
Great no-look passes.
I mean, great defense. Like, it was just... nobody had like a standout game
They've taken
last
Chet
night.
Holmgren completely out of the series.
Completely.
He's not giving them anything.
Completely. It's fun to watch. I don't think it's going to last much longer.
Maybe you wait till Oklahoma City loses and then they want KD.
Somebody on Twitter said that.
Really?
Let's go
on
Pacers.
Twitter tweeted at us.
And then we can start the OKC. You know what they need? They need KD. They need KD.
That's good.
I'm not getting on that train yet. And the Phoenix Mercury once again won, and this time it was over the reigning champs, the New York Liberty.
Damn right it was.
89-81.
Mercury are hot. They're
Very hot. They play the Chicago Sky tomorrow on ABC. And also, today is another double voting day in the WNBA All-Stars. There will be one more double voting day on June 27th, and voting ends on June 28th. You can go vote for Alyssa Thomas and Satu Sabali right now.
Do it.
And just a little fun factoid for you guys.
Yeah.
Alyssa Thomas is on pace to become the first player in WNBA history to average 14 points, 7 rebounds, and 9 assists while shooting 50% or better from the field.
What a great job. What a great job that the GM did and Nate Tibbetts. They're 10-4. They've got the third best record in the WNBA. The team with the best record, the Minnesota Lynx, has 11 wins. The Mercury have 10. They've done congratulations to them. They've done a really good job getting getting this thing turned around after, again, I'm moving on. You move on from grinding, you move on from, and you start over.
Yeah.
You start over. That was a great era. There was some success. You got to move on. You need, as much as everybody loved Diana Taurasi, it was time to move on to start over. You can't really start over till some of the players are gone. That's just the way of the world.
There was also without Kalea Copper last night. She didn't play with injury management. So even without one of their big 3 best players, they were still able to hand New York their first home loss all year long. So it was impressive.
And finally, we'll end with this. It only took 21 years. But Sammy Sosa has returned to Wrigley Field. He received a loud standing ovation, and during the third inning today, the Chicago Cubs played a little highlight package of his time there. Once again, the entire crowd stood up and applauded for him.
It had been 21 years since he had been at Wrigley.
21 years.
I remember that when Gracie went through that, where there was
a lot of
for
tension
a long time. It was very awkward for Mark Grace to be back until one day they just decided whatever it was that was their thing, they put it behind him.
Gonzo hated the D-backs for a few years.
Oh yeah, that's why he went to the Dodgers.
Went to the Dodgers.
Couldn't wait.
You
to
replaced
beat the
me with
Diamondbacks.
that bum? That bum that dives for everything, even if it's like right in his glove? He's going to fall down and pretend he's diving for every ball?
Looking at you, Eric Burns. But 21 years, that's a long time.
Yeah.
21 years, but they honored him right. Also, he got an amazing photo with PCA that looks back at when he was there 21 years ago.
PCA is one of my favorite players in baseball who is not affiliated with my team at all. Pete Crow Armstrong he is so much fun to watch. So much fun.
He showed up in a Step Brothers t-shirt of him and Seiya Suzuki today while he took the photo.
Didn't the Mets have him?
Oh, yeah. The Mets had him, and they gave him away for Javi Baez for 40 games.
It
hurts.
Sure does.
No, it doesn't hurt me.
Yeah,
and with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Hey, app users, if you use the Arizona Sports app, please update your app right now. The latest upgrades will improve your streaming and your videos and your podcast and your news experience. The next few games for the Diamondbacks look easy. What are expectations for the next 9, especially with the injury news we now have in front of us? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
A new horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns' corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers' trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There are a lot of teams that are interested in getting Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and ArizonaSports.com.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz. And if you are up for a LASIK surgery, you can do what I did. I had LASIK surgery done by the team eye doctor for the Suns and the D-backs, Dr. J. Schwartz. One of the best things I've ever done for myself. I'm like 58 and a half years old. I'm going to be 60 next year. I see great. Daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. I don't have any problems at all seeing. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, having astigmatism, Dr. Schwartz has performed over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He knows what he's doing. You're not going to trust your eyes with anybody. You're going to trust your eyes with the person that everyone else trusts, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. I would never send my family to anybody other than Dr. J. Schwartz because I've been there. I've gone through it. So my daughter goes to him. My other daughter goes to him. My wife goes to him. My son. We all go to Dr. J. Schwartz for our eye care needs. Now, you can call them at 480-483-EYES or find out more online at teamidoc.com.
In 2012, I said, hey, let's restart this moving company under a different name. It's got to be something with veterans. My dad's a veteran, my sister, my uncles, aunt, everybody in my family. And so we came up with Moving Team 6.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
As a family, we've kind of all joined in ranks, and we love what we do. Giving back, that's, to me, that's the most important thing when you're running a business. That's important. We're passionate about it.
Contact us at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Orthopedic care.
At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey, it's Rick. How big has Ryan Nelson been for the Dbacks as of late? We get going tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
They're working on a Saturday on... Sorry. I probably should have just let that go, but like, wait, what? Are we working tomorrow? Huh?
You guys apparently should be celebrating that you didn't get called in to work a Saturday show.
Hey, that guy's going to San Diego tomorrow. He's not going.
No,
He's
I'm not doing anything. But I mean, apparently on tomorrow's Wolf and Luke show, they're going to be talking about Ryan Nelson.
Listen,
who knew?
Tomorrow they could trade Kevin Durant tomorrow. The Diamondbacks could trade Eugenio Suarez, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, and the Cardinals could trade Kyler Murray, and Burnsy's not coming in. He's not coming in.
Not coming in.
He's not coming in.
Well, this will surprise you. We're leaving bright and early tomorrow morning. We'll be on the I-8 headed to San Diego along with half of Arizona.
Are you calling in to the Wolf and Luke show tomorrow at 10 a.m.?
Hey, are you going to stop and get a date shake?
Of course I'm going to
gotta
stop and get a
date
date
shake.
We do that on the way home, though. That's our
Not on the way there?
Not on the way there, on the way home. We stop at Dateland and get
You got to get a date shake.
We're gonna get a date shake.
Those things are so good.
They're fantastic. They're really good. So it's a weird day if you're a Diamondback fan, because that moment that we've all kind of been waiting for is here when it comes to the schedule. You got 3 against the Rockies. You got 3 against the White Sox next week. You got 3 against the Miami Marlins. Collectively combined, I think they have like a 309 winning percentage. Luke did the math. I think it's like they're terrible. The Rockies are terrible. The White Sox are really bad. Miami's better, but they're not great. But then today we got the news about A.J. Puck. He had surgery today on his elbow. Tommy John surgery, albeit with a little bit of a modification.
Yes, the elbow brace. He had the brace done on it.
But he's still out for the season, and you don't know when he's going to be back next year.
Yeah.
Gabby Moreno has a fractured bone in his finger. He's going to be out weeks, not days, according to Torlavello. He wouldn't give more of a timeline than that, but it's going to be a while until we see Gabby Moreno. So on the one hand, it's like you want to sell, okay, you're here, you got to make some noise against this part of the schedule, and you do. But on the other hand, you're kind of weighing it with just this crappy injury news that came down today again, where some of it, A.J. Puck, we probably expected. We probably figured he was out for the season when we heard a week ago that he was backing away from his throwing program.
Yes.
The Moreno thing sucks because, first of all, they never should have been playing the game in that weather when he got hurt. But then he came back, and you thought, okay, he's fine. They dodged the bullet with Gabby Moreno. He was able to play. And it turns out they took a better examination of his hand, and they discovered the bone fracture. So it's hard to – I'm excited about this stretch for the Diamondbacks, but it's like, oh, God, here we go with the injuries again.
I know. It's just they keep piling up, and at some point, again, how many holes, in the ship before the ship sinks? That to their credit, they're hanging around.
Sure.
But – man, you don't have 4 of your top relievers that you were counting on are not available for you. And one of them, Kevin Ginkel, Torey Lovello said with us, I can't pitch him in high leverage situations.
Nope.
He admitted it. I asked him, can you pitch him in a high leverage situation? He said, no, I cannot pitch him in a high leverage situation. So Puck's down. Martinez is down. Manaply's not even on the team right now. And Ginkel, who's been so reliable, Torey Lovullo just basically told us he cannot put him in a close baseball game.
Not right now. And Ryan Thompson's been up and down to the point where your A-plus bullpen unit is Shelby Miller, Kyle Boone's-Farm Backus, Juan Murillo, Jalen Beeks, maybe.
Yeah, Jalen Beeks.
I mean, that's
I like Beeks.
That's what you got. That's the bullpen that you're going to have to lean on to win a bunch of games. Now, the schedule. This is interesting, and I'm curious to see what number you throw out there. How many do they need to win? How many will they win?
Out of the 9?
Out of the 9. How many do they need to? How many will they?
6-3 need to win 7. They're going to go 6-3.
Okay. Boy, well, you and I have been doing this a long time together. That's exactly what I was going to say.
They need 7.
They need 7.
You gotta win 7.
7-2. It's sort of like 7-2, 8-1, 9. I mean 9-0, whatever. But those numbers, you go, okay, that's what you're supposed to do against the schedule. I think they're going to go 6-3 too, and I think 6-3 is acceptable, but barely. They go 5-4. They go 4-5.
Yeah.
Then you really start to wonder about what this team is actually capable of doing, especially now with the injuries piling
Let me tell you
up.
something, okay, Mark? If they are out of it, they will trade Gino Suarez. I mean, a lot of teams that want him. The Mariners, Yankees. If they are out of it, mark my words, Gino Suarez will absolutely be traded. A guy that's on pace to hit 45 home runs, that is considered a decent third baseman, power hitter, like he is getting traded if they're out of this thing. Now, others may be traded too. But with certainty, they're going to get a ton of calls for Gino Suarez.
I'm kind of glad you because we had a conversation about Gino yesterday.
Yes,
and I told you and this was just my opinion. I wasn't like reporting information or anything. That of all the guys that could be traded by the Diamondbacks, he in my mind is the first one to go. Like if they get to the point where they're a seller because of Lawler, because Lawler is coming up behind him, because you might need Naylor back or you might need Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly back. To me, Eugenio Suarez is the first one to go if you decide you're a seller because he's the one who actually has a presumed replacement behind him. Everybody else, you have to go replace one way or another.
I checked on some numbers because I was saying, I wonder if you could just get him on a one-year deal and overpay him. If he hits 45 home runs, Christian Walker never hit 40 home runs. He got $20 million a year for 3 years. He never hit 40 homers.
Yeah,
he had 26 homers last year, Christian Walker. He got $20 million a year. He had 30-something a year before that. But Gino Suarez is going to get a 3-year deal from somebody, and he's going to make a lot of money. Now, could the Diamondbacks pay him $20 million a year? We don't know. Could he be on this roster? Sure. He could be your first baseman next year. He could be your designated hitter next year. The plan is still for Jordan Lawler to be your third baseman, but I'm not ruling out Gino coming back. What I'm saying is if they are
sellers,
out of it,
yes,
you can take it to the bank that they will trade Gino Suarez if this team is out of it.
I believe it. 6-3. I think they'll go 6-3, and you think they'll go 6-3 too. I would love 7-2. 7-2 would be such a statement.
Yeah, you're sweeping somebody.
7-2 would be like, all right, we're not playing around anymore. Let's go. My worry is that, man, is this team capable of going 7-2 against the schedule? I mean, you just think about. Of course they're capable.
But the offense has to.
But you know what I mean. You know what I mean by that. There's been so many things that have gone wrong for the Diamondbacks this year. I don't know if it's reasonable to assume they go 7-2 in these 9. That's just not who they've been this year. It's not even close to who they've been this year. I just don't know if you can expect that. I don't know if you can demand 7-2 out of the Diamondbacks. That's just not who they've been.
I mean, what Torey Lovullo say? 1-0.
1-0.
Just got to go 1-0.
That's what he said. It's 6 wins, but boy, less than that, and you'll start to wonder what this team is actually going to be come to the trade deadline. When we come back, we've got all of our focus on Kevin Durant, rightly so. We also probably need to look on the inside a little bit with the person who's making the Kevin Durant decision, and we'll do that next on Burns and Gambo.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Lund Mortgage Team ready to help you right now with all, and I mean all of your mortgage needs. All you have to do is give them a call at 623-889-0130. Home equity line of credits. Yes, HELOCs. A lot of people taking advantage of the HELOCs right now because of the rates. The rates are fantastic. So if you're looking to do some home improvements, the Lund Mortgage Team can help you with a home equity line of credit. They're really, really popular right now. So if you're looking to do some remodeling, you need to take some money out, you don't want to affect your interest rate, I'm telling you, you got to check out the Lund Mortgage Team and let them help you. Want to get pre-approved for a mortgage? They do it for free. Absolutely free. If it's time for you to start looking for a house, you tired of renting, you want to own a home, call the Lund Mortgage Team, and they will get you pre-approved absolutely free. Over 30 years in the business right here in Arizona. The only mortgage company I've ever used is the Lund Mortgage Team. Call them at 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-489-5660. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-489-5660 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-489-5660 to see if you qualify. That's 800-489-5660.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Ogden Nation.
NASCAR Prime is gearing up for the Tricky Triangle at Pocono. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. After 5 decades of racing tradition, it's clear that strategy is king at Pocono. Finally, some separation between first, second, and third. 3 legendary turns, 3 unique approaches. Wow, that's close. Who will tame the triangle this year? Don't miss the Cup Series at Pocono, streaming Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After avoiding the sweep yesterday against the Blue Jays, the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series with NL West foe Colorado tonight at Coors Field. First pitch is at 5:40 with pregame coverage starting at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs, while Austin Gomber gets the start for the Rockies. Sticking with the Snakes, manager Torey Lovello joined Burns and Gambo earlier today and gave an update on reliever A.J. Puck.
Puck underwent surgery today with Dr. Elitroff in L.A., so that came up real quick.
Lovello also provided an update on catcher Gabriel Moreno.
He's got a hairline fracture in his pointer finger just below the knuckle in the middle of his hand. So it's a metacarpal.
This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we are going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball's on tonight, 5:40 first pitch. We're a little on the short side today. We'll be off at 5 o'clock.
Good night,
tonight.
everybody.
No, got a half hour left. Got a half hour. Don't go anywhere. Boy, it's like you're the one on vacation next week, not me. Rushing out of here like that.
I got 2 weeks.
I got
to do a whole nother week next week.
You want to see a bat out of hell? Go check in John Gambadoro on Wednesday, July 2nd, and I will show you what a bat out of hell looks like.
I got a pack.
I do have some good news. We have a short show next Monday and Tuesday.
Monday and Tuesday, short show.
Yep. You and Kellen, right before the draft.
Next week.
Next week.
Okay. Not when I'm back. When I'm back,
Right.
we've got. So I'm gone next week.
Mm-hmm.
We've got 3 shows together the week of the 4th of July, and then we've got the 3rd and the 4th off.
And then you guys don't see each other for like 2 months.
Then we don't see each other for like. I think, honest to God, we're doing. I probably shouldn't say this out loud. They probably wouldn't want me saying this out loud. I think we're doing 5 shows together the entire month of July and like the first week of August. I think we're doing 5 shows together.
Okay. I'm gone for like 2 weeks.
2, 3.
I'm going to Sicily to see my family.
7. Okay, we're doing.
I'm going to go to Munich, Germany, and then I'm going to go to Austria. I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks.
When we hit July 1st, we are doing 7 shows together between now and August 6th when I get back from Yosemite, right?
July 31st.
Through July 31st.
Yeah, because Gambo's back that last week. So you guys have the 3 days.
Okay. Anyway, so.
Yeah.
Enjoy your
All right.
It's just nice seeing you.
All right.
Say bye now.
Bye. Yeah.
Arrivederci.
There you go. That's what's on tonight. Diamondbacks and the Rockies. No Mercury basketball on tonight. There's Major League Baseball on as well. But the Diamondbacks and the Rockies have the stage to themselves. And we'll preview that game, including the latest on the injuries that we got from Torey Lovello earlier. As far as the Kevin Durant stuff goes, doesn't seem like it's going to be happening today unless it's going to be one of those late-nighters. Maybe tomorrow, or maybe this does bleed over into next week when it's all said and done. We've gone through all the teams. Gambo has told you about that Minnesota offer, and we're wondering whether is that offer, are they still trying to convince Kevin Durant to go to Minnesota? We think that offer looks something like Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, a young player, and maybe a pick. But are they working behind the scenes to try to convince Kevin Durant to go somewhere he doesn't want to go? Because all indications are Minnesota isn't particularly interested in Kevin Durant if he doesn't want to be there. They're not willing to take that risk. Then there's Houston. There seems to be some debate as to whether Jabari Smith is in the deal or out of the deal, right? There's been, is he in it? Is he not? Are the Suns demanding him? Are the Rockets holding him back? There's also been some conversation about the Suns wanting more of their draft picks back that Houston owns.
Right.
And maybe Houston's not giving them to him. There's the Miami Heat, which some people have said might end up being the spot that he goes to. But the player there has been Kel'el Ware, and whether he's in the deal or not, and whether Miami would include him in the deal or not. San Antonio's deal looks like it's just non-aggressive and not much to be considered. And all the while, and I read this on Bright Side of the Sun today, I do have to think that part of the dynamic that's going on right now with these less than enticing offers has to be that these other organizations are testing Brian Gregory a little bit. Hey, new guy in charge of rebuilding this. What are you going to do? You going to blink? We're having a staring contest right now. We're playing chicken.
Yeah, but you got to worry. Don't you have to worry about if if you want Kevin Durant badly enough, aren't you worried that if you're trying to play this game of chicken, that somebody else is going to say, you know what, screw it,
Sure.
I'll make a better offer and I'll get him?
It's a good point. You're not just playing chicken with Brian Gregory. You're playing chicken with the other teams that are making this deal too. But I mean, you're dealing with experienced NBA front office guys. Brian Gregory is not, and I would imagine part of this equation is seeing just. Will he blink? Not will Pat Riley blink, or not will the Houston Rockets blink and end up giving up more than they said they want to. Will Brian Gregory blink in his first ever major decision outside of Jordan Knott as the head coach of the Phoenix Suns? In his first decision, is Brian Gregory is Matt Ishbia going to blink? I mean, let's be honest, Matt. We saw Matt's internal memo to the organization.
Yeah.
Matt's doing a lot of shot calling over there, probably more than maybe you would want out of a traditional NBA owner. Are they going to blink in what is a major decision? And I got to imagine these other teams are that's part of the equation for them when it comes to these low offers they're getting.
Well,
for
that's
Kevin
why
Durant.
there's not a deal done right now. Everybody was hopeful a deal would get done this week. There's still tomorrow, but everybody was hopeful a deal would get done this week. There's no deal done right now. So the offers are not good enough. This is the truth. The offers aren't good enough to make the Suns say, okay. Now, what happens if nobody increases their offer is the question. The question is, can somebody increase their, yes, it's all been negotiations. And the offers have absolutely changed over the last week. They have changed. Everybody, what some teams were talking about last week, those offers have changed over, but now there's still no deal done.
Mm-hmm.
So now you've got two things are going to happen here. Somebody is eventually going to increase the pot enough to make the Suns say, okay, that's good enough. We got a deal.
That's one.
Or nobody is going to increase their offer. And the Suns are going to have to say, I either keep Kevin Durant and figure something out down the road, or I trade Kevin Durant to whatever offer I deem is the best out of these offers right now.
Even though I don't love any of them.
I may not, I just got to make the best deal for me with what's on the table. Because as of right now, nobody has an offer good enough to get done. Nobody has an offer good enough to get done. For all the pathetic Miami Heat fans that are out there, not all of them pathetic, but a lot of them are, maybe half. The Miami Heat.
You and your name calling those Miami
Heat fans are just so annoying.
The
sun must be getting to them in Miami. Just celebrate your Stanley Cup championship and be happy with it. All right, you're not getting any Super Bowls anytime soon. Miami did not have a good offer last week. They did not have a good offer. It wasn't deemed one of the better offers. It wasn't. Minnesota, Houston, San Antonio, and even Toronto was in on it. Miami did not have an offer that was good enough. But that was a week ago. Over time, a lot of these offers have changed. Miami obviously knew that the offer wasn't good enough. The Suns told them so. And so Miami has made different offers. Is it good enough to get a deal done? No, not right now.
Yeah.
Not right now. It's still not good enough to get a deal done. Maybe it changes again. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But I know for a fact that what they were talking about with the Suns last week was never going to get the deal done.
Well, Brian Windhorst on Get Up today said that the Rockets are wagering that the cost Phoenix wants to trade Kevin Durant for will eventually come down. And it's within that wager that I think is part of the test for Brian Gregory. Because like let's use your hypothetical and let's play it out here. If the Phoenix Suns end up making a deal that doesn't have Khalil Ware in it, or doesn't have Jabari Green in it, or doesn't have one of the things that we knew them to covet in it, I think we can safely say that the rest of the league was right about Brian Gregory. That the rest of the league looked at Brian Gregory and said, look at Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia and said, at the end of the day, you left yourself with no options. You had to trade him. We took advantage of the fact that you had to trade him, and you took the very best deal you possibly could, and it wasn't what you wanted. If Brian Gregory gets what he wants, if he gets Khalil Ware, if he gets Jabari Green, if he gets some of his draft capital back from the Houston Rockets, then we could say Brian Gregory, I don't know if we say he passed his first test, but he certainly did better than the league thought he was going to do.
Yeah.
If he gets back some of the things that initially these teams said, we're not going to give you. But I think a lot of this falls back on the idea this is a first-time general manager who's never really done this before. And I think the league is testing his resolve to see just how far he'll go before cracking a little bit.
But this is not like he's trying to sell ice to an Eskimo, okay? He's got a product that's good,
but he's not getting offers that you've said it a million times.
No, none of the offers have been great. None of the offers are good enough to get a deal done. But maybe the Suns want a lot for Kevin Durant. Like maybe their offers are okay, but they're not like it's not enough to get a deal done. That's where they're on. It's just not enough to get a deal done.
Clearly,
maybe this is the Suns' negotiation ploy. We're going to play this out and keep pitting everybody against each other, and maybe the offers have. And I do believe that the offers have increased. Obviously, not enough to get a deal done right now, but maybe if they play this out a little bit more, somebody will, again, game of chicken, give something that the Suns really want.
I would feel better about this if there were a more experienced general manager who were running the ship on this one. I would. This is an awfully big ask out of a first-time GM. This is a big deal. This is a franchise-altering trade. I hope he gets it right. Because it's the first one we're going to use to judge him by. I hope he gets it right. When we come back on the Burns... You too.
I mean, me too, yeah.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, going to get you ready for the D-backs series against the Rockies. And, we're going to talk about those injuries next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. That's your ball game. Diamondbacks prevent the sweep, and they win the finale by a final score of 9-5. The offense really shined in this one, and Ryan Nelson turned in a dominant starting pitching performance.
Next for the D-backs, 3 games at the Rockies, with Game 1 live from Denver at 5 this afternoon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family?
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community?
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Sonic Radio. CIO coming to you live from the red carpet, and here comes the star of the summer, Sweet Topped Lemonade from Sonic. Wow, looking delicious as always. Tell us, what are you wearing?
Oh, this? Just a little blueberry lavender number. I was going for something tart and sweet.
Incredible. And is that cold foam on top? So chic. I wouldn't mind taking a sip of that.
Dude.
Wait, that came out wrong. Try Sweet Top Lemonades from Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, summer savings are underway. What can customers expect this June?
What's up, Dave? We're kicking off summer with some serious deals. Drive into summer in style with limited time offers on our full lineup. All month long, save $12,500 on the new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $7,000 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD Pro, SLE, or SLT.
Sounds like everyone wins at Liberty GMC in Peoria or online. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-Backs on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Diamondbacks are in Colorado for the first of three against division rival, the Colorado Rockies. It begins the first of 9 games against less than stellar competition for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and a chance perhaps for them to make some real noise and real progress and head north in the standings. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Colorado Rockies, it's going to be 31-year-old left-handed pitcher Austin Gomber, who is going to get the start today. He is 0-0 with a 0.00 ERA. There's that.
Nothing from nothing leaves nothing.
Something along those lines.
You got to have something.
Zach Gallen, on the other hand, he's certainly got numbers. They just might not be exactly what we want. The righty is 4-8 with a 5.19.
I was really happy with Gallen's performance the last time out. I thought he pitched so well, and then obviously stayed in a couple batters, too long, and those runs ended up coming around to score, and it didn't look like a great Zach Gallen outing. It just looked like it was a good Zach Gallen outing. But, he's got to limit the walks. He's got to limit the long ball. Right, he's given up a bunch of home runs in the last couple of starts, so he's got to do a little bit better job of that. Cut down on the walks and cut down on the long ball.
Gomber, on the other hand, he missed the first 2 months of the season with a sore shoulder. He came back in the middle of June. His one start this year, it's why he's 0-0 with a 0.00 ERA. Through 5 scoreless innings against the Braves, gave up just 2 hits and walked 1. Diamondbacks faced Gomber 4 times last year. They got him for 14 runs on 24 hits at those 4 starts last year.
Career ERA of 5.65 against Arizona.
So there's that. And it's Coors Field. And if there's one thing we've learned over all the years is to expect crazy at Coors. It's hard to predict what kind of baseball is going to be played in that environment. I know this. The Rockies, for having this awful record, are 8-8 in their last 16 games. They've won 4 of their last 5. Only a James Wood walk-off by the Nationals has kept them from going 5-0 in their last 5 games. They've played better as of late.
Yeah, they really have. And, they got themselves this sweep, right? They actually clinched their second series victory of the season after they won those first 3 games against the Nationals. What's really stood out about them as they're playing better, they went 4-3 on that road trip, is the pitching. Their starting pitching had a 2.41 ERA in those 37 innings. For the starters, 13 walks, 21 strikeouts, but a 2.41 ERA during that trip. So that stands out a little bit, that they're starting to pitch a little bit better, which obviously is a key to them trying to win some games. So much more successful these last couple of series.
Now, these 9 games for the Diamondbacks, 3 against the Rockies, 3 against the White Sox, 3 against the Miami Marlins, 3 of the worst teams in Major League Baseball. 7-2 would be fantastic. Something tells us it's going to be 6-3. Unfortunately, today's injury report, it's not a good one. It's brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. We had Troy Lavello on earlier. He gave us an update on Gabriel Moreno at the start, and then he added on the update to A.J. Puck at the end.
He's got a hairline fracture in his pointer finger just below the knuckle in the middle of his hand. So it's a metacarpal. And then A.J. Puck underwent surgery today with Dr. Elitrosh in L.A. So that came up real quick. He was visiting with Elitrosh yesterday. They decided that would be the best procedure. So those two things I want to make.
Timeline for Gabriel Moreno return?
Hard to say. And one thing I want to say about Gabby is if you can remember some of the at-bats that he had some quality at-bats. He was doing that with a broken hand, a broken finger. That's hard to do. And the way the ball's coming in there, the velocities is coming in there, he would block out that pain, high pain threshold, and he got some big hits for us. In fact, I think he hit about 113 mile-an-hour line drive home run in one of those games. So super proud of him for going out there and having a true team moment. But as far as the timeline, I don't know. We got to get him asymptomatic, and I'm sure there'll be some follow-up MRIs. It's going to be weeks. It's not going to be days. So I'll keep you guys posted on that progression.
It's interesting because, Gabby's down. You've got a capable backup in Herrera. He's been playing a lot lately. I think this is 5 or 6 straight days. They've got Aramis Garcia, who's a veteran. Mm-hmm. He'll catch tomorrow, is what I was told. So Aramis Garcia tomorrow. Del Castillo in the minors. He started off the season injured. He's only caught 2 games in the minors. So he's not really up to par in catching yet. He actually got a little bit of a back tweak, so he's out right now. Yep. So he wasn't able to get called up. The catching situation's a little dicey, if you want to use that word. It's a little dicey with Gabby out. You just got to hope that it's not a long-term thing for Moreno.
And a key right-handed bat no longer available for you. As far as A.J. Puck is concerned, it is a season-ending surgery. It was Tommy John surgery with a twist. It's called a brace surgery, which is a little different. The timeline for a return is a little bit quicker than a traditional Tommy John, but he's still out for the season, and this will certainly still bleed into next season. It's just a question of, have we seen the last of A.J. Puck, and was it take all of
arbitration
next year?
Eligible next year, and then after that, he's a free agent. If he doesn't pitch next year, he may have pitched his last game for the Dbacks.
The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. The Diamondbacks start the day 500, 37-37, 3 games out of the final wild card spot in the National League. The Rockies, the worst record in the National League, 17 wins, 58 losses. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you, I hope.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Gluten-free, protein-packed, and ridiculously good. G2G Protein Bars are grab-and-go goodness.
You see what Hunter Goodman is doing in Lauren's birthday month? In the month of June, Hunter Goodman leads the majors in extra base hits, leads the majors in slugging, leads the majors in total bases, 2nd in OPS, tied for 2nd in home runs, 6th in average. He recorded homers in back-to-back games for the 5th time in his career. He's killing it in June.
He's doing it for you, Lauren. He's doing it for you.
Yeah. Be careful when you're pitching to Hunter Goodman right now. He's hot.
Lauren's birthday month. Yeah, he has been swinging a hot bat as of late. This is a crucial stretch for the Arizona Diamondbacks to see what kind of noise they can make against this portion of the schedule, and it starts tonight. That is going to do it for us. We are out of here. Diamondbacks baseball is next. Gambo, we'll see you Monday. I won't.
Have a great vacation.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Have a good night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home.
Go.
You've been listening to D-Backs on